So as for the setting, so we're going with an early 1990s because I wanted to do that where there's more limited tech, there's less emphasis on everyone on the streets having a smartphone and being able to take pictures of everything and Google everything. I mean, it's fine to do games like that, but I thought I'll try doing it like this, which actually made finding maps really difficult because I could find a lot for 1935, but almost none for 1990. Go figure. So during this time period, I believe John Major was still the prime minister, and yeah, it's a very uncertain time. So we begin on a night, much like any other night, except for, the fact that there's now four new, really, really poor kindred being added to the mix. So, if Anarba's going first, I shall say it is the outskirts of Manchester one night at around about 11 p.m. Everything's winding down, far less cars on the street now. Seems like it might be much safer to make your way into the city. You're venturing in far out of the city. You're coming in from the Peak District, so you've had quite a trek. But you're having a look around. You're still on the outskirts. You'd be on. Wow, there's a lot of noise outside. I'm forgetting which road that is. God damn it! I've lost my map.
We're off to
We're off to a great start. It's fine.
I don't know streets of Manchester. I'm not from there.
You're coming from somewhere, you will be on a street. How about that?
All right, so you're on Oxford Road.
Okay.
You're walking past Manchester Metropolitan University. The streets are moderately clean, at least as far as England goes. And there aren't too many people on the street that night. So a little bit of an introduction about yourself.
What you would see is quite tall, dark-haired fellow, reaching about 6'2", clothed in more of wear and tear clothes, something you would see on a person working with their body, occasional dirt streaks here and there. What else would be something insignificant? Short hair, short beard, not neatly trimmed, more of a wild-camped cut with scissors or something of similar implementation when it's at hand. Moving through the city, he doesn't really mind humans going around him, but he's moving with a purpose. And what kind of purpose would that be?
We have a rather important meeting tonight in the city. So Elysium was called. They want as many of the local kindred there as possible. You've gotten a formal invitation by means of your mentor telling you that this is a meeting that you're unable to avoid.
Okay. I assume taxis are a thing at that time.
Yes, yes, they are.
I don't know how forward thinking the country was at the time.
1990s, the year of no taxi.
Yeah, taxis were a relatively new thing back then, Cars had only just been invented after all.
They were only made in the 2020s. Decent cars, anyway.
Yeah, I would go to the street and just flag one whenever it has passenger at the moment or not. If I had to, I would step in front of it.
Yeah, I'm
like an idiot.
Okay,
not like a car going at 60 kilometers an hour, but something that would have a normal driver's stop.
Okay. Let's see. So, how often would I mean taxis don't come by all that often down that way at that time of night? But I mean, if you do see one after about maybe 15 minutes of waiting, a taxi's coming down the road, so you wave him down.
Okay.
Okay, so he pulls up next to you and says, yeah, you're all right, fella. Where are you off to?
Where I'm off to?
Yeah, where'd you get going?
Where is the Elysium?
It's being held at Brown Street, so just on the other side of the city.
Brown Street.
Sorry, you have to repeat that. What was that you just said?
Brown Street.
Oh, Brown Street. Well, mate, that's only walking distance. Okay, fine. Hop in.
I will open the door with a little too much strength and hop in. There may be a screech of metal here and there.
A screech of metal.
Yeah.
Is he packing? What?
Either that or the fucking exhaust is like fucking trailing along the back.
Maybe by the time he's done with the tray.
Oh god, and Narba's just a walking disaster waits for a taxi for 15 minutes when the street isn't walking distance. Jumps in, does not know where he's going, and man goes to taxi.
It's not gonna get to Elysium.
Well, a GPS is not a thing. No.
Yeah, that's true.
And someone who is of Polish descent and origin, he's not very well versed with the actual look and plan of the England. And
Yeah. That's true. We could say this is probably only your second time attending a formal meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to find something I did not add to my sheet. There's always something, isn't there? Taxi places. What?
Taxi prices.
Taxi prices. That is a good question because we're not going to have a one-to-one conversion after inflation, are we? So, yeah. No. It was something else. It was something else rather important. However, because again, being my first time and this book being really large and me having made lots of notes, I've forgotten to take notes of something that I saw, but now can't find. And it's kind of relevant. It's kind of important. And let's see. God damn it. This is one of those things I might just, you know what, I'm just going to Google it. I know. This is lazy. I even said that we're setting this game, further back so that we didn't have to, didn't have to have people
was
Googling.
being introduced in the 90s, so that might be able to help you out a little bit, but inflation-wise, yeah, it's still a bit.
Yeah.
I am absolutely amused that the man that just mangled a taxi after waiting for it for 15 minutes cares about paying for it.
That's a good point, actually.
Do you actually have even some petty cash on you?
I would imagine so.
Okay, well, let's say you at least had a tenner on you. This is amazing. There are certain things that even when you Google them, don't come up. Like that whole specialty thing where it was like a storyteller thing.
Say that the taxi's a tenner.
I wanted to have him roll hunger, and I'm like, what are the rules on doing that? And I'm like, where? It's not written anywhere.
Let's see, VTM.
That's a bloody dollar. I want it in pounds.
Yeah.
Everybody's just gonna be researching things for the campaign right now. One
Is it
side is like,
Pound
how?
in 1990 was worth
You can-
£2.33 today.
Mechanically hungry when Kindred's blood points is below 7 minus the Kindred self-control instinct.
Below 7 minus their self-control.
/ instinct.
Right. Okay, so let me just look at your sheet again real quick. Because I remember we had a starting blood pool going. So yours is
It's not that.
7 minus their instinct.
When Kindred's blood points is below 7 minus their self-control instinct. So it would be a low number for me.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, for you. Yeah, so we'll just say, I mean, I know some groups they do like rolls for hunger. They do hunger dice. Where if they get to that point, they make a roll. But it's fine. So we'll just say you're not altogether too hungry. I know I'm holding the game up over such really trivial things. So when you stop, the guy says, wasn't very far. It's only £2.50.
I have a tenner, right?
Yeah. So you hand him a tenner.
Yeah, and get out.
You just leave. He goes, "Hey mate, wait, your change."
I don't care, I go.
Oi! And he just like shakes his head and just goes, "Oh, okay, fine." And just puts it in his glove compartment. His I forget what words we use for that. His too much American TV. Let's just look at it that way.
Glove
He drives off.
Call it.
Glove box, yeah.
Yeah. So you find that you are standing outside of the Opera House in Manchester. So
What?
yeah, of an opera house, old opera house, and you're very early. You're like a whole 30 minutes early.
I will see if I can go and find my mentor then.
Okay, so you head inside, hoping that maybe your mentor's in there.
Yep.
Okay. Right, before we get to that, which is a very simple introduction, we'll head to Seth.
Okay. Should I do it with my voice or?
Well, I mean, you're not going to do it with your butt cheeks, are you?
Well, you know what I mean. Jesus.
So
Okay.
we'll start with it's the same about time. We're looking at about 11 p.m. Pitch black. I forgot to mention the date. It is Christmas Day. So it's the 25th. It's pretty soon going to be the 26th because late at night. Streets are not altogether empty. Depending on where you were. If you're up in the northern quarter, it's very quiet, apart from the odd people having a bit of a piss up down the pub. But if you're more in the center, where there's all those restaurants and whatnot, there's still people making merry.
Okay. Well, I guess I describe who I am, don't I?
Yeah.
Well, I am a vampire. Oh, I'm not a vampire. I am a person.
Spoiler.
Off to the races. There we go.
Of quite a fair complexion. Shaved side, wine red hair, green eyes, great ass, Caucasian.
Nice.
Nice. And I am of 6 foot, 9.5 stone. I'm quite slim. And I have quite the street smarts, so I would know kind of where I'm going. As it was at Oxford, wasn't it?
Another was on Oxford Road.
Oh.
But are you trying to say that you went to Oxford? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm fucked then, aren't I?
I'm so street smart.
Good street smarts.
I made sure that my character doesn't know shit about Manchester because I don't know shit about Manchester.
I don't know shit about Manchester, and I fucking live there. Let's just
Well,
say I'm in,
street how smart are you?
let's just say I'm in Piccadilly Gardens.
Okay, fair enough. So, Piccadilly Gardens, there's some shops there, some 24/7s that are open. You're not too far away from where, the major corporate area of the city is.
And I'm about to go to a meeting on Brown Street. I see the bars, and I'm like, I could sneak in there for a cheeky one, but maybe not. So I start walking to Brown Street.
To Brown Street.
I have no fucking clue where that
Vampires with a specific merit. But I think what he meant was he was going for a little bit of a good time and to maybe partake in certain illicit activities. That's probably what he was trying to imply. Okay, so
Gentleman.
oh yeah, he's very sophisticated. He's a great guy.
Look at my red velvet shirt and leather pants.
Oh yes. Okay, so you're at Piccadilly Gardens. Let's say that you've just now turned on Portland Street, which ordinarily would be the most busy street in Manchester. You're heading down towards easiest way towards Brown Street would be quite possibly. Let's say you turn off on Oxford Street. So you're going towards the same street that Ann Arbor was on, but much further into the city.
Yeah.
You pass by quite a few people who've had quite the night of reveling. People have been out for a good time. This is pre-quarantine, so all of those pubs and everything, they're nicely still open.
30 years pre-quarantine.
Yes. There's been no quarantine, so everyone's having a bit of fun. There's no masks being worn. It's a jolly good time.
Wait, you can actually see people's faces? How does that work?
You can. Yeah, no, it was a long time ago, Nerva. It was a different time.
About the only thing that people were concerned about in the 90s was mad cow disease.
Yeah, oh yeah, that actually was a big deal. But rather than, indulging in trivia in the good old days, so we'll say that you're now on Oxford Street. So this is out now the area where you find the most takeaways and small businesses. You pass by what looks to be a small cult shop. Maybe you check yourself out in the reflection,
You do look beautiful, don't you?
You look pretty damn good, if you do say so yourself. You look inside, you see that there's a bunch of curios, old books and things like that. Looks like they're even still open. You decide not to pay it any mind. Upon leaving, you've already forgotten the encounter, with the bookshop. So you walk for quite a while before realizing that you're not even on the right street.
Because street smarts those are.
Yeah, because Brown Street is actually further back in the direction you came. So yeah,
Dice navigation.
That's fun.
Storyteller is just taking your character for a spin.
Yeah, I'm just taking you down there, showing you some shit. Also, yes, it has actually kind of confused me just a little bit because on the old map from around that time, there was an old opera house there. And it's now gone on this new map that I'm looking. So I got really
Hello everyone, welcome to first session of Vampire the Geolocator.
GeoGuessr over.
You just had to cut back along your path, and you head past Albert Square. Not the Albert Square in London, the one in Manchester. It's a totally different thing. Yes,
I'm not fucking dumb, Jesus.
a few streets away, you can see some more more of your kind are already sort of mingling in the general area. They're not heading in yet, though. No one wants to appear as though they're too eager to be early.
Perhaps I would ask them the direction. Though they might be a bit inebriated, so I may still not get my answer.
If you would like to ask them a question, you are free to do so.
Okay. Hello, you there. Do you know the way to Brown Street?
Okay, so the one that turns to face you, the rest of them just continue with their conversation, largely ignoring that you've asked. And the one that turns to look at you is a woman with fair skin, ginger hair, green eyes, and she gives you a very, very sour look as she says, "Are you seriously trying to take the piss?"
Oh, I am quite serious.
Did you hit your head? Were you addled? Have you suffered a derangement?
I mean, I can be quite weird sometimes. That's kind of rude, isn't it?
What kind of... All right. Do you... Right. Okay. Walter, please look at me now and tell me that you're serious. So you recognize this woman. She is one of the Primogen. She is a very old Ventru called Elise Mason. And she's giving you a look that basically says that she does not find this amusing in the slightest.
I don't understand your expression. I really don't. I'm being serious.
Were you... All right, on your way here, a very simple question I'm sure you can answer. Were you attacked? Did you encounter something supernatural? Are you just fucking with me?
Well, if I was just fucking with you, you'd know about it. But,
While you are a very saucy bit of meat, don't think you can make such passes at me, young man.
Did I say I was doing it that way? Anyway, no, I did kind of drop off the grid a little. Decided to get a little, you know. But, no, I seriously would like to know.
Okay. If we're going to play this weird little game of yours... Because what the fucking hell kind of game are we playing here? She points to the street. It's literally one street away and says, "That way, to the left. It's right there. You can't miss it. You've been here before."
I was going to say thank you, my lady, but I'm not going to do that. Thank you, dear. I shall be on my way.
Hang on a minute.
Good night.
Dear, are you speaking to me as though I am somehow lesser than you?
No, that is not what I mean. I call everyone dear. I even call male people dear.
Yes. However, this isn't a case of, I'm not sure why you're trying to make this about sex. This isn't a case of sex. This is a case of status. You do know who you're talking to, right?
Possibly.
I'm trying to be cute. Do you think that somehow I'm going to climb into your bed later?
Possibly.
We're going to talk about this later, I am sure.
I'm sure we will. But again, I bid you adieu.
Yes, please do.
Sensible option.
She goes back to talking to the rest, and you could clearly hear her saying, "Of all the fucking nerve." Well, that was a bad first impression.
What's surely making enemies here, Seth?
It's fine. It's fine. I'm a Torito. It's fine.
That's true. He's very much acting within the actual span of his clan. But being a Ventru, she's not going to suffer being talked down to.
Oh, fuck, I didn't know she was that.
Old Ventru. And like I said, she's one of the Primogen. She's one of the council that reports directly to the Prince and Seneschal.
You like...
Can't deny me.
You walked up to, like, the highest possibly ranking official to ask them where the street that you're right next to is, and then you tried flirting with them.
So Seb's getting beheaded.
You never know, she might even kind of like it, but she's not going to say that in front of her friends, is she?
Yeah.
Or acquaintances, rather. Not necessarily friends. Do Venture actually have friends? That's the real question.
Does anybody do?
Maybe the Toreador was the friends we made along the way.
I mean, not me.
No, we got sassy Fedora Tip and Bitch here.
So I'm actually going to go to Myrta now. So Seth's heading into Elysium, also rather early. And we're going to cut to Myrta. And we're going to say, so it's late at night. You decided that you wanted to have your shop open today. You're looking out for every opportunity that you can. And you know exactly what that means. You're a prized collector of various ancient artifacts and secret knowledges.
Why did
But
I
you're
eyebrows at that?
yes, but your new, albeit somewhat eccentric, little assistant that you've recently taken on also stayed behind to help you on Christmas Day. You said you didn't need the help. He said he really, really enjoys your company. Not really sure what that means, but he's a bit of a weirdo. At least so you think. However, on this particular night, you haven't been able to get out there and, partake in that beautiful red vitae. So you've been getting a little on edge. And it only takes a few things to set you off. As a result, when your assistant was placing some very old crystal drinking ware, very nice ornate stuff.
As you do!
Yes, he was putting it on the shelves. He was polishing it and he was putting it back on the shelf. He dropped it, and it broke. And in that moment, you felt some very sharp stab of rage in the back of your mind, the human side of yourself telling you, well, it's just an object. But that hungry beast inside of you telling you that motherfucker must pay.
Great.
Don't
So
put that on me.
In that instant, everything to you goes blank. Everything. I mean, you are just a wild animal at this point. Leaping across the counter towards him, he has no idea that this is coming. He has never seen you so much as hurt a fly. You are the embodiment of etiquette and kindness while he's been working in your shop. You sink your teeth into his neck and proceed to bleed him dry. By the time you come back to your senses, he is lying in a heap on the ground, his skin completely pale, his eyes unblinking. The fuck are you gonna do about this?
Shit! Getting new assistants, Christmas Day, convincing them to work here, recruitment process. That's a lot of work. A lot of fucking work. Yeah, I'm just gonna preserve my assistant.
In vinegar.
Great. I'm reduced to a chip. Great.
Okay. So you decide, while he is still somewhat clinging to life, his soul not quite left his body yet, you decide to perform the embrace again, this time with the intent of turning him, sharing your blood with him, making him one of you. Although, it would be nice if you would also describe yourself and what you do while you're doing this.
Okay, let me take this very gruesome moment to just turn to the invisible camera that's on the wall and go, hello there, could I advertise to you my curio shop that apparently has ancient tableware together with books, because that's just what we deal in. But I'm Edith Loxley. I have introduction on the top of my screen. I'm a vampire. The year is still 1991. Yes. I have dark brown hair that's about shoulder length. I like wearing cultist-looking outfits that disguise my identity a tiny bit. I have glasses. My eyes are dark gray, very pale, and kind of insidious, and I'm about 30. And the assistant right there is currently on the floor and dying. He can introduce himself.
As you will say that some time passes. The last thing you remember was breaking this object, thinking, "Oh fuck, that's gonna come out of my paycheck," and I don't even make a lot. When you heard a very, very loud crash to your right, and suddenly you were just full of joy. This feeling was like nothing you've ever described, nothing you could ever describe, nothing you've ever had in your life. This was like the best meal been prepared by the greatest chefs. This was like the first time you'd ever had sex, only much more intense, until you blanked out. There was nothing at that point. When you wake up, you can clearly see some time has passed. It's
You're also probably tied down to a chair right now. Just don't freak out.
And you can see that, well, the mess that you'd made has been cleared up. You don't really know how you got here, or why you're tied to a chair, but you assume that perhaps you were hit over the head, that you fell, and that now you're about to face the wrath of your employer.
Now that was some freaky dream. What am I doing to this chair? What? Oh god, my head. Ugh. Ropes and everything? Great.
Unusual.
It's just,
How am I?
it just sounds like this is not your first time.
Where am I? Last thing I remember was breaking that. Oh, for fuck's sake, I broke it, didn't I? That goddamn priceless piece of. Oh, God. I'm such a freaking idiot. Ugh. God, she's gonna bloody kill me. If she hasn't already. Whew. Well, no sense in sticking around. I gotta find out what the fuck happened to that bleeding chalice.
Well, it'd be a bit difficult to leave.
I mean, you're tied to
I struggle on the ropes a little bit, trying to find where the heck the knot is in order to untie myself.
Wouldn't he also quite hungry?
Yeah, that's why you're tied to a chair.
Yeah, you feel like you have spent a week in the desert. You felt something like this before. One day when you were helping your family, your dad asked you to help him trim the hedges outside in the backyard. And, you did so. But you worked at it all day, the two of you, and you hadn't drank anything. Very hot day. You were thirsty. That does not compare to what you feel right now. You feel very much like you could drink, well, an entire ocean's worth of water. But deep down, water just wouldn't quite do it. What you need is a little more primal than that.
Do we want to assume that I would have at least some blood bags around the house somewhere?
If
we don't want to assume that, then I'm calling one of my herd.
I mean, you could do that, but let me just see. I will have you right here, right now. Yes. Yeah, it might be a good idea. So let's see. Let's have you do a. You know, I'm not. This doesn't. This probably is not a rules thing, but I'm gonna do it anyway. We'll take your charisma, streetwise, and herd rolls, and give me that many rolls.
Charisma, streetwise.
And
Where's
herd roll.
this? Where the fuck? Oh, why is there? Herd. Where's my herd? Okay. I have 2 dice. What do I do?
Give me a D10. Well, 2 D10s then. Sorry, yes, it makes sense. 2 dice.
Okay. Yeah. I there we go. Now my chat can also see my cheat. I rolled a 3 and a 4.
No, that ain't good. That ain't good. No, you can't get your fucking herd members here. None of them are coming today. You've tried getting some of them on the phone. It's fucking late at night, 25th. They aren't coming.
Okay. How many blood points do you think I got out of his body?
Damn near all of them.
So is that like 10?
Well, for a human, oh god, I have a whole page here for this shit, and I'm just trying to scroll through it. So I want to make sure I am right on this, that I'm not just bullshitting. So yeah, that was 10. Let's say he got 1 back.
So I 1, 2, 4. So I put 9 in. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am currently on 1. So I'm currently at 10. We probably have tableware of some sort. I mean, I assume I live here.
Yeah, you've got stuff in the back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a glass and slash my wrists.
Okay.
Give him like 2 points back.
Okay, so you're gonna give him 2 points. Which, for Steve, would still put him very dangerously low on hunger.
Yeah, at the same time, it would give him 1 blood bond.
Yeah, that is true.
But that was on his original sheet, wasn't it?
Yeah, this is all part of the plan.
So I have now, if we do that, I have about 3 points, is it?
Yeah.
So, how likely is he to rampage on 3 points?
That's a good question. Let's have a look. See, let me just check his thing.
You tied me down.
I'm just going to very quickly check. So if he had 3, yeah, he would. So yeah, he would be just on about, ready to go hunting, but he's not going to frenzy, but he could snap.
Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do when I'm untying him is go out hunting.
Like he's right on that point of,
Yeah, I know, and I'll have to take care of this either way, so that being said, you were just force-fed blood.
Yeah, she just fucking hit the glass down your throat. But at first you recoiled at horror, but when it's the second it touched your tongue, you stopped fighting it immediately. Involuntarily, you started drinking the whole thing down. And it was more than just a taste, it was a feeling. Deep in your gut, you could feel it just giving you this sense of vitality back. Like you were being renewed almost to like a younger self. Yes.
God, that is
Sorry.
orgasmic.
Yes. Good shit.
Yes. More. I need more.
Okay, stop sounding so creepy. We're gonna go and get you more. That's the whole plan.
That again. Oh god.
Okay, do you want to follow us on our night trip of fuckery, or do you want to switch back to Elysium?
If it means I can get more of that. Oh, boy.
You see, either one will do me because both of these are doing pretty well. I mean, admittedly, this little plot here is some good rated 18 shit.
Okay, Anarba and Seth, do you want to listen to more of this, or do you want to do a bit of playing?
I'm quite
Steps is
content
like,
in
I'm
listening.
I don't know. I like I was looking for a pen so I could jam them up my earlobes.
Okay, I think we're continuing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Okay.
need to get this guy fed.
I also need to explain some things, so...
Yes.
Hi! You're undead now. Gonna go and find you a person to eat. It is like nighttime and Christmas, and this is not the time at all, so...
Undead? What do you mean?
Listen for your heartbeat.
I do so, and there isn't. What?
Are you breathing?
No.
Well then.
But I'm talking with you, and I'm, in that regard, still alive.
Welcome to vampirism.
What? That same vampirism thing that is with the blood in that? What?
What do you think you just drank?
Vimto.
Well, it did kind of make me feel woozy. But oh, that was that yours?
I don't have anyone else in this house.
How did I get like this?
I can't milk a chair. Well, you broke my precious artifact, you fucker. And I might have been a tiny bit on edge, and then I thought, you know what, recruiting somebody else in the middle of Christmas will be such a fucking bother. So I decided to kind of preserve you.
I'm now
Undead, yes. Following.
Well, you gotta get me out of this chair first.
I was asking if you're following the train of thought, but okay. Intellect's not a strong suit, that is fine. People are different. All you need to do is stock the shelves and sell the books. It is fine, we can handle that. I do untie him, and I lead him outside to see if we can find absolutely anybody, anywhere.
Before that, I just want to point out something. There was a moment when you were trying to explain to Steve what he is, where both of you were just cut short for just a few moments, as on the outside, a guy with really red hair was checking himself out in the reflection of your window. So you stopped to look at him for just a few moments. He straightened his shirt and he did his hair, licked his tongue. You know, he just very quickly, he not licked he licked his palm of his hand, he wiped it on his head, and he was all like, yeah, and he did that little finger gun thing to himself in the mirror. Saw the two of you looking back, and then was just like, and walked away.
Yeah.
I have the image of somebody licking their own tongue now. I'm sorry.
I sort of glance towards that, still kind of half dazed, but still figuring stuff out as time goes on, and goes, "My God, that's a tasty looking morsel."
Oh wow, it's like you were made for this life. Anyway, let's head outside. We're finding you a human.
Okay, so you're gonna go look in for someone to just quickly snack on.
Yes.
Okay, so you have to describe the manner in which you're going to try to lure someone and where you're going to try to find them.
We're gonna try and stick to the side streets. So that you know when the side streets where like the garbage bins are and everything, small things in between buildings. Yeah, the moment we see anybody remotely walking past, because this is like fucking midnight by now, which is super late and Christmas Day, I'm just pulling them in and holding their mouth shut while he does his business.
Alright, so you're likely going to be able to get someone. So you're just going to try to, jump them and grab them.
Yes, and keep their mouth shut. I mean, there is two of us here.
Okay, let's see. What am I going to make you roll for such a fucking brazen attempt at grabbing someone? Okay, so I will need... let's have a look-see. It would be strength, athletics, and let's say subterfuge.
Give me a second. Okay, athletics are 0, so that's easy. Oh, cool. I have 4 dice. Have some roll. Rolly spacey, yay!
Come on, roll well this time.
0, 7, 3, and 2.
Is that good?
God.
A 0? Is this a 0 to 9 dice?
Okay, that might have been a 10. I have 0 to 9. Dice are labeled 0 to 9.
If it's 0 to 9, then that's a 1. Because that's the lowest number on your dice.
I mean, the lowest number on my dice is a 1.
The lowest number on your dice is a 0. I mean, we're going to have to count that as a 1.
I mean, just count it as a 10 because I don't have a 10 on this dice.
I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just very quickly just do something to try and determine if I take that as a 0 or 10.
Oh, come on, just take it as I don't have a 10 on this dice, as what else can you do?
I'm just giving shit to you for free. Fuck you. Like, because I'm gonna have to treat this like it's a dice roll, This is a 50-50 thing.
Exactly. Tillman's saying that there's no zeros in World of Darkness. That's a 10.
That's a...
That is correct.
All right. Here's the thing. If you want me to count it as a 10, impress me. Describe to me how it is you trick this motherfucker to getting close to you so you can just pin him down using your skill in subterfuge. Because either way, you succeeded this, but this will affect all future rolls, no pressure.
Thanks. Wow, no pressure. Okay, I am just standing around the side street, all cool, looking smug in my cultist hood. As you do in the 90s, like it's a completely normal thing. I'm gonna assume that my tiny vampire assistant is standing next to me, just also looking all However, he is looking probably ravaged because I ravaged him, but that is fine.
Still 2 shots of my neck after that, Hickey.
We both did it again.
Yeah, we did.
Little bite marks from that Hickey.
Beautiful.
The moment a single person walks past us like we're totally normal and they don't cross the street and run away like they should, I grab them by wrapping one of my arms from their back to the front and holding the other arm over their mouth, and I yoink them into the side street and go.
Go.
That's not an impressive description, just saying. You're going to describe it to me like I'm watching an anime, you fruitcake. You're going to tell me about how you're the master of Aikido or some shit.
I just did. I described precisely what I'm doing.
It's fine. It's fine.
Fuck is.
All future zeros are 10s. I'm just fucking with you, but... Okay, so you grab this guy and you hold him down. He is an ordinary old man. I'm not gonna say he's fucking strong enough to resist. So you're holding him and you prop him up and you gesture to Stephen, which is literally his name, by the way.
Wow, creative bunch, aren't we?
Yeah. So
Steven's playing himself here.
So you've got this man's head, and you're tilting it to the side, revealing the entire side of his neck. This guy is just yelling, "No, please let me go! I don't have any money or anything you need."
I woke up to this old man that is flailing around helplessly in my sire's arms.
Apparently, you do this super slowly and with no rush whatsoever.
And then whisper into the old man's ear, "Don't worry, I'll be quick." Before sinking my teeth into his neck and drawing out his blood.
Oh, he takes quick to that life.
Yeah, he's more insidious than I am.
How much
No
blood do you
questions.
want to take? Do you want to take only a couple of points of blood, or do you want to take 10?
I'll only take enough to keep him alive.
So you take around about, what, 8?
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's like... No, you would...
That's enough to keep him alive.
If you take 8 out of 10, geez, that's like...
You can call an ambulance, it's fine.
1 liter of blood, love. 1 liter of blood.
Just like take an entire pint off of him. Just like, yep, I'll be quick.
Isn't this an old man as well?
Yes, this is an old man. Alright, enough for this guy. We'll say you take only 4 or 5. You make that choice. Good to you.
About 5.
Alright, you take 5. This guy is fucking drained. The funny thing is that you notice that at first he was really tense. He was not a fucking calm old fella, I'll tell you that. He was panicking. He was fighting tooth and nail. But the second your fangs sunk into him, which you took really naturally, props to you. You had no compunctions about biting this fella, despite him being a completely harmless old man, probably on his way home to see his grandkids or something. You just bit right into him. And suddenly he relaxed. He went really slack, his expression vacant. So you've finished feeding off of him, and you've retracted your fangs, and here sits the wound in his neck.
I lick it clean. I close. It's fine.
Do you pay attention to that, Steve?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So as you're watching, you can see that this old man's wound is just very magically, almost like this is some sort of mystic power you've never seen before. It heals. So, from your point of view, your master has the ability to heal wounds.
Is our saliva literally like a friggin' phoenix tear or something like that?
Our saliva heals the wounds that we inflict, but there's limitations. You can't lick a bone closed. That's not how it works. But
It's everywhere.
Thanks for telling us.
I just set
all
up I should set up a shotgun.
We're all
So
having
this
issues.
is how we can keep subjects alive without them slowly bleeding out.
Well, throwing the
Right.
dice everywhere.
Shut up.
Yes, just go around biting people, then throw dice everywhere. It's a ritual now.
Well, that wound up with some dice throwing.
And a jewel.
Meh. I drag that old man and I leave him in the middle of the street. I literally, I don't actually care if he freezes to death. I'm not that kind of person. He's alive right now. That's literally as much as I am bothered. So it is fine. He can just sit on the pavement. Somebody's gonna notice at some point.
I give the old man a little bit of a payment for his donation.
I slap your arms and go, "Don't leave evidence, you foolish idiot." And
Evidence? Are they going to track the money back to him?
I'm extra careful and paranoid. Everybody hates us, okay?
I think that's the oldest escort I ever met.
Money is not traceable. We'll be fine.
Fine.
I
If
mean,
you
he went to be
wanna,
overly paranoid.
if you wanna leave cash, that's your business. Either way, we are going back to the shop. We need to figure out how we're telling your family that you have died. Do you have a family, by the way?
Yes, I do.
Well, you can no longer contact them, that is for sure, which means that we need to sort out the paperwork of how you can mysteriously disappear but keep working here. We are gonna need to get you an alternative identity.
But my brothers and sisters, they mean the world to me.
I don't actually believe that statement.
They actually do as well. They mean the world to me. I can't just leave without giving them something suddenly.
Do you want to pay them off just like you just paid off that homeless man that you assaulted?
Take them off.
At least some sort of charity should be set up for them. They're gonna have to deal with what little money I have, but they'd be able to live on for a while because I was really the only bread bringer for them.
We can also employ them in this shop. Would you like that?
I suppose if it's just the siblings.
They can take the day shift. You're not awake until the night.
Yeah, that'll do. As long as I get like maybe an hour.
No hours. You're not ever seeing them again. You are existing in my back room until they fuck off.
Aww.
Oh.
It's just a sad. Oh.
I feel bad for him.
Oi! Stop it.
Yeah,
My fucking cat.
I drop the money off for the old man and just follow along with my sire.
Okie doke. You give him a tenner.
I gave him a $5. Hey, she barely gives me minimum wage.
That's fine.
The only reason that I work there is because she's hot.
Wait, what?
Like imagine a random dude comes over to you, sucks you off, and leaves you a $5.
Quite literally as well.
Nice. God, nice. For life, seriously.
Keep the change.
All I've got to do is just lie down on a street somewhere. No.
No. No.
Oh, God damn it.
Great already.
Oh, no, Jesus. So, okay, so those two, so
I have made some really dumbass promises because now he's disappearing off the list of people that are alive, but I am employing his fucking family.
well, this is. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I know.
Say it out loud.
I felt bad for him, and well, I'm making terrible life choices in here. Well,
I mean, especially for you, this is awful.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to explain that before the prince.
At least
She
you're
doesn't
not-
have to.
yeah, I'm not going there.
At least you're not Steve who just sucked someone off for a $5.
And he paid the dude for that.
Thank you for the privilege of sucking you off.
Sounds like Manchester. Jesus. Oh, God.
Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
We're never gonna finish this story, are we?
My brain is broken from this interaction. Okay.
Now we killed the dungeon man.
So we've just seen the birth, very clumsy, very pornographically acted out, turning of a kind to kindred, and yeah, and I think that our kindred didn't do a very good job of explaining a lot of things, but that's fine.
We
They've got all
have
eternity for that.
we have all the time in the world. We just needed to get the boy fed.
Oh, we do now.
That's fine. That's fine. You can explain quite a few things. So, right. We're gonna cut back to Brown Street,
Oh, fuck.
where the old opera house stands, and let's see. So Walter has made his way inside, as has John. Both of them are now indoors. It appears as a reception area. It's reserved for people to wait, or to have breaks during interludes, at performances and whatnot. This place doesn't look like it's been used all. It looks like outside of, your appointments here, that it largely sits unused. You see that there's quite a large gathering. Some time has passed. A lot of people have been coming and going. People from many different backgrounds. Some of them looking extremely wealthy and extremely well-to-do. Others looking like they've just dragged themselves out of the forest. I mean, you in particular, Walter, you can see there's one particular man, tall, wearing a shabby coat. He's got dark hair. He looks like he's just dragged himself in off the street. You're not really sure if he knows where he is. And you've just spotted out of the corner of your eye several kindred eyeing this new painting. It looks like a scene from French Civil War. There's a person who's about to be beheaded, and there's already a basket with bloody heads in it. And they're all talking about how the artist has perfectly captured the dramatization of the moment. And they really love the deep red scarlet of the blood. And you recognize this painting as your own. You walk over to the group. They recognize you immediately. Oh, hello, Walter. So you've supplied this new painting to the art gallery, or has the prince chosen it for you?
Well, it seems like a prince has took it upon himself to take one of my paintings, didn't he? But it's such a last time I painted this, my God, I was not in the right frame of mind. Look how hideous it is.
But it's beautiful. You did an amazing job, Walter, says one man wearing a dark suit and smoking a cigar. Or at least he's imitating.
But it's a failure. Fucking hell, this moment.
Come now, Walter. I've seen many pieces of art, and this is one of the best I've ever seen.
But can't you tell? I find it hideous. I mean, can you tell how much I'm coughing? Like, Jesus Christ.
He's
It's
repulsed.
terrible. I'm repulsed by my own visage of this media. I was going to yell an expletive, but even that would be too much.
But Walter, can't you see? What you have painted here is a true depiction of the darkness in men's hearts. It's natural that you be somewhat disgusted with it. You've done too fine a job, I say.
You are too kind. I mean, it does look better than average, I would guess, but it's not perfect. And it must be perfection. It must be. Now I must look at this no more.
You turn away from the painting. Many of the people go back to discussing it, remarking how odd of a fellow you are, feeling awfully sorry for you, how this is yet the 5th time you've presented a masterpiece to the Elysium, and you just, every single time you put it down, you act like it's been painted by an amateur. You once again see the man in the trench coat standing in the corner. He seems to be scanning the room. And John, you can indeed see your mentor, who seems to be talking with one of the primogen across the room. Nicholas Kellett, his name is. He's very well-to-do. He looks a bit more self-styled than you, but he's got much the same hallmarks as a man who's just dragged himself in from the wild.
Okay. I will wait for him to finish talking before I will approach him.
Okay, so after several minutes, we'll say Walter's been mingling with the odd person, receiving praise left and right for his artwork. Every time you can hear a loud exasperation as he claws at his own skin. He hates himself for having painted that. And Nicholas approaches you. He says, "Big pup, well, it looks like you've actually listened to me this time."
Well, I can only have so many times before you get my skin under your fist again. What am I again?
I'm not really sure what you meant to say there. But this is not the first time you've surprised me with your keen use of the English language, which you are improving, by the way. I'm very, very pleased. Apparently, the prince has something very big he wants to discuss with us. He hasn't confided anything in me, so unfortunately, I can't actually give you any more details other than he seemed very tense, very, very upset. You haven't done anything, have you?
Not this time, though. I think there was some fun to have.
Not this time. John?
Yes?
Please, what did you do?
Nothing new.
Bad on me. If you've done something.
You know me. You know, if I did something, and you would find out anytime. And if no one finds out, nothing happens. That's what you told me.
No, John, that is not what I told you. I told you if you do no wrong, then no one will find fault in what you do. I did not say if no one finds fault, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Hey, Walter, there's my young man. Come over here. This is my protege, as it were.
Coming, darling.
He's always like that. You'll get used to it.
I'm always like that. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, you're always such a fine, upstanding fellow. You've, against all the odds, you've achieved quite a name for yourself here in Manchester. I mean, how did you do it?
I thought you were going to say something else then. I guess I'm just that spectacular. Who is this fine young piece of man meat?
Well, he calls himself John Doe, so apparently he doesn't have a name. Let's just say that much. He can explain it himself. John, tell him all about how you came to England.
Well, that was quite a while ago, but still, my accent is pretty thick. You can guess from where.
Interesting.
There was some fun to have during the wars. Now the war is done, and let's say I had to vacate the Polish lands, and Nicholas here had a nice bit of place to have, so we decided to pay him a visit, do some odd jobs, and maybe some more fun to be had.
In the wars, you say? Well, I'm Walter Wagner, and I'm a dark practical painter. Of all these, I apologize. These paintings are terrible.
Yeah.
Most of them. I'm glad you agree. Like
Hate
most
paintings.
Of these, oh, I mean, that. Well, thank you. I'll agree that I despise these ones. I can paint so much better. Anyway,
Can you?
I could try.
Didn't say that this was your best work?
Many people say it is, but I think it's a travesty.
It is.
Anyway, thank you. I'm glad you agree. I think we're gonna get along well, actually.
Well, that is a possibility. Is the reason you introduced me to this sweet-talking fellow? Because I had hard time thinking,
Is he trying to seduce me?
No, I'm trying not to tear your face off, please.
Well, I am quite turned on by the violence, my dear.
Well, if you fancy having your junk shoved down your throat, be my guest.
Ooh. Interesting.
So I think I'll just leave the two of you to it. I see you're getting along like a house on fire, as it were.
But we speak so little.
Yes. Busy man, many things to do.
I'll get you for this, Nicole.
That was a very interesting sound in the background.
Yes, don't mind it. It's just
all the stats in the gallery.
It's just the Prince killing another thin blood. It's fine.
How watery they are.
Promise me the next one.
So yes. At this time, there's a sound of like a spoon on glass, like call to attention, and one of the people who is here, one of the kindred who's here at the get together. He is a man with long blonde hair, green eyes. He looks like he's maybe in his mid-30s. Walks over, and he's the one who rung the glass, and he says, Walter, if you hadn't noticed, it is now time to proceed. And you recognize this man. This man is Lucius Drake III, the man who sided you, who rather loathes you for having not lived up to his expectations in some way. You can't really understand why. Every task he's given to you, you've succeeded.
It's like he almost wants me to fail. Okay, lead on, sire. And I follow him.
Yes, through this way, please. Fucking begging! Shit it!
Okay, I'm off to let him out!
We now have Lucius.
Yes, Lucius Drake, whose name is absolutely not Lucius and Draco combined.
I didn't even realize until you pointed it out. And I was
I've even made him in universe look like Lucius.
Ooh,
Was he green-eyed?
I believe his actual eye color is green. Let's see. While Merta is sorting out that cat.
I sorted out that cat.
Oh, right. Okay, fair. Yes. It's fine. So you walk through into the next area, and it's the main stage area. So everyone takes their seats, and Lucius beckons for you, Walter, to take a seat near the front, and he does the same for Nicholas, and he directs John to take a seat further back.
Yeah, I'm going to take like a few seats, stretch out.
Says, all of you, be seated, remain quiet. That means you, Walter.
Fine.
What did I just say, Walter?
Zip.
Repeat after me, Walter. I will be silent.
I chuckle from behind and like pull out smoke and start smoking.
He doesn't react to John's obvious disrespect. It's Walter who has his eye right now. He stands and looks at you for a moment, and he says, "You're far more beautiful when you're quiet."
Oh. You know just how to sweet talk me. Fine, I will be silent.
He looks like he wants to slap you, and then realize he looks like he's thinking about it, then realizes that such a display would only look weak. He gives you a disdainful look and says, "Fine, fine, very good. For once you will do as you're told." And he takes his leave. He walks out of the main viewing area, and later, walking onto the stage, comes a man that you know very well. You've seen him several times. Everyone in Manchester knows him. The name is Jonathan Adwell. So he is a man with green eyes, black hair. He's got a rather small beard. He looks very refined. He's looks like he's in his mid-30s. He gives off an air of power just looking at him. If he were to will it, everyone in this room would obey his word. No one says no to this man. He gives you that impression just by looking at him. And he raises his hands as though to call for silence, though no one is speaking. No one dare speak while he is calling for attention. And he addresses the audience at large. Says, "Well, everyone, I'm sure many of you are wondering why it is I've called you here. And much to my dismay, it is a matter of grave importance, although the nature of which is unknown, even to myself. One of my primogen, a Alexander Hawke. I'm sure many of you know who he is. For those of you who are new here, who've never been to one of our finest get-togethers under the dark night sky, this man is one of my primogen, Malkavian. He has great insight. And so I've been told, anyway. Though many of us would think that they belong in a room with much padding. He had a few laughs from the audience, people obviously trying to humor him. It came to my attention that recently he read a book. I know, strange, he can read. This book in particular, written by a very little-known author. In fact, I doubt any of you know this man's name. In fact, let me just remind myself what this man's name actually fucking was.
Adolf Hitler, and the book was called Mein Kampf.
Fucking storyteller doesn't know him.
Yeah, the author's name is very not known. The author's name was Josef Adelberg, man from West Germany.
Oh, well, close enough then.
Perfect.
Yes, close enough. His books are regarded by many to be eccentric, fiction, bit of a laughingstock. Likes to take popular culture and write interesting stories, the likes of Atlantis, that kind of nonsense. As it turned out, our Malkavian friend, our distinguished Primogen, when we read the book, he said to me, "It's all true, all of it." I couldn't really understand what he meant. He said that this book contained secrets that could lead either to ruin or great wealth. Now, the former I could do without. The latter, I believe I've got enough. At least to be getting on with for now. But it is the former which worries me. Now, this man printed 7 books in all. We have 1. Apparently, from our local Grand Library, there were 2. When I sent word that those books be reserved for us to investigate, to research them, let's just say we said that it was for light reading, for a hobby, because no one wants these books to be, taken too seriously. I also decided, hey, why don't we get some other bits of fiction together as well, just to make it look like we weren't too interested in them. Shortly after putting in the request to have these books pulled so that we could take them, we received word back from the library. These 2 books have gone missing. Only after we requested them, only after our Primogen said that they were important. So why, I ask, are 2 books completely laughingstock among anyone who researches the occult? The Tremere said these books were worthless. The Ventru say these books have no value. And yet, our Malkavian says it's all true. Only then these books go missing. I wanted to bring you all here to assign some tasks, as it were. I would like 3 people, 3 well-respected individuals, let's say Nicholas, Lucius, and Elise. I want you to investigate what happened at the library, find out why these books went missing, see if you can't find the whereabouts of any more prints of these books in particular. It's very important that we find them. And let's see, he takes a look around the audience. I need Walter.
Oh.
Yes, Walter, would you mind doing a little job for me?
Yes, my lord.
You see, Lucius looks just a little bit put down by the fact that Prince is addressing you directly, allowing you to speak. What the nerve! At least that's the face you get from him. He fucking hates you. Says,
I just give him a little smile.
Says, this should be a job. Easy enough for you. Someone of your talents. I mean, Lucius here never stops talking about how he wants to give you the hardest jobs. So, I want you to find out if there are any alternate avenues by which we might procure these books. Maybe check with other bookmakers, historical places, the such, and if you can, see if you can discover who our little thief is.
Thank you, my lord. Though would I possibly be able to require some assistance from another kin?
Well, I mean, that would be fine. Who do you have in mind?
I ready my leg to kick his chair.
Please, not in front of the prince. I would like to require the assistance of this fine young fellow. And I point to John.
Prince looks at you, seeming to take your measure, says, I do not believe we have been formally introduced. In fact, I believe I haven't seen you at Elysium very often.
Hello, my lord. My name is John Doe.
Ah, another John. I see. Well, the milord is a little formal. You can just call me Jonathan. We don't stand on ceremony here. So, you, what house do you belong to? What clan?
I'm of House Gangrel, my sir.
Ah, a gangrel. So you seek to take him with you to use his keen eyes and his other senses.
I think it'd be quite useful, especially
And
during this investigation.
so you believe he's capable, that you can trust him with a matter that's delicate.
Yes.
He confers with his primogen, who all seem to nod, except for Lucius, who looks very begrudging about this fact.
John does as well.
Yeah, John probably is begrudging. He looks.
I'm sorry, House Gangrel. This is Harry Potter now.
Yeah.
However, he did say house first, but I replied, no.
You see, if we're being very formal and we're observing etiquette, it is possible that you could say that a clan is like a house. You know, everyone is united under this like one banner. So it would be like a very polite way of saying a clan, I suppose. That's why I chose to say that. He looks to Nicholas. He says, Nicholas, my old friend, what do you think of your what's the word? Pup? So Nicholas says, yeah, I think he's worthy of going out on his own. He's still very rough around the edges, but I think Walter can keep him in line.
Oh, don't you?
Rough.
Yeah.
You're not saying that so that I don't pair you up with Walter, I hope. He just shakes his head like fervently. Nope, that's not the reason at all. I think that John is the best choice for the job.
My sir, but books, I'm not the best read around.
You don't have to eat them, you bloody idiot. Jonathan just.
Be fun.
I put out my cigarette on his neck.
Ooh, I like that.
Kinky.
You know, you just keep doing the things to turn me on.
So the prince, Jonathan, he claps his hands together. Is this where that's settled? But before I let you go, I will just say, John, I'm speaking to you directly. This is since you have obviously not been trained in the ways of social etiquette, he says, giving Nicholas a hard, long look for a moment, who cows just a little bit. I will overlook your transgressions here today. Elysium is a safe haven. Any infighting is prohibited, and any actions repeated will be met with retribution. Is that understood?
I apologize, my sir.
I'm sorry. Nicholas shakes his head. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. I have not a clue. John looks back at you again, Jonathan. Please.
Sorry, my prince. The language is still not something I have quite handle of.
I place my hand on his shoulder and say, don't worry. I've not been trained in great etiquette myself, as you can tell.
Getting all flirtatious with him.
There is like a twitch in his eye. It is testing his patience at this moment.
Don't worry, I'll be gentle.
Oof. So, Jonathan takes a moment. He nods to his Imogen. They take their leave. He says, "Before I depart, are there any questions any of you have? Any inquiries?"
I have one.
Very good. Go ahead.
Why is it only this Malkavian is the one that said there was any such issue? We know that they're not exactly, well, let's say, all stable.
Very good. That is a very good question. That is what I've come to expect from you, Walter. Very insightful. And it is actually for that reason that I have a Malkavian Primogen. Any good prince keeps a Malkavian close. As you said, many of us view their ramblings as nothing more than worthy of the madhouse, as it were. However, there are times where their insight is shocking. There's no better way to describe it. Oftentimes, they can tell you something about yourself or an event that has not yet taken place, and it may well sound like ramblings of a madman, but when it comes to pass, it's always that moment of, that motherfucker told me this would happen.
That is quite the language, sir.
Yes, well, I'm old enough. I'm a big boy now.
I know full well you're a big boy. But, yes, I do trust that we won't get too messy with this job once we John.
John is busy, like, he did steal a spoon from the table before, and he's just, like, bending it over and over. Imagine bending some other stuff.
Oh, yes.
So
Please do.
Jonathan continues. He says, as for getting messy, I need not remind you that too much violence with the local tide, the authorities being a little too overzealous, breaking the masquerade, all of these things completely off limits. Any other kindred that get in your way, anyone that you can bend to your will, as it were, he says, eyeing towards John over there. This is all fair game. Stick to the rules. Do not get out of hand. No unnecessary attention. As for John, I believe John actually is part of the sheriff's call-on crew, as it were. He knows, in general, how far to take it before it's too far. Don't let him get out of hand. He likes to let loose, as it were. He needs a firm hand. I believe you can be that hand.
Oh, I can be that hand. I'm fabulous, fantissimo. I suppose we could do this little task for you. It should
Now,
be no bother.
very good. Now, while, again, this task is little. It's below radar. It's one of those things that's we don't want anyone outside of this room thinking that we're a little hell-bent on acquiring musty old tomes. Would look bad. So when if you're your lines of inquiry, don't be too obvious that these books are your first uh, your first priority. Mix it in with something else. Ask about another book, and then ask, "Hey, have you got such a thing?" I trust you're tactful. You know how to get things done. Just don't let John do the talking.
Perfect. Well, with that, I guess we shall be on our way, shouldn't we, John? I say, putting my hand on his shoulder. No, that's not the way to treat your guests. Is it? I mean, I suppose we're the guests, but
Let's depart while I'm still sane, please.
that's perfect. I'm sure we'll get along just fine.
Dozy Bugger's gonna go in a frenzy and kill him.
So the prince claps twice as though to
Adjourn.
let everyone know that the meeting's adjourned, and he takes his walk off the stage. He shakes hands with a couple of the other eldest kindred in the room, exchanges some words. He walks out. Nicholas walks over to you, and he says, "John, I'm just going to say it straight. It's been an honor knowing you. I believe that this is goodbye."
You don't believe he's going to die, do you?
I believe he's going to do something royally stupid and get himself killed.
Nice knowing you, sir.
But, John, just remember that the prince agreed to this because working with other kindred in the Camarilla, it's always an exercise in tolerance. You've got to learn to get along. Our prince, he's a Ventru. They don't get along with anyone. And he's at the top not just because he's old and because he's very powerful and influential. He's also there because people like him. Everyone trusts him. In fact, that's really rare.
Any problem with him, let's say. Though, let's say we share some of the mutual, likes and dislikes in people, of course. Seeing as I'm with the job and not you. So, I will try to survive long enough so I can, give him back.
It's all right, John. I've been there. I've been in your shoes right now. I don't want to do it again.
The Scottish accent is fake.
What do you mean you don't want to do it again? I mean,
I've worked with a Toreador. In fact, I've worked with your sire. Let's just say once was enough.
To be honest, I kind of agree, but that's just between us.
I mean, nothing against you, of course. I think you're fine, lad. It's just Lucius, he's a bit... He lays it on thick, and he doesn't like it, he tells you.
Oh, with an excuse to use an expletive, possibly a knob?
Aye, a knob. That's what it is.
Yes. Okay.
Anyway, it has been nice seeing you again.
One thing. How not to kill a Toreador?
How not to kill a Toreador? Very simple. If you're going to dismember him, don't take off his head.
So, need small package.
In fact, he's an artist as well. Only go for his legs, otherwise that prince will be pissed.
I seem to think you're planning my demise. Could this be a problem?
This here, Walter, this is foreplay for us.
Oh, sounds interesting.
And a little.
Tell me, does it require a lot?
Whatever, I'm done. Let's go.
Fine.
You guys can get it on later.
Oh, we shall. Anyway, shall we depart?
Yes.
By the way, do you drive? Because I don't.
No.
Well,
Though you do drive me quite well to a level of crazy that they didn't.
I'm trying to think. I have resources, don't I? So I could possibly use that?
You have resources, yeah. You've got enough money that you generally are able to, throw the odd revel here and there. I'm not, you might be thinking that you don't want to cut too deeply into it for something that is important, because it would detract from what's important to you. But yeah, I mean, it's not too big a city. I mean, if you give me a streetwise roll.
Okay. How would I do that?
So take the amount of dots you have in streetwise, and let's say intelligence as well. So the amount of dots in them, just roll that many d10s.
Okay. I have 2.
So 2 total. Yeah, just give me 2 d10s.
How would I do that on her?
Exclamation mark, 2 d10.
Alternatively, buy physical dice.
Okay, so that's fine. So you are aware that Manchester's, this actual inner city of Manchester is not that big. It would be prudent to search most of the inner city, which could be done on foot in just a couple of nights. And then if you don't find what you're looking for, you could branch out further. And if you needed to, you could, get a driver or a taxi.
I think it would be best to get a taxi, wouldn't it? Because then we could actually get to our destination a hell of a lot faster than we would by walking. Don't you agree, John? Oh, don't be like that.
Second.
I was sitting in the front if it bothers you so much.
Oh, God, really?
John is literally like, fuck this shit out.
Why are you so horny?
I've paired me up with like the complete opposite, and I'm loving it.
He's hating it.
Okay, so
I assume at what like you would have money.
yeah, because
Okay.
I've got resources of 2, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yes, so I could hire a taxi. Though, would there be a payphone? Because we don't have.
Yes, there's payphones on nearly every street.
Right. Which would be the closest?
Be around the corner on King Street,
Right.
which is a pretty big street with a lot of big businesses and whatnot. Taxis regularly pull up there. There's a lot of parking spaces and the likes.
So we could just pull one over from there then, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. On to King Street, John. Tell you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What would that be?
Don't be like that. It'll be fun.
God Christ, I nearly fell out the bleeding chair.
So are we continuing ours, or are we moving on?
I like. Give me a second, and I go to nearest ally, and I punch something really hard.
Oh, I do like your display of physical strength, but we really must go.
In fact, yeah, no, but give me a dexterity plus brawl roll.
Dexterity plus what?
Bro.
Where is my character sheet? Oh wait, that's in the edge.
This is mostly just to get people used to doing this kind of thing.
Okay, and I roll d10. That was the 10. 8, 7, 8, 3, 5.
Okay, so 2 successes. Done really well. You've actually put a fucking hole in the wall. It's a pretty decent hole. Your fist gets lodged in it for a moment. Seeing inside the wall, you can see you've just missed a major gas pipe. Yeah, this might convey some of the frustration that he's feeling to Walter.
Where would this be? Elysium still?
He went round the corner and he punched a wall in another building.
Because I was going to say, if it was there, Jesus Christ.
It's sabotaging.
Not gonna get
It's
caught
a
in
gas
for it.
explosion at the fucking Elysium.
Wanna switch over?
Yeah, we can switch over because let's say that these two are just now figuring out where they want to go. They're flagging down a taxi. They're going to figure out where they want to go. So we cut back to Edith's little occult shop, and she and her charge are just walking, or child, as
Charge.
they call it. A charge is like, someone that you're in charge of.
I'll just be a sec. Just go and tell her, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. So that's just another way of saying that, you're the master of someone, they're your charge. But the real thing to say is, childer. So, you and your childer or childer, however you want to say that, now re-entering the shop. It looks like Stephen is still sort of recovering from the high of his first feed.
I'm gonna pace slightly back and forth, thinking how to parse these events. This is the first time that I stole a person just for myself, and I'm thinking, how do I make him disappear? Surely I know somebody that can make a new ID. So, but that's gonna take a while, meaning that tomorrow I should just probably report it to his family that he hasn't showed up for work. We'll probably do that in the evening. That's fine. Thinking of the locks that I have on the room, on the amount of stuff that I have to explain to him. I look at Steve and I go, okay, where do I start? Do you know Satanists?
Oh, that group that absolutely hate the church?
Infernalists, devil worshippers. Any words? You know anything of that?
I know of some. As to a place that they gather, that I don't.
Oh, that is perfectly fine. I am just gonna tell you that effectively vampires are not just like this one entity. We all have little groups and bloodlines and clans. And you see, my bloodline, we are the devil worshippers. Therefore, even among other vampires, we're a taboo. Anyone knows that you exist, they will wanna kill you.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Was that the smartest idea to turn me then?
Would you rather be dead?
No. Point taken. Point taken.
Plus, you seem to be very capable at this.
A little bit better than I thought I was gonna be. Even though I'm savoring the blood still in my mouth a little. God, it's dreamy.
Creepy.
Sorry.
My eyes are sort of sparkling in the process of still savoring the taste.
So it's not really set in the real gravity of this almost death sentence that's been placed on your head, because you're still high on that feeding. It's like it's one of those where the first feeding is like, it's like the first time you ever do it, or the first time you drank alcohol. It's always the best.
even if it had to come from an old Joe.
I mean, you also drank my blood, but don't keep that on you.
That's true. That's true.
Here's the thing, though. I should know something about Steve. So I feel like I would need information of how long has Steve worked here, for example.
Well, Steve was around. Well, he came off after being a graduate at college. He was studying in science mainly, but he did do a bit of computer science mainly. And it was around when he was 24 that he joined the little bookshop as a means of getting money, because he was tight on money despite living in a fairly modest kind of hovel style house.
How much of me has Steve even seen?
It's been about years. If he was around for about when he was 25, and so he's seen for about 4 years.
You've been working here for about 4 years. Have you ever studied the occult while here? Would I know that?
No, I was more just, I enjoyed working there, I was getting paid, and I got to see a beautiful woman at the same time.
Milady.
Tips Fedora.
You're the fedora tipper here, Seth. Sod off.
Yes.
Yes.
I do some more pacing backwards
Yes.
and forwards, thinking of all the things that I need to go over. I dig through a couple of tomes and I just kind of throw them onto the table. They were from my own personal supply. It's tomes of Daimonian, because, you know, Steve probably has the discipline on his sheet, I assume.
Yes.
And you do need some teaching in it. If he has not been studying the occult while in this bookshop, he would know absolutely nothing of it. I go start by reading that.
I'm still sort of nulling it all over, sort of milling through what has been said. Still kind of buzzed, but starting to wean off of it now from the high. And then it's finally setting in a bit more with the fact that I need to study. So I'd take a look at the book and sort of like almost look perplexed by it. It's so huge. Wow, that's a lot of knowledge.
That's what she said.
Our body can take
What kind of knowledge is in this thing?
My body can take it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to take it, aren't I? I'm gonna have to take it in.
That's what she said.
Oh, you filthy bitch.
The book is so huge.
Not sensible to be doing, was it? At least you're doing it after hours, eh? Woo, it's steamy.
God, fucking hell.
It didn't help that he said it's so big as I was taking out my cigar.
So big.
So
It's all
huge.
Like,
Gotta
fit
let
in my
all
body.
of that.
God, I have to suck all that down.
Tastes so good.
You're gonna expect me to call you mommy for it?
I have arranged my own personal notes of, okay, I'm gonna inform his family next day over and I can invite them for interviews once they stop grieving. or searching for him, either or. I'm gonna call my friendo that can make fake IDs once again tomorrow evening because it's after midnight right now. Who sane makes these kind of phone calls that late at night?
Who's your friend that can make fake IDs?
I mean, I have a second identity, so I assume that I have at least some sort of contact that can make a fake ID.
Here's the thing. You have to tell me specifically what your second identity is. And it has to be decided now, or else you'd be changing it forever and it could apply to anything.
I'm gonna say that it's just Edith Smith, the mortal bookshop keeper. I probably aged myself down by about 25 years that I took this bookshop over from Miss Loxley when she mysteriously disappeared. And let's completely ignore that it's pretty sketchy that we share a name. It's just coincidences.
Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think. The best role would be to determine how easy it is for you to get an alternate identity made from it and how much time.
While that's going on, I sit down and just start reading.
I mean, I'm not even calling up the person that could probably do it until tomorrow because again, it's not.
I know. That gives me time to think about it. I think I've got it. I think I've got how it works.
Because obviously we can't have him walk around with the dead guy's name, especially if he just disappears. Or he's gonna tomorrow after he's not showing up for work.
He didn't even get Christmas dinner, and there was going to be Boxing dinner afterwards. Oh, dear.
And now he can't eat those foods ever again.
I am not even bringing that up until I get questions. I'm not.
Well, it's a good point, though, isn't it? Stephen doesn't feel hungry anymore. At all.
This is the second name Chad is.
No, it's
Just himself.
I'm just trying to figure out what was I gonna do before this day turned as stressful as it is. I was probably gonna look over the new book arrivals that we have and do our finances, and we're probably in the red because we always are.
Wow, I really am just getting barely minimum wage here. Jesus.
That's why you could only afford a $5.
It's just like, well, that's about 75% of my wages gone. I only get that like once per day. Don't even get it on the hour.
I'm gonna read a book that I stole from the library a little while ago. It looked interesting. I have it in front of me. And I was planning on reading it today, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Totally not written by Joseph Adelberg, I imagine.
I'm sat patiently and quietly studying like a relatively freshman pupil.
I'm just keeping an eye on you in case you freak out or get upset or have questions.
I'm sort of sat there, like, going through the book, and while milling it over, it's not really telling me what exactly it's doing or how to even think about conjuring it, never mind the repercussions behind doing so. I'm sort of left scratching my head with a friggin' pencil, nearly about to snap it in half, then I'm sort of just look at my sire and just say, Wouldn't it just be easier just to give me a practical of it rather than the theory?
Okay, out of character, how many dots in Daimonian do you have?
I only have one.
So you can sense it.
I would imagine so, yes.
You don't. Did you not copy paste your own abilities?
I'm literally as new as anything to this.
Okay, I come on over. And I go, is the book too difficult? Can you read it? Do you need easier books?
It's not so much that. It's that ideally I'm a kinesthetic learner. I learn by doing, not by reading or hearing it kind of thing. I learn easier by literally click the fingers and off it goes.
Okay, I am gonna demonstrate how to sense sin on people. How about that? Would that be a nice lesson for you?
That'd be a good start. Yes, please.
I am just gonna full on demonstrate it on him. So that is perception plus
Empathy.
Yeah.
So let's say that you rolled it against him. Sorry.
I would be rolling against 4 dice.
And yeah, it would. Let's have a look. So roll your 4 dice.
The difficulty is equal to the subject's self-control or instincts plus 4.
I know.
Um, 9942.
You work pretty well. That is good because the difficulty is pretty high. So yeah, you sense the fucking sin out of this motherfucker.
Jesus, that's strong.
So you find. So let's see.
Target's particular vice.
Yeah, his particular vice, which what would be his nature, wouldn't it?
Why are you asking me? Just
It's very, very vague. Let's see. Let's have a look. Sense the greatest weakness. I see. So yeah, you need to. Let's have a look. So okay. So yes, I know how to do this now. So he doesn't have any derangements or traumas. What you can sense out of him is he's very low intelligence.
oh my god.
Wrong sheet. I fucked up there. I just totally insulted Steve. No derangements or traumas. No derangements or traumas. He's very, very weak at manipulating people. He's generally, he's just generally shit at lying and manipulation.
So Steve, then.
He seems a little too forthright and bad at getting people to do what he wants.
I mean, he outright named this character Steve.
At a point.
The literal spelling to my actual first name.
He's playing himself.
To all intents and purposes, yeah.
In more ways than one.
What, is Steve an infernalist?
You played yourself.
I say that I can sense that you can't lie to save your life. This is gonna be interesting.
That
Yes.
that's about right. Yeah, That's about right.
Hey, at least you don't have any traumas. We're probably gonna be fixing that very soon. But more on that later. However, how did that feel? Can you repeat that back at me?
Possibly? I'll try it.
Look into the person's eyes. Concentrate.
I stared
Perception.
into my sire's eyes, concentrating, trying to sense something from her.
Give me a perception plus empathy roll. So combine those two, and that's how many d10s you roll.
So that's an empathy, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think that's just 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So right. So you're not sure if you're doing this right or not. But you feel that you can feel something. You know, it's something interesting. She feels like, to you, she feels like she's a saint. Like she's a very conscientious person.
There is something, I just don't know if it's me being clumsy with it. You come off as being very saint-like.
She bursts out laughing.
Like, almost the complete opposite of what you were saying we are.
I'm sorry, my child. We just overpowered an old man, and you drank from him. And you think I am a saint?
Well, you did help me out, so in that regard, I suppose you are an
I
angel.
helped you out by killing you.
But I now live again, so...
I live again.
Would you like to try again? And I try to like take off all blockages so that they don't even have to roll against me.
I suppose that's willpower then, isn't it?
If you wanted to spend a point of willpower to
It doesn't.
make this next roll succeed, but
This almost seems like Myrta was doing it for me, kind of thing. So she's using her own willpower for this.
I'm not using anything. I'm just trying to remove my resistance to it, which I probably should be able to.
I mean, you can do, but it might not make a difference. Try that last roll again.
Try the same roll I did before.
Yeah.
I give it a go, trying to focus, concentrating as much as I can on it. We got
No, you get the same feeling again.
Yeah. God's
Okay, how about I spend my willpower in order to allow him to have one successful roll?
I don't think there's anything that says you can't.
Well, I can do that then.
Assume that he has one successful roll.
Yeah, let's just assume that now that you're helping him, you're trying, you're feeding your thoughts and yourself to him while he's trying again, and he gets a completely different picture of you now, completely different. Now he views you like he gets an image inside his mind of like the face of a great monster staring back at him, and he feels like you've got very little conscience.
Yikes.
Is that what you say?
Is that really you?
What do you think?
I don't know if I should hide in the corner and think about what the heck you've turned me into, or if I should literally kiss you right now.
You know, if you wanna, give me a courage roll.
Still debating.
Why is this campaign so horny?
Excuse me, only half of the campaign.
Yeah, this is completely innocent. What are you on about?
That's great, isn't it? Oh dear.
Come on, roll courage.
You want me to?
Why
Do
not?
you?
You said that you're not sure if you want to run away or if you're just like super happy about it.
Fucking hell, that's 5 right then.
Oh, wow.
That's
A 1 and a 10.
So let's see. That's well, you're terrified. She terrifies the shit out of you.
Great.
So you don't really want to run at her and kiss her. This time you really do genuinely feel like you want to scoot away from her.
Oh dear. What have I become now?
Oh, now it's just like, this is just like everyday annoyance. Like, sometimes you wake up as a frog, sometimes as a janitor, you know?
Well, it seemed like it were fun and games, as it were. Like, going around finding that blood donor effectively. Like, that seemed like fun and games in a way. But seeing you like that, and knowing that's what I might become? No words can probably explain what the heck I'm trying to feel for that one. No words at all.
And
You
she
want
gives
a
no
hug?
fucks.
A tissue?
That's a good question, Steve. What do you want, a hug or a tissue?
A head pat?
Well, suppose it's not all bad then, I guess. At
Courage
least
for
I'm
head
still
pat.
relatively alive-ish. And I got less to lose. Except family. Oh,
If you
I'm sure
don't
I'll
want
make
me
this work.
to, if you don't want me to employ them, I can just not employ them, you know? Just keep away.
It's fine. I'll deal with it myself.
You're dead, Steve. You can't deal with your family yourself.
Not like dear.
Maybe he needs to like kill them.
Figure of speech. Figure of speech.
On the bright side, you now feel at least somewhat accomplished for having successfully learned how to use one of the newfound powers available to you. And who knows how deep those run?
Yeah, that's true. Just out of character, like, is there actually a way to improve upon it?
Gain XP and spend it.
You can upgrade your disciplines by spending XP points on them. Yeah.
It's like a video game, you just haven't gotten it yet.
I was gonna say, just like, so when do you get that?
At the end of session, I assume?
Doling out XP is my privilege. It is something that I give out a set amount, and I can give out a set amount more depending on if I'm satisfied with the way the player, conducted themselves. And any extra subjective criteria. So you might find yourself having some XP. You never know.
Fair enough.
You don't get it
Down
yet.
a bit, mulling it over.
I get comfortable back in my chair, and I'm keeping an eye on you because now I'm kind of wondering, are you gonna bolt on me?
Yes.
I think I just need the new day to roll by so that I can figure things out. It's probably all I need.
Well, you have books. I lit some candles for nice atmosphere. You have somebody to have conversation with if you have any questions.
Yeah. About the only thing that's missing is dinner.
Do you say that out loud?
Yes, I do.
Dinner, do you mean as in blood, or do you mean as in food?
I would imagine either is fine.
Yeah, you can no longer eat food, I'm sorry.
Right.
It's a very subdued way of looking at it.
Fun.
And you just had all the blood that was freely available that was walking down the sidewalk. I don't have a magic chalice of blood around here. If I had that, you wouldn't be dead right now.
I mean, I kind of drank it already, didn't I?
That was mine.
That's
wasn't
what
the
I mean.
that wasn't the magical chalice. That was just me.
That's what I mean.
Well, then you have conversation, you have warmth. There's currently a roof over our heads, though we are definitely in debt. But it's okay because if debt collectors ever show up, they're free meal. Just.
And how do you proceed to I don't know, reap what they sow?
By pulling them away from any clients that might be around. If the place is closed, that is perfectly fine, and then just by throwing yourself at them.
You are reminded of certain instances where people would come in through the front entrance and you were told they left through the back.
So that's where they went.
Yes. Now you might not want to kill indiscriminately because, well, for one thing, that attracts attention to us. For another thing, you're gonna feel very bad about it, and feel bad about it enough, and you're just gonna lose your mind, and that's you gone. That's one thing that we don't want to do, lose our minds. But debt collectors have this amazing thing that's being considered a threat because they would be taking away our only place of living. So that's just a guilt-free meal.
I mean, it's not exactly true. Even though I still have family, I did move out to my own place. So if shit hit the fan here, we could just crash at my place.
Remember that now belongs to a dead identity. You're not alive. You're going missing tomorrow. That place.
We'll take some of the precious stuff there that I keep as valuable.
point. Wanna go and do that right now?
Let's strip the place now as quick as we can and bring it all back here.
Oh, I like you. You can use your head. I get along just fine.
Starter, what time is it right now?
It would be now around about 12:15. It's not 10:30 because Elysium was at 11.
About real life, jeez.
And a bunch of shit happened to you guys, and then you went out and you had a feed. You came back. You started learning how to do your thing, sensing of sin. So after that, it would be about 12:15ish. So you'd have maybe about 4. No, you'd have more than that. You'd have about 8 hours before sunlight because it's it's December.
Winter, it's gonna take long.
How far away is this place?
That's a good question, Steve. Do you know whereabouts in Manchester you live? Steve?
No, I don't.
You are a failure.
You can either locate or we can roll for it.
Let's roll for it. Probably easier.
All right, so let's say I'm going to use one of these dice over here, and I'm going to.
For me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to just use it because it's easy. That's why. In fact, actually, you know what? You could do it. You give me just a flat D10. 2. So we're all right. So you live northeast section of Manchester, just up past Ancoats, which would be around about a 20-minute walk away.
Okay, not as bad then. I thought that would be worse than that.
Wait, I hand him a backpack because I probably have some. I take one myself, I take some bags, and we're walking out.
I grab my coat for the night. Fairly decent trench coat. Covers about 3/4 of me.
I do say, as a matter of fact thing, that outerwear is great for blending in, but we don't actually need it.
I know, but I just enjoy the style. It looks cool.
I kind of secretly enjoy it too. I'll say that.
So I love a trench coat and friggin' walking around like a friggin' metalhead. Yeah, that's great.
Yep, definitely enjoying that style, but I ain't gonna say that.
Just like I now has become a vampire, so even more metal.
We can. What is the other half of the party doing?
What party? Yourself, aren't you?
Oh, fucking hell. Did so go off to do something?
Chase after the cats, probably.
Alright, fucking hell. This should be interesting.
Yeah, actually, what is Fizzle doing?
I don't know. You're the closest eyes we've got. Go check it out.
Yeah, I'm close in my workroom, and I don't like moving.
You're in a chair with wheels, right? You could just
No, there's no wheels on this one.
All right. Oh, okay.
Just fucking had to feed the cats, and one of them is right now pooping in a bucket.
And it's gonna fucking stink because they won't bury it.
We're off to raid his apartment. I suggest switching to the other half of.
We're off to see the wizard.
That's no worries. Just give me a moment just to sort this out.
That's fine. I will just roll. in the meantime.
Otherwise, you could just tell us what to roll for how well we cleared that apartment. How much valuables did we find? How much money do we have?
So, John, how are you doing? No, don't be like that. We're off on a great adventure, you and I.
You're off to see the wizard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's the thing, though. You guys are catching a taxi, but do you know where you're going?
No.
Well, we were going to a library, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Or didn't or Cyrus went there?
Either that or I do have a skill where I could ask about certain situations.
Yeah, I was just sort of preoccupied just for a minute there because there's bloody paw prints moving through my bloody room, and I'm like, I wonder where those came from. So I look down and I'm like, okay, let's see. Biggie, he looks fine. Han, he looks fine. Tiny, she looks fine. Pon's asleep on the sofa, and Jojo has blood on one of his paws that he fucking wiped onto his face. So I'm like, he's probably hit Biggie a couple of times, gotten stuck because that blood's not his own. So it's probably Biggie's, and it's just in a spot where I can't find it, and it's a scratch. So I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, again. Right, so we're gonna cut back to a love couple. Who?
Which one?
It's a good point.
Yes, the Polish sausage one. And we're going to. So you guys flagged down a taxi at King Street. They run more or less all night around Manchester on Christmas Eve, or Christmas Day rather. Sorry. And where'd you decide to go?
Quick reminder: Orsar, Nicholas, and his twat were supposed to go to library.
Yes. Well, actually, the ones going to the library were the other three that were chosen. You were tasked with finding any other copies of the books and potentially finding the people that checked those books out of the library.
So, potentially we could go to see one of my contacts.
Depends which one.
Like I
Or
do have...
the bookshop you saw on your way there.
Here's a question, Seth. Let's see. You would need to give me.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do that bookshop, then you need to give me a intelligence plus. What would be the best one for this? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. For this particular thing, intelligence plus streetwise.
Well, my intelligence is 3 and my streetwise is 2.
Well, give me 5d10s then.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you do not remember at all. You don't remember seeing any bookshops or anything of that sort on your way there.
I was too busy looking at myself.
So you can think of some places. Well, that one particular place on that road, not a clue.
Right.
You don't remember stopping to look in the mirror or anything like that.
Okay. So the best possible course of action we have at the moment, I guess, would be my contact. I would say.
So which contact would that be?
That would be my private investigator.
Okay. So you're going to get in contact with your private investigator, and what are you going to ask him?
Has there been any kind of unusual activity pertaining any kind of books, possibly?
Okay. For that, I'm gonna say charisma plus contacts.
Okay. Let me check that. So, my charisma is free, and my contact is free.
Yeah.
Free? Yep. Okay. So that would that be
Yeah, 6. 6d10.
6?
I mean, counting is hard, I know.
I'm just getting used to it.
It's fine.
I'm getting used to counting. Holy shit.
Okay, so yeah, it's fine. So exceedingly good results. As pissed off as the guy was when you woke him up, because it's fucking Christmas Day. He decided to have the night off. He was asleep. Sounds like he's had a few. So he answers the phone. He says, who the fuck is this? You let him know. You tell him it's Walter Wagner. He perks up. Okay, so it's you. You're always good for something. Okay, so what's up? And you ask your question. Has there been anything weird pertaining to books? He thinks for a moment. Well, yeah. I mean, there's been some weird thing. There's always something. There's always someone who reports something when it's nothing. One guy saying that he got a book in and he thought that it was just some child's story. I didn't take the case because it sounded stupid to me. He said someone came in, inquired about the book, and he presented the book to them, and then afterwards he claims the book was missing and he doesn't remember anything about the person who came in. He doesn't remember what they looked like. He doesn't even remember that there actually was a person. His story doesn't really add up. I just thought he was wasting my time. He ran a bookshop, I think. Let me get the address for you. Let's see. He had it on. I'm terribly sorry about this. I've just got to look it up. So he had a small shop on Tip Street in the northern quarter. I'm not sure you know the way up there. If you go up to Tip Street, you'll find there's a car park. It's across the street from one of the big multi-stories. You can't miss it. If you go back to Piccadilly, you know Piccadilly Gardens, right?
Yes.
All right. So follow. Good. I'm not sure what that means, but that's. Okay. Sure. I guess happily married, but thanks for the offer.
That's what I was implying.
So, follow Portland Street till you reach Piccadilly Gardens. Turn left at Piccadilly Gardens. Walk straight down. Take a right. You're on a one-way road. That's Tip Street. You'll see the multi-story car park. It's across the road from there. It's a little bookshop. It's called Black Books.
Still in my run.
That's fine. That's the only thing that came to mind, though.
Okay. So we seem to have a lead, don't we, John? I say, put my hand lovingly on his shoulder. No, don't be shy. Let's get a taxi again. Don't worry, I'll be the one that pays, and I'll sit in the front. I know you seem to think that I have some kind of insatiable appetite for your ass, but I don't. I just want to get this job underway. So, shall we? No.
I try to say something, but there is a buddy laughing in the background.
We found our lead. Oh, God.
Fucking cretin.
So, what do you have to say about this, John?
I see in front.
Oh, interesting.
Shut up.
The dominant seat.
She can sit behind him.
You know, I won't get to see out the front window, though. You're quite a huge specimen.
You know, I'm
swear,
also...
like, any chance that Steve and Merta had, like, in avoiding confrontation, just went out of the window.
Like, they're gonna end up pulling over to the taxi, finds us, and just starts beating the shit out of us for no reason. Oh, Jesus.
So I'm at a phone, aren't I? Still, because I just called the contact dude.
Yeah.
It's a payphone, I
Right.
assume.
Yeah, so I could call a taxi for that, couldn't I?
You could.
Or how far away are we from that place?
That's a good question.
It's really not that far. About 15 minutes walk away.
We walk, and I start walking.
So, all right, that's fine. You know, actually, because of this is one of those circumstances. I'm actually going to have both of you give me an intelligence plus streetwise rule.
Okay. Well, I think mine was 3 and 2, if I'm correct. Yeah. So that'd be 5, wouldn't it?
Where is my dice? Okay. 8.
So Napa only rolled 1, so you only have 1d10 to roll.
Yeah.
Oh, 1d10.
Okay, so it's lucky both of you remembered the information correctly. So you are sure you know where Tib Street is,
Yeah.
because on the way there you walk past Tib Lane, and both of you take one look at that sign and say, "Nah, it's Tib Street we're after, not Tib Lane."
We seem to be in the wrong section. How about we find the correct section, shall we?
You are going in the right direction. In fact, both of you know that if you were to walk down Tib Lane and follow it, you would actually get closer to Piccadilly Gardens.
Okay. So pretty much we just walk
Continue.
all the way down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until we meet Black Books.
Yeah. So with that roll, both of you make it there faster than if you were to get confused or be aimless. So you look through the door, and there's no sign that...
Before we do that, I wanted to... So what is the late?
What was that, sorry?
English. Bloody English. What is the lead?
Oh. Well, he just said it was Black Books.
You didn't tell him that.
You were on the phone and you said we have a lead.
I can't fucking remember. We come through so much.
Tornado got to grab a friggin' lead and stand ringing the Polish sausage around with him.
It's fine. What was it again? Forgot. I know it was Tip Street and we were going to Black Books. Yeah.
Black Books opposite the multi-story car park.
Ah, yes, it was opposite the multi-fuck.
Yeah, the multi-fuck.
Yeah, it was opposite the multi-fuck. You know what that is, right?
Do I look like a book type?
I mean, I think you could, you're quite hench, aren't you? Like, your head's quite, like, a good size, I'd imagine.
It's small.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not seeing his fucking character sheet. I wouldn't know.
Oh god, Jesus, help!
Oh god. Should we just go?
But do we go there and do I smash stuff, or do we go there and we talk stuff?
No, smashy. That's for later. What we've got to do is what we've got to do. I just saw that. What we've got to do is I'd imagine we just inquire about the books. Well, we
So
try
do
not
they
to
have
keep.
the book?
We try not to make it obvious. Obviously, that was really redundant the way I said that, but it's fine. We just inquire semi about the books. Should we go?
It's the stone cold.
He's just fucking giving you a death stare.
I can feel it.
He's glaring daggers.
He doesn't reply, he just starts walking again.
I can fucking feel that death stare through the internet. Right. Onwards, and we open the door to the bookstore.
I was expecting another tally-ho then.
Question
Okay.
though.
Yes.
Is this the same bookstore?
No, this is on the complete opposite side of town.
Okay.
However, yes.
They don't get to worry about meeting me.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't recognize you,
Oh.
and you know, Steve and Merta would be walking this way, but they might not actually walk down the street.
Okay. Because you're killing me.
Okay, so you can't open the door because as you turn the handle, it's locked, and there's a sign on the door that says "closed" in black and white letters.
Well, it seems I didn't read, didn't it? Do you have any way of getting inside? Because I could possibly get inside, but let me just say it's not exactly legal.
He gives you the look and he's asked, like, are you asking me about legal means of walking in? Like, he was able to just smash the door in.
Yes,
Kick the door and just like, what up, bitches?
that could leave a trace.
Okay. Storyteller,
Mm-hmm.
is there perchance animal inside of the bookstore?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, give me perception plus alertness.
Do I smell an animal inside?
That's a good question. Give me perception plus alertness.
Okay. Perception plus awareness. So,
My chat says half a cockroach.
Yeah.
Between those two.
what do I get for having like sense of smell?
Let's see. If in this case, this would increase your number of successes. Yeah, it does seem like there's a few animals around. There seems to be like some cats and dogs in the area.
I was more talking about the inside of the store.
No, not inside. But you know that there are some in the area, but you're not really sure where. But you do smell animal.
Okay. I mean, if there is, a back door, I can just open it.
Yes, but would it be open? Should we check?
Sure.
Okay. So we go around the back, I guess. Sounds a bit wrong, doesn't it?
Okay. Yes,
This
he's
is
gonna.
a turn, hasn't it?
I'll
Have a
force
reach
my
around.
way to the back door.
You might want to get behind me at this point. Okay, so On the if you go onto one of the side streets, you see that there is a very small sort of access way. Like it's an area just between where buildings are. It's a really, really tight area. And on your left is the back entrance to the building, and there is what looks like just a single, very heavy-duty door.
Could I fit through that because I'm small?
Yeah, both of you could squeeze through there,
Right.
but it's generally not comfortable.
Well, I'm thinking because I'm the smaller dude. Like,
Yeah, that's fine. If
probably-
Sends in the slinky.
yeah.
so
So
you arrived to yeah.
no, I was just gonna say this is to get in the back, right?
Yeah, so you're around the back, but the back entrance has a very heavy door. It's like the kind of door that was made to accept goods into a building. Like this building was meant to be, like a kitchen or something like that once upon a time. So this little entryway once upon a time probably had a small service road.
So does it have? Are those like lift up doors? Or
It's one of those. It's a big, very heavy door, but it's got like a push handle thing on it.
Right. So if I fit through there, pretty much.
Like you want to fit through the door. Do you
how
think you can?
slim are you?
I'm very fit.
Literally a slinky at this point, just squeezes in like a freaking wire.
Do you want to avoid derangement?
Like clambers up the roof and then just slides down the air shaft. Right, okay, I'm in. Tactical insertion method active.
What if we look up and
Looking up, you can see there's a window that used to have there's an area of brick where it looks like there was once another door and what might have well had one of those fire escapes, but it's all been taken away to make way for the extra buildings opposite. So now there's just a window up there.
So pretty much we ain't getting through the roof, pretty much, kind of thing.
I don't know. There's anything you want to try is up to you.
Right, so how high is that window?
Window's about 15, 20 feet-ish, I believe.
How high can we jump?
You could jump about 6 feet.
Right. And I think you need athletics for that, don't you, to jump higher?
Yeah, strength and athletics is typically for doing anything like this.
How would the physics work if one of them picks up the other one and then the first one jumps and then the second one double jumps off him while in the air?
Well, that's the reason I asked for his height and weight.
Yeah. See, this is why I took him with me.
Oh well. Should I try the door?
Well, it depends on if you can throw me up there, I guess.
Yeah.
Should we see if we can give that a roll then?
I don't. Can you stealthily open the window?
I could give it a shot. It just depends on if it's closed or not.
Just like you'll throw him hard enough that he'll just go flying straight through the window. It's like, never mind if it's closed or not, just fucking break the window.
You try to grab on the ledge. And you know how you usually like lean on the wall and ready like to prop someone up?
Yeah.
I will do that, but with vampire strength.
Okay.
So you're gonna have Seth on your shoulders.
No, like I will throw him up.
It's got to catapult me in a way.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna try to boost him, and he's gonna try to jump.
Yeah.
All right. So Seth, well, weighs around about 130 pounds. Nerba, how much strength have you got?
4 with specialty in lift.
Okay, so that's
Good.
okay. So
And I've got good
right.
spacing as well.
Okay, so Nerba, I want strength and athletics, and I want the same from Seth.
My strength and athletics is strength is 2, athletics is 1.
He means
Yeah,
roll
I
it.
mean,
So that'd be a 3, wouldn't it? I think. So.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
Not bad.
So.
Did this work?
This is good on Seth's part. Terrible on Anarba's part. All right. So. I'm trying to play.
Didn't mean that.
I'm trying to play this in my head how this actually goes down because this is kind of shitty.
It probably would work, but in like a cartoonish manner, that Seth will just splat into the window.
I
Let's
think
see.
I'll go through that one.
I think that could be a little payback on John's side.
Oh, this is payback against you, if anything. So, Seth manages to jump about 8 feet. Let's say he started at 2 feet because Anerba's like pinching down. He's got his arms and he's like doing the boost thing. Problem is that Anerba really overestimated how hard it is to boost someone who's kicking off against them with vampire strength. So as it happens, Seth kicks Anerba's arms. John. John then collapses back onto his ass, hitting his head against the wall. He takes 1 point of blunt damage against his bashing damage rather against his
I don't
health.
even know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, it's fine. On your sheet, put a single line tick on the top thing for your health. So you're bruised, right? Seth does not make it as high as he ought to have. So I'm going to have him. I'm going to be nice. Let's see. Can I give him an? What would be the best role for this then? I'm going to have him go for Dex and Alertness.
Right.
I just love the fact that the first boss fight is against a closed bookstore.
Yeah.
So 4. Okay. Fuck's sake. Great vampires.
Getting injured trying to get into a building.
Okay, so this is really good. So Seth, realizing it's Walter realizes he is not going to make it. He looks down to see that his new friend is now on his ass, and he realizes that if he doesn't do something, he's going to come crashing back down right on top of him. So he kicks off the wall just in time to maneuver into a position where he would land next to him instead, with the grace of a feline.
Taking no damage at all.
Yeah, he's fine. He's 100%. He did not make it high enough, but he saved it.
So am I like clung to the windowsill then?
No, you kicked off and fell back to the ground, but it's from a safe distance.
Right.
So you just landed next to John instead of on top of him.
Dear God, are you fine? Are you okay now?
Are you fine?
Right shot.
Okay. I'm done. Get me that door.
I help John up.
I get up and I go to the door and I just try to shoulder bash it.
Okay. So for
He's had enough of this shit.
yeah, it really has. He's had it.
Fine. I tried my best.
I find it hilarious if he just like fails this again, and it's like now he's just frenzied the door. It's like fuck this shit.
All right, so let's have a look. See, it's right. Okay, so your strength's not too bad. So give me a strength roll, and it will be let's say, yeah, give me a strength. Just give me add one strength roll for now. All right, so this is good. I was going to see if we could get as many successes as possible for this. That's because it's not going to fight back, but you could have hurt yourself. So you did not hurt yourself this time. You hit the door really, really hard. Hard enough that you actually managed to break the hinges rather than the door itself. The door is really heavy. So the door sort of falls inwards with an almighty smash. And you're kind of thinking that could have probably been done quieter.
Well, I guess brawn definitely works sometimes.
Yeah. Are you one of those that can do, like, people stuff?
Well, sure. Fine.
Okay, so while this is happening, the light above the store switched on, and you can hear some ruckus happening.
Well, your turn, pretty boy.
Oh, did you call me pretty? Fine. Okay. What was that, by the way?
That sounded like a dice that dropped then for the sound.
No. Fucking hell.
I think that's yes.
I was like, oh, there's ruckus there. What's that?
Like, it's dice. He's throwing his dice around again.
Should we go check what that is?
You want to check what the light turning on upstairs was?
I assume that's the owner coming down to check what the fuck is happening to his store. And you're about to go there and explain to him that nothing is happening with your stuff.
Oh, I can be quite persuasive.
Yeah, do
So mid communication with each other, the window opens and you see a rather young man, mid-20s, with a phone in his hand, already to his head, pointing down at you, saying, "Hey, get the fuck out of here! What the fuck are you doing?"
Is it possible for us to investigate really fucking quick?
I wouldn't advise it, but yeah.
What do you plan, old chum? You kind of got us into this mess.
Well, I expected you to handle the people stuff.
Of course. Forever the gentleman. Okay, I'll talk to him, fuck it.
Yeah, go on.
You there, don't worry, we're just trying to investigate a certain happening that's been going on. Don't mind the door. Again, we're just part of an investigation bureau.
Manipulation plus subterfuge.
Okay. So that's 5. Good work. If I get this to work, this will be fucking a miracle.
Yes, it really will.
It's like you just. Are you broken?
This is enough to have him take the phone away from his ear. He gives you the look of like, just like sheer, what the actual fuck am I hearing? He was what, an investigation at this time of night?
Yes, there was some rather pressing documents that were taken recently. I was wondering if you were privy to any kind of knowledge of someone possibly coming in and acquiring certain books.
Mate, I just fucking live here. I don't run the shop.
That's a problem. Do you know anyone that could help us in this establishment?
Yeah, the guy that runs the shop.
And where would he be at this
I
time?
don't fucking know. He don't live here. I just rent this house. Are you for real? Are you actually an investigator? Like, is that real?
Yes, it is.
Like,
Do you?
why didn't you just knock on the door?
I
We
did.
did.
Like, don't be fucking sassy. Right, you fucking stay there, right? I'm gonna call the owner. I'm gonna tell him that some cunt has fucking broke down his door, and you better fucking stay there, or I'm calling police.
That's
I know what you look like. Right, you stay there. He goes back into his room. You can hear him on the phone. He's yelling, "Some cunt's knocked that door." That's right. Fucking warm up in the middle of the night.
We found the only Wigan person. Fucking.
Don't you have like
I just need Scousers to put around it.
what's the name of the discipline like to influence people?
Oh,
Yeah, is he-
manipulation?
He has a few disciplines. I mean, it might help if I'd given him the sheet that shows what those are.
Pie.
Yeah, so Seth he's got aspect, celerity, presence. He probably could have used presence. Yeah, there's probably something in there. It's fine. You know, I can give you that shit. But anyway, he comes back. He says, right, he's fucking livid. He's coming down now. He don't live that far. He only lives down road.
Well, that's perfect.
Right, I'm going back to sleep. Don't fucking break anything.
Oh, don't worry. That was just that was just an accident. We didn't mean
Trust
to
the
do that.
door.
Right, you should probably wait out front.
Please, John, no smashy next time.
Next time you actually touch the window sill.
If only he knew.
And I try to like put the door back and just like force them back into the place.
You know, actually, yeah. Maybe if he's trying to do that, let's see.
If you must smash something, at least let it be me.
Okay, no, but let's see. Dexterity or perception, whichever's lower, plus crafts.
Oof, this would be good. Dexterity or
Or perception, plus crafts.
plus crafts. Okay.
Depending on which one's lowest, I believe.
Yes, and I think that's what I heard as well.
Yes. That didn't know it.
Well, that's a wrong comment.
You gotta type it out.
6, 7, 8.
It's not bad.
All right, so it's a minor success. You put it back in the doorway. There's no way you're getting these hinges to hold. So you sort of squish the door and you sort of twist it to the side somewhat, using just a bit of your manly strength, you know. So you've got it lodged in the door frame. It's like still off the hinges. It looks like a poor job, but it'll hold. At least until anyone tries to use it.
Let's go.
It looks like a
Steph will
pot
then
pie.
try to use it, and it's like, oh Jesus, and then it crushes him.
Oh God, no! Thought of that.
God, if it failed, fuck.
Just like, well, Steph's dead.
I suppose we should wait for the owner, shouldn't we?
Well, you do the talking, and this
Yes.
time maybe use your discipline.
I will give it a shot. Don't worry, my big friend. But next time you smash something, let it be me, not the door. Okay. So,
Fucking Jesus.
so how long do we have to wait?
I imagine a few minutes.
He's just gonna be there, like, I'll fucking break you, Walter.
I mean, like, he didn't specify what kind of smashing, so he's just imagine like using his head like on all sharp objects around the place. Imagine him smashing his face into this wall or maybe the pavement, that kind of thing.
Well, I am quite into violence. You're turning me on right now.
And I was
Anyway.
speaking to my mind, but if that's what you want to hear.
I could see.
You got yourself a masochist there. I don't think you're going to be able to do much.
Okay, so I guess
So
we wait then?
yeah, so not a huge period of time passes. We're talking about maybe 20 minutes ish, and a car looks like an old Ford like Granada shows up. So it's just it looks like a bit of an old runaround. Looks like he's had it for quite a while. It's got a sort of bronzy color. And he gets out, and at first he looks like he's ready to kick off. You know, like he's looking pretty just pissed that someone's tried to break into his shop. He gets out of the car and he goes, "Just what the actual fuck do you think you're doing?" And he sees this big fuck off dude in a trench coat, and he's like, I mean, what? Just who? No, no." He takes a moment to get himself. And he does not really. All right, so who are you and what do you want? He says a bit more pleasantly, seeing this tall man.
Well, my apologies for the door. My associates can get a little handsy with certain things. Not in that way. We would like to inquire about possible certain unscrupulous individuals that could be possibly taking certain books.
It's all right. So I'm to understand that you've come down here to investigate the claim that I put in to a reputable investigator, guy that I heard came highly recommended, and he passed along my details to you when he declined me, or is this some sort of sting or something? What is books? I mean, yeah, okay, books, but this is just a bookshop. I mean, there's nothing really unscrupulous. Someone took a book without paying. I don't recall being paid.
Without paying, you say?
Well, I mean, I don't remember being paid.
Could you remember anything about them whatsoever?
It's weird. You see, I know someone came in that day and they specifically asked about a certain book. Now, it was just a throwaway book. It was the kind that was only in, the bargain bin, right? It was only £1.50. It wasn't a major deal or anything, but
Last book.
this individual in question, I had a conversation with them. They told me their name. Then our last thing I remember was them saying thank you for your help, and they walked out. But I don't remember what they looked like.
Would it be possible to relay this name onto us?
Well, I don't remember the name. I only remember that they told me their name. I don't understand it.
Did you remember, did you meet that person before?
No, this was definitely the first time. I'd never seen this person before.
When was that?
It was only a fortnight ago.
Okay, and for
2 weeks.
Speaking, okay.
Do you have any possible description of them?
Well, it was a woman. She wasn't an old woman. Or was she? I'm not sure. She had a sort of weird air about her, but I can't remember what she looked like.
I speak over to John and kind of say, very quietly, but that kind of sounds interesting.
Yeah, sus.
Yeah.
Do you remember her doing anything else in the shop, touching stuff?
She went through the shelves, picked up a couple of books. Nothing major, just a few, short stories, few things on ancient myths, like Viking books, that kind of thing, And then she asked about a certain book. I said I had it. I took it out of the basket. I showed it to her, and she took a look at it, and that's when she said thanks.
And what was the name of this book?
I don't rightly remember the name. It was written by some asshole called, I don't know, Joe Andy or something.
This is quite concerning information.
It's just a book. It's not that concerning. I just want to know where she went.
I would like to know that too.
There are a few questions though.
All right, ask your questions then. I mean, would you rather be inside for this?
Yes.
Actually, yes.
I don't really want to talk on the doorstep, So he unlocks the door, he walks in, makes sure that the sign hasn't flipped, it's still unclosed, closes it after you. He goes behind the till.
It is quite chilly outside, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it is a bit. It's, I mean, winters aren't quite as cold as it used to be.
While he does the small talk, I want to take a look around, sniff some stuff to see if I can pick any peculiar scents or feelings.
Okay. Let's see. So you want to smell the place?
Yeah.
Because you got to be very specific about each thing you want to do.
Well, I want to. I don't know. Is it a way for a vampire to detect a use of a discipline or stuff like that?
There are, yeah. You can check for that. So let's see. For you, that would be, let's see, perception and awareness.
Okay.
Let's see. With that, well, you don't know what's happened here. You know that something's off. It doesn't feel like someone's come in and unleashed like any disciplines or let off anything. They've not left anything behind that could be covering their tracks. It just feels off.
Is it possible for a vampire to possibly extract any kind of information that might be deep down, possibly?
There are ways of doing it. Yeah. It would require disciplines to do, or let's see, it would really require use of a discipline, which for you, I don't think you would have the required discipline.
Yeah.
What is the discipline for it, out of curiosity?
Let's see, it would probably require a higher level of aspects, I think. Let's see.
Yeah, because I have that, but it's only one.
But what can you do when you have one?
You can increase his senses.
So I'm guessing I couldn't do that with what I've got.
He actually might be able to make some use out of it. So let's see. For you, if you wanted to try and read him, to try and help him remember, give me perception and empathy plus your aspects roll.
Right. Perception is 2, empathy is 1, aspects is 1, so I'm guessing that's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. That did not go well.
Let's have a look. See. He does. He thinks for a moment. You can see. You can clearly tell he's trying to recall some memory. You feel like he's getting close. See, you try to egg him on in some way, try to draw some details out of him. He might be a little bit more, he might have a little bit better recollection now.
Yeah. So, concerning this individual that arrived at your shop a fortnight ago, are you sure you don't know any kind of information about them?
I mean, I keep going over it in my head, trying to remember him, but no, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was a woman, but I don't remember what her face looked like. I think she said her name was Edith.
Edith.
I don't remember the last name she gave me. I just can't remember that.
Do you know what she wore?
I remember her clothing wasn't. It wasn't outrageous, but there was something about her style that sort of seemed a little off. She stood out just a little. She thinks she wore glasses. Other than that, no, I can't tell you.
Interesting. Then I go up to John and ask him, do you think it'd be a good idea? Or do you think it'd be a good idea? Obviously without you hearing, but do you think it would be a good idea to inquire about this in the Elysium?
Well, there was something used here a while ago. A very weak sense of stuff happening.
What did you find?
Just a disturbance in the force.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
I can't say that all you really felt was it didn't feel human, but it also didn't feel like a vampire, like a kindred. It's not that kind of presence you were detecting.
Well, neither, and I nod to shopkeeper or something like us, more akin to something else. And I do collect variety of smells too far. I don't think I did smell something like that before.
I go back up to the shopkeeper, and because I don't think we're gonna get anything out of him now.
Shopkeeper, question. Any animals that tend to stay around here?
No, I mean, some people around here, they keep dogs, they take them out for walks. You got the odd cats that are let out. They run around at night, and there's nothing else.
Anything you remember from the day when she visited you?
No, I don't remember anyone coming in here with an animal.
She didn't happen to smell of a certain animal, does she?
No, not off the top of my head. I didn't smell anything off about her. Don't really recall smelling anything, actually.
That wouldn't be it. I know that smell.
Well, I suppose that our investigation here is pretty much complete as much as we can. I thank you for your time. Unless you have something, John.
No. I guess we'll let you know when we find something more about the woman.
Okay.
All right, before you go, there is just one matter. My door.
I am out of the door by now.
As am I. He follows you out onto the street and he says, right, if you don't pay reparations for that door. I'll be going to that private investigator, and he'll pay for it, and then you'll be in shit.
I just say from like as I'm walking, and that'll be fine. You'll get your compensation soon.
If you're planning to have your contact pay for it, that could go badly.
I'm just because I've like, don't I could use resources, couldn't I?
2 resources, quite a lot of like usually money. Like paying for a repair of doors seems nothing. I think.
Yeah. I could possibly do that.
The question is, how do you plan to pay for it?
That's a good point.
I think you can just have your detective give you money. No.
Well, I have like resources of 2, so I could just possibly delegate one of them. Maybe.
How does that work? Even like
Yeah.
you need resources.
All right, just give me a roll based off of finance and resources.
Okay. Finance is 0.
Well, that's just resources then.
Yeah, resources is 2. So came by on scrub resources.
Yeah, piece of cake. You have no problems with it. You could easily call for like a repairman and foot the bill yourself, or you could give the money to your contact.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'll do the first with that one.
Okay, so do you tell him that?
Yes. The repairman will be with you in the next coming day.
Well, that's fucking fast. On Boxing Day?
It's
No
fine.
repairman. No.
It's fine.
Next couple of days.
Fine, next couple of days.
What the fuck is Boxing Day?
What day it was.
It's 26th of December, Boxing Day. It's Boxing Day is when you pack everything up. Boxing Day. Yeah, you get it.
Was also referred to for the working class as their version of Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely forgot like what day it was, so
It has multiple meanings, depending on whereabouts you were, but it typically became known as just Boxing Day.
Also, you can blame me for the fact that I was the one that helped So set the date.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
He wanted to die for Christmas, I suppose.
Isn't that your birthday as
It's
well?
an alien miracle.
Sure, it's your birthday as well, isn't it, Steve? Possibly. Like, how would you not know? Steve, do you not know when your birthday is? I mean, real life. Right, okay.
So
It was the dumpster, baby.
24 days after my birthday as well.
Okay. Okay, I guess we could walk it back to Elysium then? Because it wasn't that far, was it? From what I'm aware.
Yep.
As if that's still open.
Still open.
Yeah, it's still open for that pie.
What time is it actually? Because we did spend some time there.
Let's see. So now we would probably be around about 10 to 1.
Okay.
Okay.
We could inquire a little in Elysium.
There might be a couple more shops or something along the way as well. It depends.
Well, we did have that lead. We have actually, could you just send your investigator to find a woman named Edith
That's a good
interested in
point.
books?
This is why I hired you.
You didn't hire me. I was forced to come along.
You're part of my investigation team when I can no longer think for myself because it's fucking late. Anyway.
Apparently, you just conscripted the guy in.
It's fine. He's happy, aren't you? Aren't you, John? Please don't cry, John.
I'm about halfway to staking myself and hoping whenever it pulls up my stake, it will be already after this job is done.
He's hoping to stake himself so far it will go for me as well.
Now that's romantic.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Anyway,
Yeah. Friends.
I guess I'd have to do a dice roll for that, but we need to get to a payphone.
If I remember correctly, there was one next to Elysium you used not so far along.
But we're not at Elysium.
Random directions and points towards the payphone that is there.
That's good, actually, because we can actually call them there and inquire at Elysium at the same time.
I like how this campaign is just like street logistics, payphones, and battling doors.
It's definitely not a vampire flick
And
now.
funny comment as well.
Yeah, this has gone to shit.
Okay.
So you deal with it.
Okay, we'll go to the payphone near Elysium and inquire at Elysium. Though that might take a bit of time, and we've took a fucking long time. So should we switch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
On the other side of the city.
Well-
Actually, probably about the same side of the city, just a bit further along. I think about it. Okay, so you're actually really not far. Like, you are literally only a few streets away at this point. So, heading down Oldham Road, you turn right onto a street called Butler Street. And walking down there, not too long, you find a small house. And it looks moderately well tended, you know. It's not in disrepair or anything. I mean, he described it as a small hovel, but really this is a house that, you know, would go for a somewhat okay amount. And it's,
Don't you see?
yeah, it's Steve's home.
it's
He's
gonna
welcome
belong to
us
his
there.
family soon.
There's no family. They've got another place and they're out all the way near Liverpool.
Yeah, and they're about to own your place because you're gonna be declared missing or dead.
They don't actually know I own this place.
What?
It's usually I go to visit them.
Are you hiding your home from your family?
You could probably say that now, but no, not really. They just never asked.
He's perfect for the job.
They didn't ask for an address. They didn't ask for a postal code. They just didn't ask anything. It was just sort of, oh, you're going? Right, bye then. Ta-ra, well, and off we go, kind of thing.
I laugh to myself and make a mental note to ask my fake ID guy tomorrow, how much of a bother would it be to write a property onto somebody else?
I turn the key, open the door, and let in my sire before going in myself.
I say that we might be able to keep this place if your family never knew about it. I am gonna talk with my document forgery guys, but you at the very least wanna take your clothing and any similar belongings that you might be using in everyday life.
Well, I have been kind of a slob more than anything, so these would definitely need a wash, but yeah, I suppose probably be best to take this stuff just in case this can't be written on.
I nod. Start shuffling through his shit, seeing if he has anything occult-like, interesting, any good books, specifically artifacts, and then secondary, anything valuable.
Give me a intelligence plus investigation.
Is that both of us, or?
It's just for Merita right now.
I'm figuring out where investigation is. Give me a second. Found it.
Difficulty 8. So.
Good luck, mate. Oh, don't run away, dice. Ooh,
Don't do that.
1, 8, 10, 5, 2.
So that's a minor success. So yeah, he seems to have a few things lying around. Things that he might have been given, by family members and whatnot. Things that are just sort of chucked behind a bookcase or just fallen onto the floor somewhere. They're not things that he seems to care about. He's got some books that are like they're not necessarily valuable in themselves, but they seem to be based off of literature that is interesting to you.
So, occult shit?
Yeah, it's like it's not the kind of shit that you might think is like Holy Grail level stuff, but it might be okay in your shop.
Yeah, it might be worth a read. I'd take them. Anything valuable, though?
Valuable. He's got a few things valuable. He's got a nice TV. If you want to pawn off his TV. He's got a fucking good hi-fi as well.
4K.
I was thinking more like, jewelry, family heirlooms.
No heirlooms and that.
Let's see. Actually, let me just do a private roll myself to see what the likelihood is of this butthole keeping that kind of crap.
Freaking digital collectors game items that we can sell on eBay. Wait, there wasn't any eBay at that point, forget that.
He's got some CDs
Okay.
that seem to be new. He's got a decent-ish music collection, and some of it looks like it is valuable.
Yeah, worst case, yard sale option.
She's just pawning off your shit.
The maiden.
So,
that ain't being sold.
what did you say?
Hands off the maiden. That ain't being sold.
Yeah, she's found a bunch of discs of like Iron Maiden and Judas Priest and the like.
I look him in the eye and I go, do you wanna keep these?
The music, yeah, definitely. I love the stuff. I basically can't live without that music.
Well,
The real question is, does she care?
let's transport it to the shop, but if it's our roof or your music, I keep the roof.
Although, as I said, there is a possibility we could keep this place.
Yes, there is. Let's hope for that. This could go for a nice sum of money.
If we decide to rent it out. I sift through most of the clothing. It's sort of stereotypical metalhead stuff. Most of the time, ripped jeans and shirts from other bands. But there are some like little cool things, like the particular coats that I wear and jackets that kind of give off almost like a biker stroke punk vibe.
How are you feeling?
Sort of a mixed bag, really, if I'm being honest. Because on the one hand, I don't mind the place. It's a nice little area. Probably could get decent money anyway, just from most of the stuff. But at the same time, some of the stuff kind of belongs to my family, so it'd be a shame to get rid of it.
Well, if you wanna some things, this is chance in case we can't the place.
Yeah. Although most of the stuff that's from the family are actually quite heavy to lift anyway, like that telly over there. They actually got that imported from America. 60 hertz. Pretty good.
Would you like to?
The detail.
Would,
Yeah.
would you like to
Okay.
sit down and spend some time with your telly while you still can?
It's got S video input in it.
Oh, an Abba's gone.
Yeah, Narba just died. Hey.
Sorry, there was a green button. I couldn't stop myself from clicking it.
I think I'll be fine. I don't think I need to watch me cooking shows and that, because I used to do a lot of cooking as well for when I did go over to see the family.
Well, you can still cook, you just can't eat it, which makes it a waste of resources. Have you thought about maybe taking up alchemy?
Well, I would imagine alchemy is kind of similar to cooking, so thought had crossed my mind.
There are probably books about that in the occult bookshop that we run.
Although with the whole cooking thing, it's like it's the difference between, do you trust a cook that actually eats his own food, or do you trust a cook who is a stoner? Personally, I probably would end up fitting into stoner if I can't even eat my own fucking food.
I mean,
Which means not a lot of people are going to trust me.
you follow your recipes perfectly, you can tell that food is good from how it smells and looks.
Mm-mm. That is not how it works.
Well, then it's time to find new hobbies. Consider this a life clean. It's a life cleanse, kind of like a spring cleaning sort of thing, but you know, you die, you take up new hobbies, that sort of thing.
A clean slate's what you're saying.
Yes.
Well, if I can't take cooking, at least I've got, well, gaming still.
Should probably really consider doing studying, just so you know, in case we ever get attacked, gaming's not gonna save you.
Look, I'm a couch potato. Like the only reason that I took the job was so that I actually had reason to get up in the morning.
Now you don't have a reason to fall asleep at night. Isn't that great? It's like eternal employment.
As long as I get to spend those days burning through the hours of gaming, then great, I suppose.
You're
'Cause
gonna
what else can I
spend
do other than burn to death from sunlight?
sleep, but good thing that you noticed the sunlight bit. Was
There's a book over there that's literally on the folklore of it. I originally, like, loads of people thought it was fairy tale shit that the vampires were a thing, and lo and behold, it is actually a thing. It's just kept covered, as it were.
good lad.
So there were some things that I sat down to read, but it was more because of the fancy pictures.
Oh,
It looked cool. And then because it looked cool, it was an absolute joy to read. So it was sit down and it's like, ooh, that's cool.
I'll make a mental note to get you illustrated manuals.
That would probably help. Ooh, can they be in color too?
You just get the biggest death glare.
I'm joking.
It's like, Jesus Christ, this child will only learn if it has pictures that are in color. Otherwise, he's like, I don't really give a shit that I can't use my abilities. I'm just gonna couch potato until I die. But if the books have pictures, that makes all the difference.
Well, they can do. For those who are more child of mind,
Like you.
or just struggle to understand like the big words.
Are you struggling to understand the big words? Is that...
Indubitably.
How much education have you received?
You would think a college graduate would actually have a fairly decent education.
Yeah, you would think that you would be able to comprehend reading, yes.
Most of the time it was done on a computer screen.
I don't see how that's any different. A word is a word.
On a computer screen, it's completely different, but we were lucky with the fact that we actually had computers to do that with. Most of the time, it's typewriters that you usually get in these colleges.
Okay, do I need to break in, steal a computer, and type out a book for you?
Most likely.
I facepalm.
It's alright, though. I made it easier for you. I've got one over there. Points to the computer.
Big hulking bastard with a big monitor.
Fucking nerd.
Let's take this with us.
If you're willing to help lug that round, it's a bit heavy, but we'll get there.
Gentleman over here.
Should I just put you out of your misery? Would that help?
Oof.
I mean, no, not really.
I shouldn't, or that wouldn't help.
Both.
Okay.
Just
You don't even have half of it. Stop complaining.
Yeah, but it's my own morality that's actually killing her more than anything.
Let's see. Yeah, why not? I'm gonna try to impact the gravity of the situation onto him by using fear of the void below.
Okay, repeat that.
I'm gonna try and impact the gravity of the situation by using fear of the void below. Effectively, I'm gonna try and scare him shitless.
Okay, fear of the void below. So then,
We already did sense sin.
yes, but that prerequisite's already been done. So, so you must speak to them, playing upon his inadequacies. So, you've got to find some way to, play with his inadequacy a little bit. You gotta give me something. Speak to him, some sort of like insult or a jab or something that can shake him.
You fucking nerd.
This will be in relation to his incredibly low powers of manipulation. He's just like really bad at making people do what he wants them to do, which you could translate to a lack of self-confidence, or a lack of an ability to assert himself over someone else.
And I repeat myself, you fucking nerd.
Child, you couldn't even get a mortal to carry that computer for you. You're not. Maybe it's better if I just put you out of your misery.
Okay, so give me wits plus intimidation roll.
Alright, I have a grand total of 2 dice, so this is gonna be
Ooh.
9 and 2.
That's a success. With that, fuck, why does this thing keep closing? Every time I'm trying to read it.
Drives the victim into fits of terror.
Yes. Okay, so you're in fits of terror. Let's see. Let's have a look. So, yes. Okay. If you want to try to resist this, Steve, give me a courage roll.
That'd be all 5.
Um,
7, 9, 9, 8, 9.
Ooh, he's momentarily terrified, ever so slightly. If you hadn't done that, Steve, you'd have been terrified for the remainder of this scene, and we've had to cut away. But as it stands, he was momentarily overcome by a state of complete lack of confidence in himself. Like it's such a feeling. Like even the remotest thing he could do could have created a sense of utter catastrophe. You know that feeling of standing on the edge of a very tall building, and that your body tells you you could just fall. You could just leap over the edge and fall to your death. That's what he felt, but he felt that by a million times. But after a moment, he pulled himself in deep into his own world, and he calmed himself. And now he stands there, still a bit shaken from that experience.
Yeah.
And apparently speechless.
Yeah. You're probably right. That thing is heavy. Well, no, I'll give you that. But hey, at least I've got it. That's something.
At least you're courageous, I give you that.
Either that or just pure blind stupid. Take your pick.
You're really not gonna get far putting yourself down like that, you know?
It doesn't help when you're trying to put me into a fit of terror.
like you do.
It also doesn't help when you're trying to command me around because apparently learning requires pretty pictures and fancy TV screens.
You know, I was messing around with at least the pictures.
With at least the pictures!
Wow, could you picture that?
It's like, can you not take a joke? Jesus. Oh wait, he can't even save me now. Fuck!
I've been around like this since 1974.
Oh, you're
I
young.
don't think you'll last a year. Less joking and more picking yourself up.
Alright. What do you propose we do?
Learn. That's what you should do. You should learn, not learn about TV screens and computers.
Fucking nerd.
Alright, noted.
Absorb every book that you find, especially the ones without pictures. If it's in Latin, even better. Probably pick that up.
Alright then, I'll give it my best shot.
Now I
I'll
feel
try
awkward.
one, just begin.
Have you two decided what you're taking?
Everything that's expensive, so that includes his precious CDs, his clothes, books.
That computer's going to be quite expensive, so I'm going to need that.
You know what? If you can lug a whole computer by yourself,
Fuck off!
I will carry your clothes for you.
Yeah, you get the light, easy shit. I'll just take the heavy stuff. It'll be fine.
I did keep you alive. I mean, I did kill you as well, but I did keep you alive. So yes, you can, at the very least, lug your own computer.
But he's not alive.
Unalive. Not very dead.
Alright then. I go over to the computer and hoist it up.
Let's see, how heavy would that computer be?
90s computers tend to be pretty heavy. Like, it's mainly in the screen though that they're quite heavy.
Yeah.
Jeez.
At the same time, like, can you pick up the screen and the computer at once?
I think it can if it's got like a carry handle on the screen.
I mean, I suppose at that point, the computer itself went underneath the screen, didn't it?
Really, really depends, honestly.
Okay, what model of 90s computer did you have?
I'm so glad you asked. Let's find out.
Let me just Google 90s computer.
He's going on eBay now.
I want a 90s computer!
So tempted just to throw a La Sombra into this room just to destroy everything.
There's Macintosh 2 FX. That's a thing.
Oh, the Apple IIs. Yeah,
Amiga
probably
3000, but that's a console.
There is also like the Commodore 64, I think? Or was that later?
That was earlier, wasn't it?
Might have been, yeah. Like, there was a lot of different computers during the 90s, but trying to go specifically for one that was, like, from 91 is tricky.
Did you buy the newest model? Do you think that that's what you would have had?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
See, this is why I didn't say it in modern times, so we could have this.
Yeah, Commodore 6.
Trying to find out what kind of computer it is.
Is it IBM one?
Commodore
Yeah.
64 released at 82, which would have been too old at this point. Macintosh 2 FX is 1990.
Maybe he had a ZX Spectrum.
Oh, fuck me. Introductory price for Macintosh 2 is $9,000, equivalent of $18,000 in 2019.
Yep. Good computer. Could run a crisis and everything.
So it would probably be... Wow, the online domains started showing up like the internet domains. Like, damn.
What the fuck's the internet?
Yeah, Seth doesn't use computers in 1990.
I didn't actually.
I mean, I wasn't born in 1990.
I believe it would be a Voodoo PC that was being used for that period, which is a really
So-
damn...
So you were the nerdy Shadow Man.
Yeah, pretty much.
I need to order some more of this.
Yep, 1991 was the founding of Voodoo.
They would have at least had a product for their release, though.
Will you stop smacking everything with your tail? Hey, stop it.
This is took an interesting turn.
Yeah, no, we had a little failed break-in, plus a few interactions with some people, and now we're talking the logistics of moving a few things from one place to another. Gripping world of darkness stuff right here.
Vampire the Masquerade.
Vampire, the house removal.
Delicious! We can't figure out what kind of computer you had!
They're gonna start a Madden van any day now.
Vampire the Masquerade. The break-in simulator where you apologize to people.
Please don't call the police.
We have a reason.
Nice.
Like, if it was around, 98, then I would have said something like a PC 98 then, because that would have made it easier, but we're not in 1998. We're in
No.
91.
Do you want to just own Commodore 64 for the last 9 years?
Just use a ZX Spectrum 1 to 8K and be done with it. Jesus.
Let's see, timeline of computing, 1980s
See,
to
that's what you get for trying to be
1989.
nerd. Should have fun for tabletop games instead.
What? Well, just the IBM XGA. There you go. That's a graphics card. Never mind.
Steve, why couldn't you have just said you had Warhammer shit?
Yeah, why couldn't you just said that your character was into D&D? Then you could have played D&D from within inside World of Darkness.
Just like you and your sire sit down for a session of D&D in the middle of the night. This is completely normal.
We could play D&D while playing World of Darkness. How amazing would that be?
The turn taking would be so weird. Okay, Narba, it's your turn. What do you do? Right. So now that it's my turn, I'm going to have my character make his character do this.
I use a dice roll.
The 128A was released in 85.
Yeah, I had one.
Goddamn.
I wasn't born then, though.
Can we just say that he had a generic World of Darkness equivalent of Apple Macintosh 2, but cheaper and more accessible?
Yeah.
Sure. We'll just say it was a small computer that was capable of a few things, and yeah.
I mean, I could have just said it's a computer.
And then, take the weight of Apple Macintosh 2 and its dimensions to figure out the logistics of transporting this thing.
Let's have a look. See. It was about 4.5 kilos.
Yeah,
That's nothing.
you should be able to.
You can put that in a backpack.
Yeah.
In a big bag. Do you have a bag, though? Roll. Give me a resources roll. Do you have a big bag?
I grabbed a couple of backpacks and a bag, so yes, I assume.
Yeah. Resources roll difficulty 3. Come on.
Resource roll for a bag.
Yeah. There you go. You do not have a bag. It's only difficulty 3, for fuck's sake. He doesn't even have one. You've got bin bags, though. You've got bin bags. You can carry everything in bin bags. Make sure you triple pack it.
Just steal one from fucking Tesco. Jesus. Use larceny to steal one from Tesco.
There isn't a Tesco nearby. That's a damn shame. He could go back into the centre of Manchester and go to the big shopping centre and break in there.
Would there be bags in the bookstore?
For fuck's sake! Just pack that computer or carry it with your 2 fucking hands! What is wrong with you?
Losing her shit.
See, Labo, you could have had this.
You could have had this epic fucking just like this is an adventure right here.
Yeah, but imagine going back to my place with that kind of small me.
Stop scratching me. Ow.
I mean, evil
Ow.
you currently have right now with trying to sex you up, or you could have this glorious bastardry.
See,
Stop it.
Everyone thinks I'm horny. I'm just being me.
Stop it. No.
In and of itself is the incarnate of horniness.
I mean, thank you.
Yeah. Ah.
I tried to scare some sense into Steve, and instead I tanked his self-esteem.
Wait.
So now
No.
I'm extra cautious as I'm
No.
tying these dustbins full of shit.
That. Stop it.
It's like I'm tying these bags like extra tight just to be sure the knots are fine, and like just making sure everything fits in. And it's like, oh shit, is this gonna actually be easy to carry? Kind of thing. Like just overcautious.
Like, we tried to break into a bookstore. You're trying to carry a PC.
Yeah, it's not comparable.
You know, it could be like a critical fail if like I try and pick it up and I'll actually cause myself a fucking dirty.
Suffer aggravated damage.
Ooh. Falls over and snaps his neck. Aggravating damage from 2 points. That'd just be lethal damage.
I
It'd be
don't know
fine.
how the damage thing works. Someone would need to explain to me later.
Bashing damage is most things that you just consider not a death threat. Like to a vampire, bullets would be considered bashing damage. Lethal damage is anything that if enough of it occurs to you, you will die. Like, you know, being hacked up by a big katana, say, or a broadsword. Aggravated damage, on the other hand, is anything that you cannot easily recover from, even through like spending blood points, like being set on fire, being out in the sun. Some vampires even react that way to silver. So yeah, it's very specific.
Oh, that's a good question. Steve, do you have any religious memorabilia?
Oh, religious stuff?
Like crosses, pictures of popes, anything that could be holy?
No.
Good.
Yeah.
A frame for Vladimir Putin, you know.
Yeah, Putin on riding a bear. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Why?
Because
No, I don't have anything like that.
Steve, if you're gonna encounter a cross, it's gonna burn.
Stop it.
Is it for all vampires?
No.
Just for Bali.
Yes.
Oh,
Right.
right. Oh, yeah, because we're basically just Satanists, which still hate the cross anyway.
Yes, but it will bring you physical pain, and if anyone else notices that it's bringing you physical pain, they will know exactly what you are. Something to keep in mind.
Oh, fun.
Yes. Yes, fun.
Yes.
You can adorn yourself with Satanist symbols all day long, though, but that would serve absolutely no purpose.
Or join the blasphemous pagans.
That wouldn't work.
I'm pretty sure that their symbols would still burn.
Yeah, that would still burn.
Any real religion, Christianity, somebody believes in Islam, just like flashes you the moon, yeah, that's still bad. That is still bad.
Oh,
So like flying spaghetti monster believers.
So every time you walk past the church, you just go.
just like slowly starts incinerating.
Only if you touch the church. Hey, what you want?
What about a frozen banana blessed by a priest?
Oh god.
Oh,
If it was actually blessed, like it was sprinkled with holy water and whatnot. Yeah, fuck yeah. That would hurt.
Zev, we need holy hand grenades.
Damage.
Yes, we do.
if you actually asked the banana question, then you're Cyrus, Tommy.
I thought you
So you
said
know.
piss bombing.
No, just face bombing. Oh, blessed bananas! What a thing to consider.
Yeah, I've asked that question already. If frozen bananas were going to work like steaks.
Anything that's sharp enough to penetrate your heart will probably do, my child. Wooden things are the best, but he says you can't stake somebody with a metal pole.
Or a computer.
Cave the fucking heads in.
Have you finished packing your computer?
To all intents and purposes, yes. Keyboard's in that bag. There's the screen, and the actual main thing itself, the box, is right there in that bag.
Would you like to calmly walk back to the bookstore?
I'll hoist those over, yeah.
Good lad.
Rightio. Go over to the bags and pick them up one at a time before having all of them on the back.
Edith observing that image is trying to figure out what she thinks of Steve. The impression is that he's not the brightest, but he is definitely making himself useful right now. And he has some money.
He's definitely not the brightest.
Yes, definitely not the brightest. Okay.
While it currently looks quite clumsy the way that I'm holding the damn thing and sort of slightly staggering every so often, I do end up managing to walk in a straight line with it, so I end up going through the door with little to no problems.
At the same time, I am wondering, would some company after all of those years would actually be a nice thing for you? Maybe this isn't so bad after all. Scene end!
I'm actually going to say before that you're making your way back, but as you're walking down Portland Street, heading down towards Oxford Street, where your shop is, you see a guy. So it's around about what 20 past, half past 1. Not even later than that. It's now more like 20 to 2 at this point. It's a guy on the street there, and he seems like he's just sort of minding his own business. He seems like he's just out for a bit of a walk. But he sees you guys, and he sees you going down the street with a bunch of stuff. He decides he's going to just follow. Seems more interested in Stephen than Edith. So let's see. Yeah.
All I can think of is it food? Is it food that's following us?
You feel something very strange. In fact, Steve, suddenly you feel like your urge to walk is being halted. You no longer feel like you want to walk away from this person. You now feel like you want to walk directly towards them as urgently as possible. You want to be as close to them as you can. Now, you can spend a willpower point to end this, but Myrta, you can do a perception plus awareness roll. Difficulty, let's say it'll be a 5.
A second. Perception plus a lot of dice. 3, 3, 3, 3, then 7, 9, 6.
Those are all the... Okay. Alright, so you are not know that he tried to affect you as well, but you resisted, and you can tell that he is another kindred that hasn't actually figured out that you yourselves are kindred. He's seen Stephen, and he still thinks that he might be human. He hasn't taken the time to properly investigate. He wanted to get closer. And at this point, Stephen is ever so slightly starting to urge himself towards him.
I'm trying to remember. Blush of life is a thing. I think it's also a thing in V20.
Yeah.
So a kindred can spend a blood point to look human.
They can.
Okay, if he's gonna be willing, I chowder to him. I whisper to Stephen's ear that he should make his heart beat. Really focus on it, and I am gonna do the same. So I'm gonna spend a point of blood, and then we're gonna approach kindred.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
It would be more suspicious if we just ran away while he's trying to use his abilities on us.
So you both spend a blood point to give yourselves a heartbeat to try
Yes.
and appear human. Okay, though. So deduct a blood point. The guy, he looks like he's fairly new to the whole kindred game himself. He's wearing what looks to be like a somewhat fashionable tracksuit. He doesn't look extraordinarily inhuman. He's got greyish eyes and dark brown hair. He's fairly tall. He's got his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, we approach, and I'm Stephen. I'm like, act enthralled. Act like you have been summoned here. Be enthusiastic in saying hi.
I look at the this supposed kindred and greet him. Hello there. Is everything all right?
Yes. You out for a late night walk? Where are you going with all of that equipment?
Oh, we're helping. Rather, I am helping Stephen to move some of his stuff to his family members that are staying around. We're gonna have a sleepover, and we're gonna play on his computer. Do you know what a computer is?
Give me a wits plus charisma.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm horrible at this. We're fucking in the middle of the night, we're moving a computer to play with. Okay, 9, 9, and 2.
It's very fucking fortunate, that. Okay. So he raises an eyebrow at you and he says, at this time of year, at this time of night.
Oh yes, we failed to notice. I run a bookshop around here, and we closed really late and had some stuff to take care of. It's almost past our bedtime. Thank you for reminding us of the time. Oh god damn it, I'm speaking about two adults and saying it's almost past our bedtime. What is wrong?
I just sort of nod in agreement before sort of glancing at Isaiah, going like, what the hell?
So you're not normal yourself, are you? He says to Myrta.
What do you mean?
I get the feeling there's something about you. Can't quite put my finger on it. It's just, I mean, yes, it's possible. But wouldn't you rather come with me? I've got something nice to show you.
We're kind of really busy, if we're being honest. We need to get going.
I mean, we are carrying huge bags, sir. We can't just walk off in the middle of the night while carrying expensive equipment. That doesn't make sense.
He's getting a little suspicious. It's your refusal to come with him, thinking maybe he didn't lay on his discipline quite heavily enough. Perhaps he feels like he's just not as adept as he thought he was. He looks you up and down. He says, So you're not all that interested in what I have to show you, but perhaps I can help you with your computer.
Just while this talking is happening, I'm trying to discreetly sense the sim. Just for future use. Just for future use, you know.
Okay, let's see. Sensing. I keep having to remind myself how these things
Perception
work.
plus empathy against subject self-control or instincts plus 4.
Okay, so give me that roll.
8, 2, 3, 9.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so perception is generally his overall weakness. He seems like he's very shrewd, but he's not big on, catching subtle signs. Which is kind of obvious at this point.
I think we got this covered, sir. I think the two of us will be fine.
I trust in my friend's strength. And we can carry that computer ourselves just fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty much built like a friggin' pack mule, but I love it.
I pat him on the shoulder, Steven, I mean.
He loves being pat like a pat mule. I love it.
I try to hold back a giggle from the petting.
He looks you up and down again. He takes a sniff at the air. He thinks there's just something not quite right. He says,
Are you okay, sir? Is everything okay?
Yes, everything's fine. No, perhaps I'll see you again sometime. I've lost interest.
Well, have a good night, sir.
That's fine. I'll see you again.
I feign small talk as I walk away, as a mortal would, going, well, that was weird. What a weird man.
He was a bit bizarre, wasn't he?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, what is he doing out at 1 a.m. telling people what they can and cannot do? Like, what the fuck?
Like, I know we're kind of daft ourselves, but like, come on, that's
Yeah, I know, that's like
Walking
extra
over a
daft. I
group?
mean, like, we have each other, and he's just walking around alone asking people if he can help them carry their computers. And we kind of keep this up until we're sensible
or trying
distance
to show
away.
a magic trick to them. Like, nah, I don't buy it.
That's the thing is, as I'm walking away, I'm trying to keep an eye if the guy's following.
He's not following, but he's looking at you even more shrewdly now.
I
Like,
quietly whisper outside of earshot to my sire. I have a feeling when we next meet them, it is not going to be on friendly terms.
Oh yeah, remember that we're trying to pretend that mortals. That guy's perception is not his strong suit, so if you can think of insults to do with that, that would greatly help the next time we meet. Else I might need to set them on fire, which I don't want to resort to.
Right now he's none too sharp, but I'm not sure till yet.
Well,
Time will tell.
worst case scenario, setting people on fire is always an option. Just continue studying and you're gonna arrive at that conclusion too.
Yeah, it just like brings the world to its knees and that.
you know, for that last part, where the two of you were making that little show of small talk, both of you give me charisma plus performance for that, because that was not convincing to me. Yeah.
Oh, I have an entire one die. Oh, this will go well.
I have 3. 359.
However, I have enchanting voice when anything to do with talking should be a difficulty
so
minus
you get
2.
+2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, -2 difficulty. So yeah, it's easier for you.
I've probably butchered mine now.
6.
Right. So Marta and Steve, Edith and Stephen, he buys both of your performances enough that he thinks maybe the two of you were just on something, and he doesn't want any of that. So he shakes his head and just thinks, "No, narrow miss," and walks away.
Oh god, how did I survive for 20 years as a vampire?
Just sort of sounded like you were doped out the eyeballs.
Yeah, like he used presence to draw you guys towards him, and then you immediately started acting weird. And he was like, there's something odd about you guys. And then when you did that, he was like, no, that seals it. I'm not going after them.
Good, we just come off as junkies. Perfect.
Yeah, that was awful.
Well, it came out as sort of a success in that regard.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. Doing horribly can work.
At least it wasn't a 0, otherwise it would have been along the lines of like, oh Jesus Christ, well he knows we were bullshitting.
Okay, so we're gonna assume that you guys make it all the way back to your shop unhindered. Cut back to John and Walter, who have made it to the street around the corner from Elysium, having passed several phone booths on the way, and they're back to the original one.
we just literally skipped many of them.
You did everywhere. The only phone booth in Manchester.
I suppose our street smart.
Really shit, apparently.
And my intelligence is free. This is not fucking.
That means average intelligence, to be fair. Better than a Narba's.
Okay, so this is us, right?
Yeah, this is us. This is you. Why am I saying us? What the fuck? I'm not one of you peons.
Okay, John. You did good today, actually. Without your brute strength, we definitely wouldn't have made it in there. Should we? Should we contact one of my contacts? Let's see if he's still up. Actually, I'm still allowed to use the same one, aren't I?
Give me a moment. I believe you are.
Okay.
Give me a sec though, because I want to double check that because it's a good question. It is Lord Vader. Let's see.
Yes. I gotta add to order more Baileys. I'm gonna need more.
You can do it. Just roll based on your contacts rating.
Okay. So 3 then.
Yes.
Alright. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm used to it now.
See, it's easy. Yes. Okay, success.
Yeah.
He is awake still, and he's receptive. So he answers the phone. He's like, "Oh, hello, who is it?"
Hello, Jimbo darling. Really, you should get a different name than that. You're too much of a gorgeous piece of my meat to have a name like that.
My
Anyway,
name's James, but thanks, I guess.
you still use Jimbo though, and it's.
You use Jimbo. Everyone else calls me Jim.
I mean, semantics. Anyway, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
For your expertise.
All right. Go ahead. Shoot.
Do you know of a person by the name of Edith who could wear glasses and wears potentially something unusual?
That isn't particularly a lot to go on. But I mean, do I know a woman called Edith? No. Do I know women who wear glasses? Yes. Do I know women who wear weird clothes? Sure. Hang around Sedgwick, Manchester long enough, you see all of them. But combine the two, women that wear glasses and have strange clothes, that doesn't come to mind. I mean, I can look into it, but nothing rings a bell right off the top of my head. You got anything else?
I'm trying to think what, because it's been a while now, Jesus. John, what were we told?
What do you mean?
He was away.
I don't know.
What you mean?
It's in character.
Yeah, that was true.
You know that woman, Edith?
Yeah.
Do you remember any other description of her?
Woman, youngish,
She was young.
peculiar clothes, glasses.
Yes. She.
How on the know is your contact?
What was that, sorry?
How on the know is your contact?
Well, I'd imagine pretty well.
Does he know about, us?
Define. In fact, don't
Define us.
It's fine. He can't hear you.
He just pipes up on the phone like, what?
He means, does he know about Kindred Society?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
He
implying.
does. Okay. Yes, he does.
Okay, well, we know that she may not be either human or kindred.
Mm-hmm.
Well, certainly not human, not necessarily kindred.
Okay. She also had a particular aura about her.
Well,
Potentially not human.
Yeah, something like that.
So this is one of those, is it? No, that
Well,
really doesn't ring a bell.
another thing of note is her peculiar interest in the books.
Yes. She had a peculiar interest in a very, very just ordinary book, funnily enough.
Well, from what Shopke said, she was interested in books in general because he did mention her picking up all kinds of stuff.
Yes, she was very much interested in books just in general.
I'm sorry, but that's the definition of a person. Imagine calling someone up and going, they really like movies, man. They just like movies in general.
Do you know anyone that happens to be under the name of Edith? Well, possibly. What can you give? Well, she kind of dresses weird, she has glasses, and, well, everything else that goes wrong. That's a bit vague. Anything else?
But yes, she did have a particular interest in books.
And that's weird.
Almost fetishized.
It's not. It's
Uh,
more she has a vested interest in books.
can you have him go around the bookstores and see if there is any other recollections or therefore lack of recollections of books not being paid for?
That's a jolly good idea.
You know, it sounds to me like the first thing you guys should have done before contacting me was maybe you should have checked in with other places that have books and asked them if they know an Edith. But you came to me. I don't investigate bookshops very often. That's why this last one was such a weird one. Contacting me, telling someone I'd paid for a book. But I don't know any Ediths. Sounds to me like you half-assed your investigation and you're pawning it off on me.
Don't look at me. I'm here as a muscle.
Come on, be on my side. Be game.
No, I'm with Chibo on this one.
Perhaps you're correct. Would you know of any bookstores around here, just in general?
Well, there's quite a few bookstores. They're usually listed in the phone book. I assume you're at a phone booth.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Wow,
Do you see a book there?
Yes, I do.
Right. Take the first page and open it. What does it show you? An index, right?
It shows me numbers.
Yes. If you scroll through as far as you can, flip those pages. You might find an index. In there, it will actually show you what pages businesses are listed under.
Fascinating.
Yes, quite, isn't it?
I know. I have all the skills when it comes to investigation.
Okay, well, I guess we won't need you, though.
Tell you what, if you still struggle to find the index and those particular places, you can pay me and I'll do it for you.
I'm good, thanks. I will find it myself.
Phone booth doesn't look in the book.
To be honest, I completely forgot that was even a thing.
Did you ever watch Terminator? You remember how he found all the Sarah Connors? You opened the fucking phone book.
You know how long it's been since I last watched it.
Good times. Good times. So the guy says, "Oh, call me again if you need anything." I mean, I really do enjoy these talks, Walter. I really do.
You would think I'm a little better at this since he keeps throwing me on hard assignments.
You really
You've always got your friends.
Oh, God. Thank you, John.
A question to Storyteller.
Yes.
Are like shop cameras a thing now?
There are some large shops will have cameras, but not all shops will have CCTV. It depends entirely on the owner, because it was still kind of expensive. It was a big investment, but most of them used just traditional alarms rather than CCTV.
Is it just in case the book owner, the one that we ripped open?
No, like out of
He wants
character,
to
I
be able to
think,
check
like,
for footage
yeah,
of
I
the
was
person in
thinking,
question.
Yeah, but
though I
it's
don't think my character would think of that.
it's
No, possibly not.
it's a small bookstore, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you might find a bigger place, and you
I,
might be able
I
to
was
say, "Hey,
thinking,
do they have
like,
it?"
yeah, like find a ancient bookstore and see if in the last 2 weeks there is a record of women in weird clothes showing up.
Mm.
And then you just go through the CCTV, and there's just shit tons of them.
And that's why you dress a bit more appropriately than just in robes.
Yeah.
But
Suppose we
my
better look
robes
through
are
this
so
fucking book.
comfy. Have you seen them? I mean,
Yes,
they're
I
on
have.
camera right now. It's very comfy.
I suppose we better look through this fucking book then, don't we?
Let's do what he said and go down the bookstores.
Yes,
How many can it be in the city?
that's a good question. How many do we actually have?
There's a fuck ton.
Well, maybe not in that age.
That's just.
Age.
That's like 30 years.
We're never gonna get to Edith.
I'm sorry. Are we playing like medieval Europe? Can nobody read? Like, is there like...
Whoa, okay, it's the early 90s, it's last century, okay?
We're never gonna get to Edith. We're just never gonna get to Edith. We're gonna die in the phone booth.
At this point, it'd be more sensible, like, let's just go to you.
At this point, yeah.
And when you search through the index, I'm not making you roll for this because it's just something that you'd come across anyway, because it's not that hard to look in a fucking
Okay.
index.
Answer me one question before you do that. Is there
Yeah.
a bookstore named Edith Bookstore?
No.
Okay.
It'll be a bit too easy.
I mean, I could make it called. I could make one called that, but it wouldn't be Murta's. But it could be a good red herring, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Hilarious as a red herring.
So when you look under books, you know, for like businesses that will carry books, even if they're not necessarily just a bookshop, you find 15 in the immediate Manchester area. If you were to scroll up further, including local areas like Salford and Trafford and whatnot, then the number rises to about 50.
Right. Speaking of which, what's the time for this?
Similar time to when Steve and Edith were going back, so like around about 20 to 2-ish.
So we have about 8, I'm gonna assume.
Closer to 6.
Right.
How much time would I need to safely get home?
For you, if you were, mild jog, about an hour and a half.
Okay.
How about me?
For you, depends where your home is. We didn't decide that fact, did we?
We never chose, I don't think. It'd be a bit too easy just saying, "Oh, in Manchester." In the bookstore, there we go.
Apartment above bookstore.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a friggin' thing, seriously?
Well, that's why he was, checking himself in the window. He does that every morning.
I would find it even more hilarious if like Seth's character actually lives in like a little apartment room, but it's right above a chippy, for example.
Tell you what,
resources of 2.
2d10s for me.
What's that, sorry?
2d10s.
2d10s.
Yes, let's figure out where you live, my boy. At the very least, where you're staying right now.
Okay.
Okay, 6 and 3. So we're looking at. So around about the southwest, and then. So you live in a very interesting location. Um, hmm.
That sounds like it's very out of the way if it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's not that far out of the way. It's like it's in south like area of Manchester. It's not that far away from Elysium, but it's like the area that came up is like it's not really. Actually, yeah, this wouldn't be too bad. So yeah, so you live just to the south. You've got a little place that's got like office spaces around it and whatnot, but it's like got apartments as well, and you live right next to Rochdale Canal at Whitworth Street.
Right. How far would that be again? For the
From where you are now at near Elysium, it would be about 15, 20 minutes.
oh, so same
Same
as
distance as I do.
Yeah,
same as an hours as well.
but it is like in the opposite direction to Steve's old place. In fact, you don't live that far away from Murta's shop. Now that I think about it, you're like 5 minutes away from that.
Of course.
You literally do walk past it every day and check yourself out.
He does, and then he doesn't remember.
And doesn't realise the fact that there's a fucking bookshop right there that he could take a look in.
Fuck's sake.
Despite the fact that he's busy there, like trying to make himself look too sexy for himself.
And I can't think of that now, can I?
Yeah, you can't remember it.
Yeah.
It's a fact that you've forgotten.
He literally just said Fred it with that one. It's like he's
Fuck's
too
sake.
sexy for
And it is listed in the book, but it doesn't stand out to you when you see it. So it's like you read it and you go, "Oh, that one," and you just bypass it. And then once you bypassed it, you forget it again.
It's almost like it's got an aura around it.
Yeah, it's almost like there's some sort of, I don't know, kindred living there.
Yeah. Okay, so in other words,
He doesn't pay attention.
I guess a thing would have to do is just go through it, wouldn't we? That's all
Yeah.
we can really do at the moment.
Systematically check it. So,
Let's
Hmm?
okay. Let's go with from Elysium, and let's go in circles or whatever you know. What is the closest then farther away?
Yeah. We
Okay,
can
so
go.
if you're going to do a systematic approach, going closer and going from the near this like a small circle outwards, radiating outwards.
Yeah, from
Uh,
Elysium.
So let's say give me 5d10s, or actually no. We'll do it this way. I can actually do it using the stats. So
Okay.
give me intelligence or investigation, whichever is lower, and roll it for me. Let's see. Yeah, roll that 5 times.
Right. So I've got 1 in investigation, so that's 1, 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a D1 5 times, basically. Well, D10 5 times.
D10 5 times. Okay.
Yeah. So then. Okay, so there's 1 success in there. Do that again.
What? Another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta do it 5 times.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I didn't say. I just saying 5d10s,
All right.
but I didn't say do it 5 times over that way. But yeah, 1 success again. Do it again.
Here's where my good luck comes from.
Okay, give me a try. You suck at this.
So what's your? So for an hour, it would be. That's good. So that's 3. So he succeeded.
Yay.
So It took you.
Out of curiosity. I'm so used to comments on Roll 20 sometimes. It doesn't work. Wait, Can I type the whole thing out again? There you go.
You see, that's not much better. That's only 2. But still, okay, so Seth, using your approach, you managed to find the place, or at least deduce that it's the correct place after 2.5 hours.
Okay. We won't be able to do anything because we have to go bed.
So you're looking at the place, and now you've no sensation that you'd forgotten that it was here. You once again start to part your hair and doll yourself up in the reflection again.
Oh my God. And then I forget about it.
When you walk away. So it's like 5 a.m. now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at the bookstore.
Sky's beginning to get somewhat lighterish.
Yeah.
I think
How much time do we have before the sunrise?
You got a couple hours before it starts to get risky.
Okay. So first thing, do I see like any crows, cats, or dogs around the bookstore?
Nothing, no weird animal stuff out of the ordinary. None of that.
No, just normal animals.
No, nothing.
Okay.
No, this is a pretty busy street, this one. There's not really that many people living here with pets and whatnot.
I was talking more of the wildlife kind.
Yeah, there isn't too many wild animals in this part of Manchester, outside of ducks in the canal, which is a bit further away. And there's some greenery even further out than that, where you'd be able to find some squirrels.
We have pigeons.
You got lots of pigeons, but they're all fucking asleep on top of buildings by now.
Lone
big
Kangaroo
pigeons.
investigates all the ducks.
I mean, you know what? Give me perception plus your animal kin.
Just like we will suss out those ducks.
We'll find something.
this is actually for the fucking pigeons.
Okay, so you do find something. You find, hey, no, fuck off. You find that there are a few rats hanging around because there's a Chinese takeaway nearby.
Okay.
They eat the leftovers that are thrown out. You see.
Let me check one thing on my disciplines, because I think rats are quite stupid.
Not IRL, they're not.
Well, actually, rule-wise,
Rats, fucking idiots.
fucking Kojima.
Yeah. Kojima made this game really hard, guys.
Fucking Kojima.
Seth doesn't know how to use rations.
I don't use rations.
Finding Edith is impossible.
How the fuck are we? We're not even
Okay,
going to go
no.
through the door.
No.
That's all we need to do.
Does a rat count as predatory mammal?
Yeah, actually. I mean, not like an accomplished predator, but they would eat really small things like insects. Yeah, they're mostly scavengers, but they can hunt insects.
Okay. So it's getting late. I need to go back to my place.
Oh, really?
Oh,
You could just stay with Walter.
no.
Yes. You could just stay with me, baby.
What I can do, I can have some of the rats stay on the lookout, and when we come back tomorrow night, if they see a woman fitting the description, they will let me know.
Interesting.
That's fair.
By this point, I would be long inside.
Yes, you've been inside for ages. You've been teaching your little idiot how to do things. He's been setting up his computer.
We could have literally just walked in and found them at this point.
I mean,
you can tell me that we still have time and we can go inside.
I don't think we have time, do we? Because the sun's coming up.
Well, I said that it starts to get risky in a couple hours. Like, basically means that's because remember, this is like end of winter here. It only actually is really dangerous to you, like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., not 7 a.m. So 7 a.m. is that point where you decide to go.
It depends on if Edith and Steve decide that we're enemies, though. As well.
Okay. Actually, one thing. Do I sniff anything from the shop?
Give me perception. Just perception, just straight perception.
Okay.
And before he can smell the actual Chinese itself. Oh, damn, that smells
not the
good.
Chinese.
Just like, God, I wish I could have had that. It's so bad I can't stomach food.
Come on, Discord. Hurry up.
Is it not doing your role?
No, it's like the message is not going through.
Oh yeah, that happens.
Okay, again, I guess.
Oh no, the text is actually lacking.
Yeah. Wait.
Good old Discord. Discord's dying.
Yeah.
Okay, I will just roll it.
Maybe I've got to change this thing's region to Russia.
6, 5, 8, 9.
I've just got fucking said Fred stuck in my head now.
Okay, so through.
And I'm just imagining like Seth's character just there, just like I'm too sexy as he sings along to it.
Singing it to another.
Carry on.
Through the smell of like things in the background, like the Chinese shops and all that, you can. The actual shop itself that you're facing smells really clean. Like it smells of like cleaning bleach. And it smells like it's been, recently taken care of.
Would I make connection of usage of bleach?
That's a good question. Give me give me a bloody moment. God damn it.
Wits?
Shush. Not wits. Don't be
Okay.
stupid. Don't try to tell me what you're gonna roll.
I don't know. Hence me asking.
Shoot it.
No, you shoot it.
You shoot it.
you shoot at it.
I'm going to say this one doesn't really match actually, but that's not given as an example, so it's something that I've got to think of. Let's say intelligence.
Science?
Let's see if we can give anything to it that seems specific. Intelligence and medicine.
Okay, that's actually not that awful. Alright, I forgot the fucking Discord doesn't work.
Yeah, the Discord chat is just like voice chat's fine. It's text chat. It's just not usable.
1, 7, and 3.
Oof. Utter failure. Okay, so it's not a botch. Well, it is a botch actually. Yeah, that is a botch. Okay, so do you think someone might have been making their hair color lighter in there?
Hello.
First botch of the game.
No, it was the second because he fell over in the friggin' alleyway. Remember?
Oh shit! Yeah, he hurt himself.
Oh, wait. Something's hitting.
That fucking roll just went through from earlier.
Oh, fuck. Oh, Discord's back.
It's too late because that roll would be better.
Yeah, I know. If only you could have taken that one instead.
Anyway,
Right.
well, I don't smell anything, just clean bleach. I don't know.
You think it's hair bleach?
Is there something like hair bleach?
There is, yeah, for making your hair like really like blonde, you know. So you could probably tell Walter that.
I already know about it, darling.
He uses it.
I to be fair, my character wouldn't know what hair bleach is.
Well, you could say that you've smelled it before. You know, you've walked past people who've used bleach on their hair, and to you it smelled similar to the kind of bleach used for like cleaning and whatnot.
Well, some sort of bleach. That's it. Nothing else. What about you?
Nothing.
Oi.
No reaction.
I smack him on the back on his head as I
You're still like going, I'm too sexy for my love. Too sexy while staring.
Shush.
Okay.
I smack him on the back of the head as I catch him looking at his reflection again.
Oh, you were talking to me?
Yes.
I didn't realize.
Oh, you
Actually,
idiot.
seriously fucking didn't.
I smell only something like bleach, something, you know, the hair stuff people use.
I have a question now. Why can we not smell this place at all?
What do you mean?
Which place?
The one we stood in front.
So that's what Anarba was smelling.
Oh,
Yeah, I just
That's
said
what you got
I
the
smell
smell the
bleach.
scent from.
I thought we were in front of the bookstore.
We are in the
That
front
is
of
the place you're in front of.
Oh, right.
So what are you, Seth? What are you talking about?
I'm fucking confused because you said it was hair bleach.
He smelled something like hair bleach coming from the shop.
From a bookstore.
Well, I don't know, maybe someone was doing hair there.
Unless it's referring to like Seth with the fact that he's been faffing about with his hair and
That is
bleached it.
possible.
You know, there's always one thing we could do. We could just knock.
Should I knock?
We could.
Okay. Wait, is the bookstore open or closed?
It's 5 a.m. It's closed.
Well, the closed sign has been flipped.
And there is no light.
No light that you can see from the front, but you can see that there's a bit of light coming from like the back room, but it's dim. Like it could just be like a standby light or something like that.
Well, there is some light in the back. Maybe it's worth knocking.
Well, that's good enough for me. Fuck it, we knock.
Okay.
Did you slam the fucking table?
Just Narba's like, fuck this, I've had enough for today.
Jeez.
I of course hear it.
You hear just one bang.
FBI, open up!
Just almost break the door down again.
I tell Steve, stay in the back room. I spend the blood point again. Start my heart again.
Good girl.
Or pretending
I
to
stay in the little room, just
That's metagaming. You don't know if we are vampires. No,
Yeah,
It doesn't matter. I would want to appear mortal in front of a mortal.
Yeah, that's true.
I switch.
They just whacked a door once.
You nearly broke.
Well, I didn't want to wake up my neighbor, so I did it one.
I switch into pajamas. Because it's 5 a.m. And I dishevel my hair. I'm thinking, would it make logical sense? It would probably make logical sense for me to wear glasses, because otherwise, how would I see?
Yeah, that's true.
And
I kind of find it funny if the pajamas are actually cutesy instead of like occult-like, just to really throw a spanner in the works for that.
it's just like pink unicorns, you know.
Imagine if they had the Vampire the Masquerade logo on them.
That's cool.
And I tell Steve to stay back, and I go to the door, and I look like one of them, you know, mortals that would be like super, super careful. So I look like I'm looking around the door, going, "What do you want? Should I call the police? What's happening? Do you need help?"
Hello, is your name Edith by any chance?
Yes, it is.
Oh, great. Fuck. I'm just wondering what the fuck to say now.
Oh, great.
Why?
We found the place.
Why are you at my door at 5? Sir, is everything okay? It's 5 a.m.
Everything is perfectly fine.
You woke me up. Could you come back in a couple of hours?
I mean, we could come back tomorrow night if that's possible.
So
You don't know.
there is a case.
You don't know
We got
yourself
the
if it's
report.
possible for you to come back tomorrow night.
What was that? Sorry, like there was.
We're working night shifts. We got report of a book not being paid from one of the bookstores uptown. The description we got from the shopkeeper matches you, and the name he gave us fits as well.
Yes, I bought a book there, but I did pay for it.
Well, then you wouldn't mind showing us the receipt for that book.
Do you think I carry all of 5 a.m.? It's 5 a.m. You're
Yeah.
banging on my door. You're
Yeah.
asking me to have receipts for my regular
Yeah.
average purchases. I'm
Yeah.
in my pajamas. Should
So-
I call the police?
Please. What my associate is trying to say is.
Do you understand how crazy this looks? Are you trying to rob me? Are you trying to break? What are you doing?
Not at all. We're not trying to rob you whatsoever. We're actually investigating something that's gone awry recently.
You're investigating a book purchase at 5 a.m.
Okay, how well is her act? She's coming super strong for someone who
Let's
just
see.
It's true.
I'm thinking it would be a good idea. Let's see. Okay, Myrta, give me charisma plus performance, and Narba, if you want to check, give me perception and empathy.
Are you sure that I can't like roll manipulation or something instead?
You definitely could if that is higher.
Much
choose
higher. My charisma's at 1, my manipulation's at 4.
That ought to be good.
Oh dear. 2, 2, 3, 10.
Okay.
2, 10, 8, 1.
You both had 1 success. So
We're fucked.
What about Zeph? Maybe Zeph rolls as well and see if he can break the tie.
I mean,
Yeah,
what
if you
do
want.
need?
did the same thing in Arbor did, which was
Perception.
charisma. Perception and empathy.
Perception and empathy. Oh, that's gonna be fucked. If it was charisma, if it would be nice. Perception, empathy. So that's 3, I guess.
Okay, so Seth thinks that she's. Walter thinks she's not being truthful. It's not like his alarm bell's rung and he's like, she's fucking lying. He thinks that this, like, her act is, that. It's mostly an act. But Anarba's like, he's not. John is not so sure.
So I'm more suspicious, pretty much.
Yeah, but John is kind of like, maybe, maybe she's right, and then Seth's like, no, something's up.
Would it be, because of the time and everything, would it be potentially a thing to come back another night?
Well, that's up to you.
You're the
boss.
I want to a question to storyteller.
Yes.
Do vampires smell different?
They can, under certain circumstances. You could use perception and awareness. Or rather, in this case, it would be perception. Just give me that.
Or alertness, okay.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say alertness. I said awareness.
Well, both are the same, so...
Oof. Okay. So that still is right. So it's 2 successes. She smells off. She doesn't smell like an ordinary person. There's like an air of supernatural around her, but she doesn't smell quite like, like if you smelled a Nosferatu, it's like obvious. Most vampires who have fed recently, they're obvious. She smells very indistinct.
Like more of a thin blood, or
She kind of gives off an air like a thin blood, but it's a bit more exotic. It's almost it feels like you're smelling something as though it's secondhand. Like the description of the smell. It's like someone else is describing to you what that person smells like.
And does it have similar feel to what I found at the bookstore?
Very similar.
I mean, my statement's that I paid for that book.
Yeah. She didn't say she wasn't there.
Yeah, I'm not denying being there.
No, it's more that I know that something was being used there, and that we know that without my partner's insistence on using his discipline to dig out that information.
Plus, with mine, it's more sus, if you know what I mean, kind of thing. But now it's, where do we go? That's the problem.
Whereas I'm still hiding in my little box.
Yeah.
Out of the way, kind of thing.
Yes.
I wonder, can they actually pick up the smell, from, if there's another body in there?
Yeah, because you're new, aren't you?
I wouldn't call you a body.
Wait, would you be able to mask yours as well?
I don't think I would, because if I was a freshly turned, then it's not really an easy way to mask. If
I don't know, would I smell him then?
He still smells mostly like a person at the moment.
A freshie.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so I would be probably like a freaking very strong cologne type smell. Like, I'd be smelt clear as day.
I mean, you
Yeah, but
changed your clothes. Remember that?
Yeah, you don't really register as a vampire. It's like in the background. They might, if they were to smell you, they'd be like, "There's someone else," but not there's another weirdo here.
Okay,
Just be this person, maybe.
I grab the big guy and turn him around. And I lean into her, and she doesn't smell right.
Yeah, she doesn't, does she? Like, I don't think she's telling us the truth.
So, can I smash?
Do you want to smash?
That was interesting choice of words. Do you think something a little more delicate wouldn't be wise? Or
Be my guest.
but she doesn't seem very forthcoming, does she?
Don't you have ways to be more forthcoming, if you know what I mean?
I mean, can I? Oof. I could. Could I use
Out of-
manipulation?
Out of character, you do have the discipline for the influencing people?
Yeah, I also have manipulation.
Well, manipulating someone is very specific. It's not to get information out of someone as much as it's to try to get someone to do something that you want.
Could I get them to open the door?
I mean,
The door are open. She's like talking us with us through them.
You know how there's like those tiny locks where you can like open a tiny gap? Yeah, there's one of those.
Yeah, that's what
I mean, the doors are not locked for me, okay?
Evidently.
I mean,
Freaking bulletproof door.
I mean, to be honest, it's looking like it's gonna fucking go that way, isn't it?
if you wanted to try to get her to open the door, you'd have to roll manipulation and expression versus her. Let's see. I would say for her it would be empathy, intelligence, and probably alertness as well.
I could give it a shot.
By the way, does like presence powers work on other vampires?
Yeah, but they will know that you're using them, and you do need to roll against your will.
It'll be very obvious at that point.
Okay.
Right, so it's 3 and 2 for me, so 5.
Is that all the dice that you have?
So I gave Myrta more dice to roll because she very plainly knows something is up and not to open the door under any cost. So your fucking roll has to be god tier.
Wait, that doesn't seem fair.
Okay, 1, 3, 8, 9, 10, 7, 7.
Okay, that's nice.
I mean, I could do intimidation as well to make it more fair.
So Myrta had like 5 successes. I mean, in this case, if you tried using, I would say that if you were to use intimidation, she would just close the door.
Alright.
You want to make her open the door, which is why I say manipulation and expression.
Okay.
You know, if you wanted, I mean, if not manipulation, then charisma.
I mean, they're both the same.
Yeah, well.
So.
I mean, so the way she's going to react, you know, it's one way if someone flirts to it, and other way if someone tries to make you something, you know.
Can I sense that they're trying to use abilities against me?
If you want to.
No, I mean like
Discipline.
This register as being offensive that he was trying to make me
He didn't.
He's not done anything yet.
I mean,
Yeah.
he rolled the thing.
I'm going to.
Where?
Yeah.
That was mine. Old roll.
Also, if he rolls, it's just him trying to talk to you. It's not like magical or anything. So you had one fewer success. So she's not opening the door.
Right. No worries. But we know something is up now.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, a question to start. How are vampires taken in like supernatural community? Like, do they have a lot of pull and push kind of power? Like, hey, prince of this has something to do with you, and usually it's better to listen to them, or
You might need to rephrase or just restate because I didn't understand.
Do you mean like we can
Like-
we have orders
like-
from the prince?
yeah, if we have orders from the prince, does that have like impact on other supernatural communities? Because
No.
in his eyes, okay.
Not particularly. If they're of some group that doesn't answer to the prince, they're not going to give a shit if you use that against them. Especially not if you can't prove that they're part of the kindred community. And if you were to then try to go to the prince over potentially, something that could waste his time, it would be your head, and the person you're trying to convince knows it.
No, that's not what I meant. It's more of, hey, we're for prince, and those that like has like I don't know what other supernatural stuff is usually in the cities in this world outside outside werewolves and mages, both of which are far more out of vampire league, let's say.
Yeah, they wouldn't pay attention. But yeah, other vampires who were not part of the Camarilla would only respond to that if they wanted you to believe that they were aligned with the prince.
Mhm.
And if you had irrefutable proof that they were a vampire, which is what I was saying before. So if you didn't, right, then it would essentially just be, nothing to them. They don't care. I mean, that depends on. You might be dealing with an idiot for all you know.
You can remind me also the orders were for us to get the book.
To get the book, well, books, 2 of them, and find out who took it and why.
Yeah.
You're now chasing a third book that's not part of the library one, by the way. That was just...
This book in particular is unrelated to that original order.
Oh fuck.
So you might even be on the wrong track.
Perfect.
Okay, so that's actually quite important note.
Yeah, so this is isn't it?
Okay, a few questions instead. Could you tell us the full title and the author of the book that you buy from the shopkeeper, supposedly?
In order to not seem sus, she closes the door, she goes and gets the book, and she reads off the title and the name of it. But she obviously does not just stick the book through, and she also reads the titles and names of the other books that she bought with the book.
Okay, and what title is the book?
I don't fucking remember.
Well, you just read it.
I know. Storyteller, what were the books that I bought?
Right, so let's see. So I know our main book's name, but let's pull a bunch of
What we are really interested is I'm asking about all the books, but what I'm really interested is in the book that has the author that we're looking for.
I know what you're interested in, but if you just tell me what books did you buy that day, then I'm gonna list the books.
No, yeah, I'm talking for Fizzo, so Fizzo doesn't have to list random books for us.
Yeah, I know, but I want to. Be diligent.
Stroke extra difficult with you.
Okay, so the books that she flashed at you like 4.
Ghosted.
So one of them is called Abel and the Lost. The other one is called The Lost City. Another one is called The Ancient Monster Compendium, and the last one was called The Lost World.
What are the ones that we trying? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was a while back. Fucking hell.
You weren't told what those 2 books were titled,
Right.
just that they were written by a certain author.
What was the book?
But she did read out the authors as well, right?
I don't know, did you?
Yeah, because I think you asked me.
Yeah.
I'm fucking confused now.
Okay, so which has the matching author?
You all asked for the title and the author. He read out both of those, but there is a particular author for one of them that you were looking for,
Yes.
Yeah.
which happens to be a kindred. So you
Yeah.
need to look for that one.
Okay, so the one that was written by that one guy was The Abel and the Lost, which was written by Joseph Adelberg.
Yeah.
Or Joseph. So it was the first book.
Right. Just
What is that? Yes.
Just door confrontation.
just bloody write it out.
Yes.
Okay. So will she know that I've tried to use manipulation?
You did it like what you did was just talk to her.
Yeah, it's
what I asked
it's
before.
just talking. It's not a power or anything like that. I mean, she could roll perception and empathy,
Mm.
and she could see like what kind of intent you have. So just do that for me, Myrta.
Perception and empathy, right?
Yeah.
I have 0 empathy, by the way.
Cool.
Oh, jeez. 1148.
Okay, so yeah, he seems like he believes what he's saying, and he doesn't seem like he's hiding anything. But you really don't want to open his door, and he's not convincing you.
Mm.
You know.
Could I potentially ask them for assistance with this man?
You could ask. I mean, you don't have to ask me if you could ask.
Uh,
You could ask.
It's so
Also,
late.
I'm just gonna sense sin while he's talking at me.
Right, okay.
I'm just gonna sense everybody's sins, just in case, so that I have shit on them.
Do we detect that, like, when she does that?
What's that, sorry?
Except for the one that's hiding in the box.
Sense Steve as well. Sense the storyteller.
So you're doing that on Walter, right?
Yes. I don't think that it's detectable. I think that this is like the level of Auspex shit.
It's passive, pretty much.
It doesn't cost me anything to do it as well.
It requires a high difficulty. Alertness is for if someone threw a knife at you from across the room.
Fair enough.
Like, you're alert, you know it's coming, you know. It's not for... an awareness is like detecting magic that is like permeating a room, but it doesn't like give you the ability to see everything in, existence. Unless you're like some god level Malkavian.
4, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, you succeed, which means... Let's see, what can I pull up from you? Oof, it's interesting. It's actually really difficult when a lot of things are very similar.
Mm.
So it's like the way this works is I'm supposed to pull up like your weakest thing, but you've got a lot of things you're shit at. All right, so I'll take one. I'll take one. I just have to pick one of your crappy things at random. You can see it's not particularly. You get the impression of like a general air of weakness about him, like not in the ways of physical strength, but in that he's not particularly resilient. He feels like he would have a difficulty standing up in a street fight, holding his own. Basically, his lack of stamina.
Yeah.
Can I also sense in on the other one?
Well, this is just a free chat that's going on. You could do this mid-conversation.
Yep, exactly. That's okay. I'm sensing sin on the other one too.
Okay.
With the book in my hand, so like the kind of thing, like completely unaware of what's going on.
Well, seeing as though you don't have the book that we were inquiring about, at least I don't think you do, would you have a problem in assisting us?
If you pay me.
That can be arranged.
Also 5, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. So pretty decent success, actually. He is unbelievably dim-witted. Like it feels like if you were to try to sell this guy his own blood bag, you know, after letting you take it from him, like you'd be able to do it.
Just like you would drink your own blood, fool.
What are your terms?
What are you offering?
Well, what are your terms?
Okay, at this point I'm just gonna let my guard down a little bit because I don't think that he has any ulterior motive and he is offering to pay me.
And I'm too dumb to have an ulterior motive if I looks at it.
Not as dumb as John.
I look at myself, I look at the door, I glance back at Steve, trying to indicate that he should close the back room. Some way, shape, or form, and I go, would you like to step inside and have this conversation not through a door gap?
That'll be perfect. See, John, we can do it without smashy.
I raise an eyebrow at that statement.
Not the way you were. Definitely not that way. Like, he means. Yes. In a violent way, but.
Okay! Eyebrows go higher, going on second thought.
Again, violent could mean a total. Never mind.
For once, I'm not the one that is in the awkward situation on the walking side.
It didn't help with you saying smashy.
I would like to remind you that's what you referred previously, so I just used the term familiar to you.
Hey, I wanted him to smash me. That's a totally different thing. Anyway.
I get them a couple of chairs. A chair next.
I'm still stuck to the book because I haven't even realized we got guests.
Good, because I'm trying to indicate that you should stay there and close off that door.
Steve over his fucking computer.
Well, I'm actually, like, I've already finished one of the tomes. I've started, like, another one.
He's eating them.
Chewing it up and spitting it out. It's great with this knowledge.
What are you looking for?
We're looking for a book that was what the
We're looking for particular books, among them some books of the same author as you mentioned.
It's been a long night.
Yes.
Do you know the names of the books that you're looking for?
Walter knows. he's the one to remember stuff.
No, he isn't.
I have excuse.
Fucking hell. Like, we don't know the fucking name, do we?
We
Yeah, that's
know.
what I told you. I said you don't actually know the names of those two books.
Yeah.
Because they weren't actually... Like, the prince wasn't made aware of the titles. He was just told there was a couple of books to be picked up. So he said, reserve them. And then when it came down to it, they were removed. But you guys never went to the library to check what those were. But there are some other kindred already there looking for evidence of, like, theft.
So basically, you've just botched up your own investigation.
Shut up, nerd.
I don't
Anyway.
even know what to do now.
It's like, you got to the right person, but you forgot what you were looking for.
I didn't even know there was a library there.
I'm just imagining Steph's characters like I'm literally just chasing after this character called Edith because hey, she's pretty hot.
I'm just literally fucking too tired right now. I'm just like,
Okay, so we're part of the larger investigation. We're looking for books of the author. What was it? Joseph
Adelberg.
yeah.
Joseph Adelberg.
Can't even say it.
We'll have the exact names of the books tomorrow, but right now we're looking around the bookstores for any books related.
Yes, we really should have looked at the library. It's been a long night, and I apologize. But we'll find you some inclination. I can't fucking talk now. We'll find you some inclination of what we're trying to find, but to be honest, with what we've seen, you could be a great help.
Could be.
What
If
have
tell
you
what she
seen?
is.
Yeah, what have you seen?
You have seen an angry woman in her pajamas that owns a bookstore.
What he means is the shopkeeper was clearly influenced, and what I smell is not human.
But that may possibly have not been you. But
It is the same smell.
But it's one of them. It's one of them.
One of them.
What?
Yeah, exactly. What do you mean one of them?
From what you... there's just a certain air about you. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Well, this is an occult bookshop, and I do practice the occult.
That's not what I mean.
I have no idea what you mean, sir. It's 5 a.m.
Well, okay, so question. Occult users, do they actually possess some sort of power usually, or is it just, like, are there actual occult users that are able to do stuff?
I believe that
So that would make sense.
There could be a mage of some sort, yeah.
Well, mages are the whole other shebang.
Also, a part of hunters are so-called low mages, which is what we have in reality. So, like, divinators, people that ghost hunt and shit like that.
Oh, so you want to tell me that you are possibly a hunter?
I'm not saying, I'm telling you that these people exist. So,
No. You are putting in my mind, like, my recollection of an occult user is usually a hunter.
For all you know, I could also be a witch, a ghoul to a Tremere, a person working with a Tremere. There's like all sorts of magic users in this universe.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I'm working on very limited knowledge as a person.
You've started your heartbeat, haven't you? Does that still... do you actually breathe like a human when that happens?
Yeah, for that amount of time, it's like you started back for an hour. At that point, you are breathing. But if anyone investigated too close up, it would be too steady, effectively. Because you're forcing it, so it's like a clock. It's not.
We're right next to you, though.
Yeah, is it a common trick used by all vampires or just specific?
All vampires have this, but I think you would need to investigate that. Like specifically, you would need to try and pick it up because otherwise, it's just I am breathing, my heart's beating.
Yeah, and my investigation is not great.
Well, I certainly know that you are not something that you are claiming to be, so I would be checking all the usual signs. And I think vampire trying to pass for a mortal would be among them. Don't know if Storyteller agrees with that.
Same, because, I kind of found out you were a bit sus. So I have grounds to be suspicious over that.
Okay, Meta's going out of the airlock.
Among Us shit.
I'll vote it.
Just a bit sus, yeah.
Let's vote off Pink.
Okay, so to check that, what would I have to roll?
That's what I'm checking. I'm trying to remember what the fucking hell it's called.
A blush of life, Merta said.
There we go.
Would I be able to do that too?
Who's asking?
Walter.
I mean, you can use Blush of Life, yes.
Right. So what dice roll would that need?
That's a good question. Still looking at it.
If you just want to use Blush of Life yourself, you just spend the blood point.
Okay, I would tell you, you as a Walter would be regularly using it because that allows you to get it up.
Excuse me?
Yes, everything becomes lubricated again.
It allows me to get it up?
Yes, because normally you are impotent,
Just Walter walking with a permanent direction, nothing to see here.
It's usual life. But, so I could do it then.
Just like he has to have like a particular piece of armor that literally just protects the crown jewels.
Yeah. I just got a big fucking throbbing erection every time I walk.
He's basically just Voldo at this point.
Pretty much, yeah. So we use a blood point for that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How many? Just one?
One blood point, and for 1 hour you get to appear human. Your heart beats, pump blood, breathe.
Interesting. I didn't know that one.
I don't think that was in character saying, no? Or was it in character?
See, the best I can find is that at most you can be suspicious because she should technically pass all tests. From what I'm reading, there should be no way to actually tell that it's fake. Because she can even sweat and everything.
Yep.
Like, she's not like sweating blood, she's sweating actual sweat.
Interesting.
That's going to be a useful ability, that.
Yep.
Good for disguises.
Yeah, because I didn't know that one.
You can also consume food and drink at that point, but you will vomit it back up in like an hour.
But can you taste it?
It should still taste shit. But if you need to pretend that you're actually human, you can like sit at a bar and actually like have a beer and then discreetly vomit it out an hour later.
You can actually eat.
Yeah, and it will taste like ashes.
Right.
Well, at
Okay,
least
I will do one last. Like I will lean in, invading the personal space a bit, and take like a long whiff.
Whoa.
I'm gonna
going
like
straight for it.
lean back and look offended.
Before then, requesting he escapes.
He is an interesting one, isn't he?
That's putting it
On the
mildly.
leash, lad.
Sir, please. The fuck are you doing?
Checking.
It's like getting that close. You
Yeah.
mostly smell sweat. You know, you'd be able to feel the heat off of her. You know, you'd think, it's a bit suspect because what I felt earlier was that she was a bit not normal. She still looks a little bit, paler than the average person, but that can just be due to being indoors all the time. You know.
Anything else I smell now that I'm inside of the?
The smell of bleach is coming from this room.
Most likely me as well.
What,
Yeah,
you
but if
just
you're-
bleached yourself or you bleached your asshole?
We already discussed you. You just smell like another individual somewhere.
Okay, so I just smell another person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could possibly ask something.
Yes, you can.
Well, my dear, do you know what we possibly may be?
I am so confused by your question right now.
Think of it. What do you think we possibly might? Why do you think he might be sniffing you?
You might be high.
Very low
Walter,
high.
you remember?
Though in your expertise on humans or people, do you think we look high?
Yes.
Yeah.
How did he look?
I mean-
Storyteller, quick question.
Yes.
What would I consider a breach of Masquerade as someone who works with the sheriff?
If anyone in the general public were to see you committing a vampiric act, or if you did something that could obviously have only been committed by a vampire later to be discovered by the mortal community.
Okay, but what if I have a vampire in front of me about to tell a person that is, to my knowledge, not a vampire, that he's a vampire?
I'm gonna say it.
You might just resort to very heavy violence. Yes.
Fucking hell. Well,
Especially,
go on.
even at just the idea of it, basically it would be heresy. It's unthinkable. It's like the highest law being broken. Plus you already hate this motherfucker anyway.
Yeah. So I'm sitting perfectly still, not saying a thing,
Well,
waiting for opportunity.
Stop.
if you were to look at me, do you really think I look high?
How does he
I mean,
look?
Look at this, a beautiful red velvet shirt and these leather pants. Could I ever look high?
Oh god!
Go for his ass.
Give me a perception and medicine roll.
Who, me?
You, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, not you.
No, you.
Okay. 3, 3, 6, 7.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's a bit on the light side. Still got a little bit of overall what looks like color to him, but yeah, his eyes are very much retracted in this light because he's coming from the dark, so he doesn't really look like he's been on anything. He looks very beautiful. That's all you can really say.
Do I actually exclaim that?
I don't know. Are you that into him?
Handsome Joe.
To be fair, I am pretending to be immortal, so I probably go very, very pretty.
Look, I already know.
Audible rolling eyes on the side.
And so is my beautiful friend right here. Puts my shoulder on John's.
Talking about friends, how about you invite yours to join us?
That's a good point.
Stevie!
Stevie.
There's some lunatics that dropped by at 5 a.m. Do you wanna come out and talk? They're gonna pay us to search for some books.
It's a weird fucking thing to say.
They don't actually. You see, that's the thing. They don't know what kind of books they're searching for at the moment. But one of them.
Books we are waiting for.
But one of them is asking me such weird questions, like, well, "Do you know who we are?" And it's like, that's weird, and the other one's sniffing me, so I think I would feel safer if you were around me either way.
I get out the chair, putting the tome down, and walk towards the
Restart
room
your
where they're
heartbeat.
at.
That's a good point. What the fuck's that? Now he's a big boy, isn't he?
That's Stevie, my boyfriend, and I throw my arms around him.
Hello there.
Okay, Obi-Wan.
New follower.
Please, we mean you no harm. We're here to request your service. Because
You
we
say
think
that whilst you are harassing my girlfriend.
that was not my intent.
Both you and your sniffer dog over there.
Again, he can be very
Okay.
strange at times.
He just insulted me.
Look, you're beautiful, darling. It's fine.
No, that was out of character. I feel checking something.
That was actually.
What are the rules for the friends?
That's true. You were out of character.
I bet both, but still.
God, what has this become?
Like an absolute hellscape.
It's fun though.
This is a great confrontation. I think my boyfriend forgot to restart his heartbeat, though.
Falls over onto the floor and stops moving.
Okay, wait, does he actually forget to have his heartbeat?
I forgot to actually
Wait.
do it. I literally just sort of walked in because
Yeah.
she just said, "Come in."
Do you have to use a blood point for that?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it lasts for an hour.
Okay. What if we were to stay here for an hour?
Then it would wear
Because
off,
she
and I would
spend
need
another
to,
one.
spend another blood point to keep it going.
Alright.
You could stay until they run out of blood, but that would be like
Okay, but
Fucking
do
boring.
we notice him walk in and not have a heartbeat, kind of obvious vampire signs?
he's a bit far away, so give me give me a straight perception roll now, bro.
And he has been embraced today, so he doesn't look like a straight vampire.
It's going to be a difficult roll.
9, 7, 3, 4.
It's enough for you to
Rouse suspicion.
Yeah, be very suspicious of him. Like when he forgot to do it upon walking in initially, it wasn't like a smell, and it wasn't like looking at him as much as it was hearing the way he moved.
Okay, it was something familiar.
Yeah, it was a familiar feeling of someone making certain movements and like certain stillness between steps that isn't possible when you've got a pulse.
Okay. But do you start your heartbeat as you approach, or
No, I still have not done that.
You
He's still refusing to do that.
He's a vampire.
At this point, I would be like, "Oh, Stevie, you died. I never knew." Just played like the idiotic girlfriend to a caitiff, you know.
Can I ask why he doesn't have a pulse?
Does he not?
Apparently.
You didn't spot that, you butthole.
Yeah, I'm kidding. So, John was the one that actually noticed that then.
okay?
Yeah.
For now, I'm not doing. I want him to get within. I want him to get closer to us. But
Yeah, it's enough that at that distance, it's like would be a coincidence. Just a sort of like maybe that little mechanical lockstep thing he was doing is just random chance. But
I remain that distance for safety reasons, staying with Edith.
but
That could-
he's with us at the table.
Yeah.
I go to him. If he's not like coming to me, then I go to him and I wrap my arms around him.
I mean, there's no reason to worry. We're just sat down.
I kiss him on the cheek and go, "Your heartbeat."
You are quite loud.
I am whispering that while kissing my boyfriend. Excuse me.
I hear her and quickly.
I don't know how vampire stances work.
I hear her and quickly remedy the situation by activating my heart again.
Okay.
Just comes out of the room without reacting. What the fuck?
Okay, for now, I'm holding that tidbit information I have, not saying anything.
But yeah.
So, what is your reasoning for being here if we don't have the book? It just seems like you're currently just a load of con men.
a load of comment.
Yeah, we're only two people. John.
We're only two con men.
You all come in, you come harass a poor lovely lady in a little bookshop just so that you can actually get a particular book. For whom, I might ask?
Walter,
Mhm.
are you done?
Are you bored, John?
Didn't you see?
Did I see?
Well,
I'm so fucking confused.
I heard of men whose heart skips a beat when they see a woman they love. I didn't see a man whose heart stopped for quite a bit.
I understand what you mean. I didn't catch that.
What I'm saying, there is another person with stop heartbeat in this room. That is not me and he.
I mean, geez, John, you could have said that a little more discreet. Like me
I
and
don't
you.
do discreet.
What are you? Hunters?
Who's asking now? Was that Steve?
Apparently.
Yeah.
If you know what hunter is,
That was me in character asking that.
yeah, but does Steve in character even know what hunter is?
Yeah, that's a good point, because you've only just been turned.
Yeah,
Didn't
you
Murta
know, like
teach him a
they
few
all-
things.
Even of hunters?
I mean,
Didn't she mention that there were hunters and other clans that want them dead?
I mentioned that everything wants us dead, so I suppose a hunter is a logical conclusion.
Yeah. Trust me, we don't want you dead.
Though a peculiar choice of word. Why do you feel you are to be hunted?
Do I have to have a reason for it?
Usually.
You have a reason to be harassing lovely lady?
How would you even know about a hunter?
How would you know that he wouldn't know?
Well, how would a normal human know?
He could be a hunter with a stopped heart.
Could it be your hunter?
Uh-oh.
What clan are you from?
Fucking straight out of it. Fucking hell. Okay, where's your sort code? Where's your account number?
You know what's funny is that
Alarm
this was
bells are ringing in my head as I sort of glance at my sire. Just sort of like, oh fuck, he asked that question.
I am so sorry. What's a clan? Like, do you mean what?
Yep.
I suppose I did study karate with like some girls. We have like a group. That's kind of like a clan, isn't that?
You know what he's referring to, and he's not about like some kind of a clan as in like a game or something like that. He's talking. That was fucking ages after. Sorry.
yeah, it's fine. Like it could be like fucking I don't know the first Ultima.
Final Fantasy 1 clan. Like, what he's referring to is your boyfriends seem to know about hunters. Why?
I put myself on defense, going. I don't necessarily have a British.
That's not what I'm referring to.
I don't think people hunt immigrants. I would know something about it myself. If you didn't notice my quite thick accent.
I don't know how bad gangs get.
Oh.
Especially in Manchester.
I have never heard
They're
of a
playful
gang
bunch.
with hunters.
A hunter's hunt.
I hate games like that. Could we just sit down and talk and stop pretending?
That would be.
I'm at ends of my wits right now, and if I don't get things straight, I'm going to make things straight.
The only
make me straight, baby.
Keep getting hunters. The only reason that I'm concerned of hunters is because of the line of work that me and my girlfriend are part of. We're considered witches by particular hunters.
Not witches. Someone with stop heartbeat who starts his heartbeat at will is neither a witch.
Wait a minute. Witches running a bookstore.
It's an occult store.
Got you there.
But my associate caught your ham.
Mind you, assume what I smelled before was something along the lines of ability my friend, I assume, uses quite well with his endeavors in bed. But I don't go to court enough to even recognize the faces, Walter. Know those two? Are they new?
He's asking if you've seen them at court.
At court?
At Elysium.
Oh, damn it, Zeph, you are so sleepy you can't even comprehend.
I am fucking tired.
We have to finish this night before we can all go to sleep, because this has been a 6.5 hour stream.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we all sit down?
Why don't you all take a seat?
Yes. Why don't you take a seat?
Why don't you take a seat over there?
Hmm.
Yeah, on that stool.
I mean, I hope there's enough seat. There is enough seat in here, right?
Yeah, there's a floor.
Okay. I mean, in fact, John can sit on the floor. Because I'm too beautiful to sit on the floor. You're okay with that, right, John? The table, fine.
Say, excuse me, and I
Okay.
kick him off the chair.
Fine. I'll sit on the table.
You can't kick him off the chair. He fucking outranks you.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yeah, I still would do it.
He would literally be within his rights to have you killed.
Isn't that like I don't think it's a masquerade violation, but like, is it violation of something?
It's whenever you go against someone who is clearly your superior within the Camarilla, it is a violation, not quite as harsh as breaking the masquerade, but it would be considered like treachery,
Yeah.
you know. And he's already had one warning from the prince for his behavior, for like violence to like other, members of the sect. So if you wanted to, you could effectively have him killed and then say, well, he did it again.
Well, that's if he lived enough to tell the tale.
It might be 3-on-1 now, but you never know.
Oh my god, we're getting Camarilla agents to get at each other's throat without doing anything.
I know, you're not doing anything in this tearing each other apart.
I would never. I would never with John. John is too much of a big piece of mummy for me to want to get rid of him.
Yeah, plus you like being treated like dirt, don't you, you dirty little bitch?
Wait, me or no?
You apparently, because you just got almost got kicked.
Both of you, in fact, both of you like being treated dirty.
Yeah. Anyway, why don't we all take a seat? You know that you can tell probably that I'm not exactly
A
going to
fish.
fight you on this. Him, however, trust me, he is under me, my employee, very much. Well, he's with me.
Then how about talk business? Tell me what you're trying to find and how much you're willing to give to me for it.
Well,
5 quid.
do you mind if I smoke in here? Anyway.
Yes, I do. I mean, this is old books. You really want them to be ruined?
Fine, I will put it out.
After I'm finished.
Yes.
The entire place is gonna reach cigarettes.
Anyway,
now.
What kind of compensation are you planning at all?
She's not planning compensation.
Well, she kind of is, but what would it cost for us?
What's your hourly rate he's trying to ask?
How much for a night?
Fuck's sake. What would it cost for you to assist us?
This place is in heavy debt, and we're barely keeping afloat. If that debt were to disappear, let's say.
What sort of the debt it is, so.
Up to the storyteller.
How much in my resources do I have for that?
I'm gonna check that. Give me a sec. I've got my dice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do 2 rolls. Let's see. Okay, so it is. Let's see.
Your boyfriend has been very quiet during this transaction, by the way.
Why, I own the bookstore. It's only natural.
I'm just an employee.
I bought it with my own money.
No, that's not what I'm questioning. The thing I'm questioning is, why did his, as my associate said, his heart stop?
What do you mean, his heart? It's going right now.
It is now, but I can do that too. In fact, I could show, couldn't I?
Yes, we could.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm using a blood pool for that.
Tell me when you have blood in your face and you look flushed.
Okay, I do now. I've just took the blood pool down 1.
Okay, I will feign fear. I will look like I'm shocked and afraid.
You seem very surprised by that.
Okay, her debt isn't particularly high. It's largely her being really, really behind on bills, and she's behind on a month's rent for her place, so it would be measured in hundreds rather than thousands. So you're looking at around about £800, which today would be like a couple thousand.
And I've got like 2 resources. I could possibly do that.
Yeah, you probably could.
Or I could possibly use status.
In fact, roll finance and your resources.
Because I'm feigning fear, I go, who are you?
Okay, how well is she trying to find
Yeah,
that?
that's a good point. Don't you need a dice roll for that?
Yeah, Merta, charisma plus performance.
Right,
I was going to say, like,
Can
what
we have
did you
manipulation
do?
plus performance?
Sure, manipulation plus performance. Perception plus performance.
I was going to say, what's the
Wait.
role for me to do if I was to accuse them of being kindred?
Am I doing 2 here? Because
I mean, like, John is not hiding with it.
yeah, he really isn't.
Can I spend willpower to reroll?
2 separate rolls. Okay.
No, you can't spend willpower to reroll.
I can't.
Nope, you have to declare willpower use before the roll, or it doesn't count.
Okay, so this is for my finance and resources. I only have resources, so.
Okay, 1, 2, 4, and
more
7.
than enough.
Okay. What?
1, 2, 4, and 7.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1 success.
What was the other one? Perception and.
Perception and performance.
Perfect.
To see if you can see through a fake performance.
Alright, so that is 3 and 2. So 5.
Yeah, she blew it out of the water with you.
Also, what is that about using willpower to reroll stuff?
Yeah, it's using willpower to re-roll isn't a thing. You can use willpower if you want to make a roll, but you have to declare it beforehand.
Do I get to roll more dice or what?
It would make for an automatic success.
Oh,
basically,
okay.
But you have to spend willpower to do it, and you don't have infinite amount of that.
So what was mine good?
I beat you.
Oh, so wait, you rolled. Wait, so you had 2 dice and 3 dice.
I had 2 for perception and 3 for performance.
Oh, right. So yeah, this is the actual roll. Okay, so I thought that somehow he rolled off screen somehow.
No.
Right. So Seth, yeah, her performance is horseshit. She's not shocked by what you did.
Right. So I know exactly that she isn't shocked, kind of thing.
Yeah, she's not shocked.
Right. And I lean in. You know exactly what we are.
Oh god damn it, that's giving me shivers now. Just like, lean in and talk into the microphone.
You know exactly what I am.
You know what I am.
execute Order 66.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
My posture changes and I cross my arms.
So, are you willing to actually believe what we are now? And what are you?
What am I is my business.
Mhm. Is there a way that I can, yeah,
You can't. I don't think you have anything that can force her to speak if she just doesn't want to.
yeah.
A question to start there. What's the proper conduct for a kindred that were not introduced to a prince on his own terrain?
Well, the only ones that you would know of that wouldn't would be Anarch's Independence and the Sabbat. But not everyone introduces themselves to the prince. Only the ones who.
Okay, so as someone who worked for the sheriff, like I don't have any obligation to like report them, so to say.
You don't have an obligation to report that there is a kindred, but usually would.
Okay.
It's not uncommon to find one who's either just passing through or is again an independent. Oftentimes independents could be seen as dangerous, potentially
Okay,
like,
so for me, kindred that is not of our court is a danger to our court. That kind of attitude.
not necessarily, but they could be beware of them.
Okay.
I don't think I have much to lose right now except be really scary if I succeed. Fear of the void below on Walter.
Well, do I have to roll anything?
Yeah, give me
you
just
will
a
have
minute.
to. Big talk for somebody that can barely get off his couch.
Oof. Real burn right here.
2 and 6. That's to you. You have like no stamina. But yeah. I rolled fairly low. 2 and 6.
Let's see. So that would be. Shut up, Biggie! For fuck's sake.
Courage +4.
I know. I'm looking for a sheet. I've got like 5 billion tabs open, and all of your character sheets all have the same bloody icon on them. Yeah. That's nothing. That doesn't phase him.
Yeah, you don't even feel it.
Yeah, you don't even. It's like she just leaned in and said something rather lame.
That's quite lucky because if I saw you, obviously suddenly terrify my partner, you would be flying across the room.
That's a good point, actually. So, I'm guessing I don't roll anything then.
No, you're fine.
Right. Okay.
You didn't even feel it.
But would I know about it? Like, at all?
I mean, that's a good question.
Sort of go like, was that meant to be a threat kind of thing?
Yeah, would that be the case?
I think he's with Piggy.
I was also just grabbing myself a quick bottle. Let's see. Let's go with
because when Steve saved, he felt like momentarily like.
Go with Whitson. Yeah, but he didn't actually affect Seth at all, so he didn't even feel that moment. But I mean, you could say wits and awareness to see, maybe there was some funny shit going on, even if you don't know exactly what.
So 3 then, because I don't have anything in awareness, but I have wits.
It's a rather high difficulty curve. This.
Just so you know, like my bloodline's fairly rare. This is out of character, so you would probably need a big occult. Oh.
So, yeah, it's like when she did that, there was a moment where you were sort of taken aback by the lameness of the insult. But now you think that she was actually trying to impress you with a witty retort, maybe that she was trying to humor you.
Okay. So
Is sorry for interrupting. Is there something that is considered like not willing to share the clan you are from? Is it like a normal thing?
For men in clans who are not even openly hostile or have any kind of warrants on them or any kind of list, they might refuse to tell you something if one, they're not sure who it is you're working for, or two, they could be under some sort of, I don't know, secret orders from someone else.
yeah.
So it's not out of the ordinary for a kindred that you do not know to not want to share that information.
Okay.
So I lean into Steve now, and I say, "So, which is it? Be you hunter or kindred?" Because you seem to know a lot about hunters.
You
Yes.
wouldn't know if it was freshly turned Narva.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wanted to know if that's like apparent because Meta mentioned.
No, there's not like a visual sign. It tends to be that a vampire, the longer they're a vampire, like the paler they get and the more they start to stand out. Whereas Steve is like fresh. He really does just look like an ordinary guy,
Who
What?
just happens to have early vampiric tendencies.
Just so you know, funny little tidbit. But if you're black, you get blacker rather than paler.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I should have played that character.
So it's like you either get to paper white or obsidian.
That's fun.
So, Stevie, how about it? Be you kindred or vampire? Vampire or hunter?
Are you vampire or vampire?
Yes.
Just
Being
yes.
that you have disease who already detected it, isn't it obvious?
So that's a confirmation.
Oh God.
It's so much better if people just, don't fuck with, shady stuff. Just be honest for fuck's sake.
Never said enough.
You are one as well, aren't you?
What
gave it away? Was it me pretty much restarting my heart?
Or be not having one from the start?
You pretty much came in nonchalantly. It was practically easy to pick you off with that.
Yeah, and?
Then again, I had my guard down too.
That's true.
I was too busy with my books.
I mean,
Okay.
you came in without a heartbeat.
Okay.
Well, that might be a bit much information.
Yeah.
Don't tell
Okay.
them what kind of books you're reading.
Yeah.
Settle down. You want us to work for you, and that is all that you came to do. Fine.
Yeah.
We can have that deal, and that is it. No more information to exchange. No need.
Okay. We should be able to have the list of titles besides the author tomorrow night.
And that debt you're having? if you work with us, white. Completely.
Okay. What time does the sun set?
That's a good question. What time does the sun set?
Around about 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Come about 9 after I am done with my business.
That's an interesting way of wording it, but okay. Okay. And we'll come to you with more information about what has transpired.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Now, please leave.
Okay. That was
Get out.
fucking quick. I was gonna say something, but good. Okay.
You've had your
Fine.
say, Kindred. Now off with you.
Oh,
know
where
you're
did you find that word from?
Yeah. I mean, he got it from me.
Oh, fair
Yeah.
enough.
I mean, we're not the only ones here.
And watch out your tongue, Rand.
No need to be like hostile.
Don't be rude, John.
Don't be rude, Vegeta. Or Nappa, whatever, which one. Fuck, I'm tired. Anyway, we'll be here at 9 p.m. sharp.
Can't wait.
I do sense some kind of in those words, but no matter. Anyway, John,
Yeah, let's go.
you ready?
Yep.
And then we leave.
Okay. I go around the shop and take a piss.
Is he a fucking werewolf?
I'm a gangrel.
You can piss blood on demand, but I don't know why you wanna piss out your blood points.
I thought that the vampires don't piss. Okay.
You use his 10 blood points.
Well, if I use Blush of Life, could I piss?
Not right. You'd have to probably, I don't know, drink something.
Ah, damn, that's too much effort. Anyway.
I give them a little wave as I leave.
And a wink.
I look like my look is just saying piss off.
I shut the door behind them and lock it.
Okay,
They were
Stella,
lovely,
you
weren't
remember
they?
those rats you mentioned before?
Yes.
I want them to use the animalism and use the discipline. What was the name of it? Feral Whispers, and have them watch going and outgoing of the shop.
Would they be able to detect that?
It's very elaborate thingy, so if Fizzle just reads it later and tell me if that's possible or not.
Okay, so you speak with them, letting them know that you just want them to keep watching the show.
Yeah, I need to roll for it manipulation plus animal kinship, and for predatory mammals it's 6 difficulty.
Yeah, the normal difficulty. So just roll your available dice pool.
2 plus 5.
They were a lovely couple, weren't they?
Well, I do not trust them as far as I can. Well, that's not good metaphor.
I
can
mean,
throw pretty far.
you could throw them, but
Until you go through a door.
That's fine. Those rats, they'll keep an eye on it. They'll do what they were told.
Okay.
I turn to Steve and I give him a bit of a scolding, going, "You have to remember that your heartbeat no longer works."
you fucked up, son.
It's like if he did worse, I would have slapped him, but he held pretty pretty well. It's just that
Not really.
Also, I do report them to sheriff.
A clumsy error due to a freshly turned mentality, completely forgetting about it.
Steve
Hey,
literally
it's an
told me he was a vampire. And his sire in the same way as well. But yeah.
See, having good nose helps.
Hmm.
Goddamn a dog.
You'll get a suck tonight.
It does also help that the people that you were interrogating handled it kind of horribly. I mean, well, Mert handled it fine. It was Steve that fucking balls it up.
Yeah.
That's why I keep silent.
Who is the sheriff?
You can't go see the sheriff now. It's too
No,
late.
no. I just wanted to give him a call if that's like a thing I can do.
No, he won't be answering a phone.
Okay, so just a visit next night.
Yeah.
We'll have some time before the actual meeting time.
That sure got interesting in those last sections, though. Holy shit.
I try to infer to Steve how serious it is and how easy it is to get killed again. You know, the same lecture for like the third time today.
I mean, don't worry, we're fine. We're perfectly, you know.
Like, they don't exactly know
It's
what we
like
are, other than we are like them in a way, so
Yes,
Yeah,
but
we know
there's
you're
anymore.
you're a fucking vampire.
there's political systems and there's groups that these people hang about with, and if you do not belong to one, that is grounds for suspicion.
So what? Royalty's never been my thing.
Can get you decapitated. Not worse.
Oh, I had so much worse in mind.
Not now, John. It's time to go to bed. I think.
Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it.
What, as dead?
What decapitated?
I believe Gangrel do sometimes sleep in the bed.
You have a bed? What the fuck?
No, I meant more along the lines of the whole like royalty with the prince thing.
You might get on with him.
We're never seeing it. If we do see it, that the only reason why we're looking at it is because we're about to die.
Or if you were on a covert mission.
By the way, is this like a talk after the thing?
No, well, they're talking between each other.
Yeah.
You don't hear this.
Walter,
They're winding down their their chat.
Walter, tomorrow
Yes.
you have money. Get a car.
I mean, I can't drive.
Get someone to drive us.
That could be possible, but I might have to pull in some favors. I'm not made of money, you know.
What do you expect me to do? Get 2 bears to ride on?
I mean, can you drive?
Bear? Yeah. Car? No? Wait.
Wait,
Actually, let me check. Actually, yes, I can drive.
we'll get a car. Fine.
Did you see me?
These two stooges
Do you
over
think
there.
Not just for you. I mean, I'll be the one owning it, but you can drive it if you want.
Well, then, where should I get it?
I can pull in some favors, possibly.
Yeah, there are car showrooms. It's not like, you know.
So, what, tomorrow at Elysium?
He ends up buying
Yes.
a little sedan or something like that. instead of
Fuck
buying like a proper decent car.
Fuck you, I'm buying a Rolls Royce.
You know, you can roll for that, you know, if you want.
I mean, with your friends, you're gonna be like, Prince, Daddy.
Yeah.
So yeah, Seth,
Prince Daddy.
Seth, roll resources plus finance.
So 2 then.
Yeah.
Okay, can I pull in both my 0 finance and 0 resources?
Oh, just like me
Oh
then.
shit!
Or would that be
works.
too metagaming?
You know, it's not far off. You almost made it.
Hmm.
He's gonna get like a 4x4 or something like that.
So in other words, we got a car.
With that, you know, the within the next few nights, you can have it arranged that you could get a car, but you've got the finances to spare for a car. You know,
Volvo.
you could buy with that roll. You could buy a Mercedes CLK.
I'll get
Okay,
that.
now I need to Google that.
Yeah,
It's a rather luxury Mercedes make. So
Ooh. Then I'll get that.
Yeah, but you'll be known as like a Merc driver, and Merc drivers are not exactly.
It's fine. It's luxury.
Then again, it's
See-
like Audi drivers in that regard. Ooh, dear.
It's luxury, darling.
I mean, it's German.
and he does have a German name.
Yep.
I'm just thinking that we may be okay if I can just like bed the Toreador and blood bond him to.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
Yeah, that is a thing.
Yeah, that's just.
Yeah,
I'm
can
thinking.
you explain that? Because I remember, like, the more blood you drink from the other vampire, the more bound you are to him, right?
Yeah, the more like a slave you are.
Like, what levels are to that? Because Steve is, like, partially.
Steve is Bloodborne level 1.
Out of
What-
5.
Yeah, so if at Bloodborne 5, you have no free will of your own. Everything you do is for that other person.
At Bloodborne 1, then?
At Bloodborne 1, it's like an infatuation, a person you can't get out of your mind. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do everything that they say.
Change to Steve, really.
Yeah, the funny thing is that their argument at his place, where they were arguing about things to take and they were having like a sort of love spat, is actually normal for Bloodborne level 1.
So, why me?
Because then you'd be on her side.
Is it because I'm beautiful?
It's because you seem like you would be easy to bed.
That is true.
To bed? Jesus.
It's
John is far too mistrusting.
And
Sure,
then you've got friggin' John that's like wrapped around your finger so you can then control him. It's like-
Do I
Shit.
still get to be fabulous?
sharing blood, just so you know, for vampires is kind of like sex.
Oh,
So hence to bed you.
right.
But does that mean you are also partially bound to him in the same way?
Only if I
No.
drink from him.
Which she wouldn't, because
Yes.
she's not stupid.
Yeah. Like, why would you?
She'd drink from your dick, though.
Jeez. Yeah, like, this has been interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that.
I will retire to my domain then.
Yeah, with
Yes.
that, we may as well close it. Let's just.
Right. So, end of session thingy. So, first off, each of you gets 1 point of experience by default.
Oh, thank you so much.
So I can
Okay.
add that then.
First of all, Seth, what did you learn about the game or your character in this session? Anything particular that you feel that you did well, or?
That was fucking hilarious playing that character. But yeah, I learned how to dice roll.
That is true, but that's irrelevant. That's not really what I'm asking.
I learned that it can be a bit difficult to try and persuade someone to tell you that they're a vampire.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay, so this is kind of like the question that I'm asking. It's like a moral of the story kind of question. You know, it's specifically about you. Like if you were to place yourself in the shoes of your character, and then someone asked you, "Tell me about how you've grown as a person today," it's kind of like that.
I'm less smart than I realized.
Fair.
And I didn't realize there was a fucking library in the Elysium. And I probably should.
That is true.
But when they said library, I thought they made somewhere totally different. So, yeah.
So that it.
I also learned teamwork with John was actually really fun, not gonna lie. Even
Yeah.
though I was kind of being yeah. Never will tell you.
Anything in particular about your teamwork with them that worked well?
Right back. I need the lip.
Alright.
No worries.
Our teamwork is in like I don't know, I think our dynamic works. Because I've got the kind of the shit that's like oh no, I can like do some kind of persuasion and shit like that, whereas he's more fucking get in there kind of thing. If it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, it isn't. Most of it's not quite what I was asking for, but I'll give you the extra point anyway. You actually. I think you'll get an extra point for the way you acted, primarily at Elysium, and with the questions that you asked being very pertinent and generally character building. So 3 XP for you in total.
Oh, nice.
Minerva. So what have you learned or feel you've accomplished?
What I accomplish? I have accomplished not killing a person assigned to me.
You try. Well, not try,
but that's definitely not try.
I did not go into the frenzy.
That is true.
Though I considered it a few times. Though a reminder by Jonathan in the hall did, let's say, put some sense into John. So he's trying to, quote unquote, behave, though he's struggling with that. And he is reaching his patience with some matters, as it was seen in the meeting with Edith and Steve. He has very short patience when it comes to what is it called, jihad?
When it comes to what?
Jihad.
Yeah, something like that was like the whole
politics.
I'm back.
Yeah, vampire politics.
Oh, right, okay.
And the whole, okay, I'm going to lie to you, and I'm going to lie, and he just wants to, have problem, tell me to face, and I just, fight. Do it, straight. He hates, the round way that some things are being done in the world of darkness. And he's happy to retire to his cabin for some peace and quiet.
Good joke. I'll give you 1 point of bonus XP. Okay, let's do Merton next. So we're doing this in the same order that we did a lot of the other things. So anything that you learned in particular from your session today, or any way that you feel that your character has, I don't know, something that your character has learned, something you take away from it?
First of all, fuck you for having a psychologist session at the end of 7 hours of brain frying.
Yes. This is actually not uncommon.
7 hours! People tend to go for 2!
That's your
7!
fault, not mine.
Yeah, I say that the length of the session is totally on Meta because she wanted to play fucking Bali.
What's wrong with that?
It's a fucking Bali.
What's
it's killed on sight.
Yeah, that's your problem, not my problem.
So you're more than happy for this to go to like 8 hours because you're not answering my question.
Edith probably thinks that having company is less bad than she thought it would be. And she has responsibility of a child, which is a completely new thing to her.
She's had a dude for about 4 years when they were mortal.
When you were mortal, I wasn't mortal, which means that I couldn't even share majority of what I do with you. And
It's all because of like some stupid artifact broke that you saw your ass and literally tore me in two.
yes,
To be fair, she was already on the brink of like frenzying at all times at that point anyway. So that was just the twig that broke. But don't interrupt. This is the moral of the story section. This is what gets bonus XP.
she's probably worse at manipulating than she thought that she was. But I feel like that weird poker thing that we kept on doing back and forth at the bookstore, at like right at the end of the session, went really well until Stevie fucked it up.
Okay. That's fair. Bonus XP for that. Because I particularly liked the way that you argued with Steve and your use of disciplines at certain key locations, an extra point. Let's see. So, Steve, this is the moral of the story section, that part where we say, how do you feel you've grown as a character? So, how do you feel about your character? And do you feel like you've learned anything today?
Well, for starters, I feel like I might have learned a little bit about the actual game itself, because this was sort of the first embrace that I've had of Vampire the Masquerade, or just anything with World of Darkness in general. So
Yeah.
that is a brilliant experience to have. And I really enjoyed that. The character themselves, I realized I haven't actually divulged all that much information at all, if any, actually, on the character. Like, I didn't go into like their age, their like bio or whatnot, like how they look, like everyone else did. So I think on the next session I will need to do that so that people can get an idea of what my character is like.
I'm gonna add your picture to my background because you're my childer and I can see it in the folder. Is that how you still look? Like like a fairly human self.
And that's one of the things. Another was sort of, my God, am I really dense? Two shortens kind of thing, and I will admit that, like, but that's mainly coming off of the fact that I've got no clue what I'm doing in the actual like World of Darkness universe anyway, so that might be perceived as, oh, he's just a virgin to the game. Like,
Yeah.
he needs breaking in order
The
to
thing is,
get used to it.
Berta, no interrupt. Shut it. No.
So I think that's part of it. There were also points where it was like, yes, we had our spats between sire and childer kind of thing. It was it was actually kind of hilarious, the amount of backsass that was coming from me and on that. So I was quite enjoying that, and
Oh, that is
I
XP.
just died. I was in stitches over the entirety of the game. Like I don't know if it was even really noticeable on the stream or not, that I just couldn't stop laughing like a fucking hyena. Like I was basically on the floor.
I mean, yeah, there was a lot of background noise, especially.
Narba.
Yeah.
So is it? Yeah, I mean, oh yeah. You know, actually, you're not done. Go on.
But I absolutely loved what I was playing through this. I want to do more, and I do hope to do more with you guys. And maybe if we can, get more people on as well, because that would be enjoyable. It would add more to it. And yeah, I'd say I had a pretty good experience on it. And it can get better over time.
Don't give my chat hope.
Can you name anything in particular that you learned this game about the world? You know, how your character relates to it.
Well, with the fact that my character's an idiot, effectively, like he's far too willing to tell everyone and his wife kind of thing that he's become a vampire, as it were, which isn't a good thing. That's stupidity, and especially if they end up finding out which clan am I part of. So, in that regard, it's sort of along the lines of character development is definitely going to need to be improved upon, and hopefully, with Murta being essentially the mentor for that, it
Yeah,
should go well.
I mean that's like a nice way of summarizing your character's flaw, but I mean something that you learned about like the world of Vampire the Masquerade. Because you were a fresh baby, you should be able to take away some like factoids and like other characters have asked questions and gotten information back, so something like tangible.
It's a sadistic dark horror. But it's also a comedy as well because of it. Well, the way that it came out from us, it became a comedy because I was loving it. But my character itself, um, I think it literally is just because I'm new to the whole thing itself. It's coming across as that character being just basically me. Like, there's nothing else. It's just I'm staring at a mirror of myself, kind of thing. So
Yeah, but
any flaw
Steve,
that I had is that. But
yeah, but Steve, I'm not. I'm asking like, what's 2 + 2, and then you're telling me how you got like eggs from the grocery store.
I don't really know how to answer it. That's the problem. Without going
I'm
into
just asking, is there anything about the world that you learned? And there's like, you could have literally just said the Camarilla is ruled by a prince, and that would have sufficed.
I need to be more precise with that question then.
I
Get it then.
was literally, I did try rephrasing it a few times.
up on it. Right now.
Just kind of like to throw you into it a little.
Yeah, with the whole like the fact that everything seems to be ruled by royalty was intriguing. It was quite surreal in a way, seeing that, because it was like, oh, okay, so they're being governed by this particular person, and this whole group is being governed by said person due to high status and wealth, probably. So
That is the vampire government.
I'm not sure if I should give a point or deduct a point for calling him royalty. Because it's not actually a prince; it's just a name.
then why the fuck is it called a prince if they're not actually of like a royal heirloom?
But you didn't pick up on the fact that they said that the reason why he's the prince is because people like him.
Yeah.
Like and then the fact that he had taken on the job. So there was a few things there.
You don't have to be like someone that's like really loved to be a prince, though.
In this yes, because this title prince is just like ruler of a city. So yeah, so it goes like prince. Then there's like justicar above that. There's like other ranks as well, and then above that is like the inner circle and whatnot. You know, it's fine. I'll give you extra XP point anyway. So let's see. Let me think. Anything you did particularly well in character?
Being sass at the apartment.
Yeah, it was. You see, that's a thing where you both did really well, and it was like a highlight. Then I'm also thinking that Anerba also had a nice highlight as well.
Happened as well.
You mean me and Walter talking?
No, the meltdown that was like when I ended up having that moment of terror that just destroyed my self-esteem.
That was so
think,
awkward because
let's go with that. If I were to give Steve a point of XP for point in roleplay, for me it would be his interaction with his PC.
Yeah. That whole PC thing.
That was great.
It's important from America, 60 hertz stuff.
I mean,
that was your TV.
we had to
What TV?
fucking derail it for like half an hour trying to find PCs.
Like it was PC gate all over again.
Steve, next time, can you just say you just own a PC? That's it. IBM PC, perfect, done.
Yeah, the realization of I should have just said it and just gone with it. Didn't need to go into specifics.
Yeah, but this one has a handle.
Carry handles. What makes carrying it interesting?
Wait, did we see that PC in the bookshop by chance?
It's in the back room. You can't see it.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
We weren't amazed.
Oh,
What the fuck is this machine?
We probably read or robbed it. It's that good.
You can play Shadow Man on it. It's awesome.
You'd have to have a fucking.
Steve next session, like we come and he's like, "Have you heard about Shadow Raid?" Raid Shadow
So-
Raid. Yeah, that's
Okay, so I'll actually say everyone got 3 XP for this session. Because for the thing with, like, Anerba and Seth and the first bookshop and whatnot, and I think that was also worthy of some praise. So, yeah, don't expect to get 3 every time. You're mostly only going to get 1 or 2,
It's like really extraordinary.
Yeah, usually, but like really good summaries of how a session has gone and something new that you've learned and things like that. Those are usually worthy of some XP because there's a personal growth.
okay, guys.
But exceptional role play is always worth a point.
Okay,
New
time.
plan. No, guys. New plan next time. Not 1 7-hour session, 3 2-hour sessions. More XP.
I
That was a bit
really,
long.
yeah,
Huge
need.
session at a time than like 2 short ones.
I think actually the next one will be more on the normal time because we had to, get to know each other, get together.
Yeah.
We're more on the same page.
Yeah, more
Or we may kill each other, but it will be in the same area, We won't be like jumping from one side to the other because we'll be together.
Okay, for realsies though, I'm gonna stop the stream now and bed.
Yes.
At least we can say one